All right. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening from wherever you're joining us from. My name is Sho, and I'm joining you live from Kent, England. I'll be your host today on 90 Minutes Africa. Today's episode is going to be with a different twist. We'll have a very important guest, a very special guest. He's not somebody you've not met before. If you're familiar with this channel, if you're a regular, somebody you've met many times. But the fact that you've met him does not mean you actually know him. So today gives you an opportunity to meet our guest. I could have read a lot of things I found about him online, but that would defeat the purpose. I'll be letting the cat out of the bag. So I purposely did not read anything to you. We'll be hosting Rudolf Okonkwo. Most of you know him as Dr. Damages. We'll be finding out how the name came about because that's an interesting one. A doctor that damages, it's not something that you often hear. But I'll be bringing in Rudolf shortly. Rudolf will be joining us shortly in the next couple of seconds. I'll be speaking to Rudolf for the first 45 minutes to an hour, where I'll be asking him a lot of questions. Purposely or intentionally, the questions I'll be asking are centered around Rudolf himself. Who's the man Rudolf Okonkwo? Because I know you guys would ask the questions that most people would be interested in. What does he think of Peter Obi? Does he think Peter Obi is the Messiah? Did he vote for Peter Obi despite being in New York? Those sort of questions I know you would ask them. So the way this is going to work is, like I said, I'm going to ask a few questions of Rudolf. Once we get to the section where we bring our panelists in, we'll bring people on to join Rudolf and I, where you can ask your questions. Also, I'll be taking questions from the comment section. Now, Rudolf and we didn't discuss this. It sounds like I'm in a church now because this is something you hear when you have a guest preacher. You can tell I'm a church boy. Rudolf and I haven't discussed this, but I would please encourage you guys in the comment section, especially, to ask your questions through a super chat, where you can ask questions. And for those who just want to thank Rudolf for what he's done, you can thank him through super chat as well. The way super chat works, for those who are not familiar, you see a dollar sign like on the bottom right section. If you click the super chat, what happens is, if you choose $2 or £2, £2 Canadian, 10,000 naira, you can use any, it would use the currency of your country of residence. When you click on it, say for instance in the UK, you click on £2, it would only allow a few characters. So you can't say Rudolf Okonkwo, the son of this and that. Thank you very much for the job you're doing. We bless you. God bless you. It won't allow you. For everything I've just said in the last 10 seconds, you probably need £5 or £10 super chat. So if you're just going to say thank you, Rudolf, $2 will do it. $5 will do it. You buy coffee on your way to work, it costs you probably about $5 or more. So it's an opportunity to appreciate Rudolf. Also, and this is something I will repeat, when the panelists join us, it's not the time to thank Rudolf and spend 5 minutes thanking him, to appreciate him. Like I said, if you're going to thank him and appreciate the work he does, do it through the super chat. When we open the panel up, you can, just ask your question, go straight to the question. One question, think about it. The hardest question. Rudolf is a journalist. If he doesn't want to answer, he will find a way out of it. You can trust him. He's been in the game for such a long time. Anyway, as you can tell, I love talking, but it's time to bring Rudolf onto the panel to join me. Alexander Gomez, Ebon, thank you very much. You're a big supporter of this channel. Thank you very much. I see you. Thanks for the super chat. But less of me, more of Rudolf. Mr. Rudolf Okonkwo, thanks for joining us today on 90 Minutes Africa. How does it feel to be on the other side?
I know. I don't know what I did to myself, why I agreed to this, but I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much, Sho, for all you do and for agreeing to do this. I'm happy. I'm panicking. I took my blood pressure medication before coming on.
Now you're sounding like John Abba. You've taken your amlodipine.
Yeah, just to be ready for this. But thank you so much.
Yeah,
I appreciate this.
It's good to have you. Right. Like I said, I'll be keeping an eye on the comment section. Guys, you can save your questions for now. When it's time to start typing in the questions, I will let you know so I can write them down. For now, just carry on with the usual buzz in the comment section. If there's any need for it, you know how we do the comment section. Right. So, Mr. Okonkwo, when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah. Right. So let's start from here. The very first question. Dr. Damages, how did this name come about?
Oh, very easy. I was in my high school, there was someone who was called Damages. You know, the way people have names, they call themselves. One guy was called Damages in my high school. So when I go to Akure, Futa, Akure, where I started my college education, I joined the press club. And at the press club, you don't write with your name. You have to have a pseudonym, pen name to write. And the most popular person in the press club that time was called Doctor Who. He was a cartoonist and very big. So when I started writing, I had to pick a name. And I said, okay, I want to be a doctor too. So I picked doctor. And then I thought about names. And I remember this guy in my secondary school who was Damages. So I picked Dr. Damages. That's how it came about.
Okay.
Hmm.
Thank you very much for that. That's a good start. So let's backtrack a bit. Maybe in the next 2-3 minutes, just let the people, know who Dr. Damages is. How did it start for you? Where did you grow up? Where were you born? If you just, in 2-3 minutes, if that's enough, tell us to the point where you got to the US, like how, where you were born,
Wow.
primary school, secondary school, and around what time did you move to the US?
Wow. So very quickly, I was born in my hometown, which is Nobi in Anambra State, Idemili South. I wasn't there when I was born. I didn't know I was born. I was told I was born in my hometown. But I saw myself first at WTC Obunike, which is where my dad was a teacher. My dad was a teacher in a college of education, more like for women teachers training college, Obunike. So that was the first place I saw myself, and not at Nobi. So, but later on, we returned back. We went back to Nobi, and I did my primary school. I finished my primary school in Nobi. I did my high school at the community high school in Nobi, and then I went to Akure where I did engineering. And after engineering, I worked as a reporter in Lagos. And then from Lagos, I went to UK. And from the UK, I came to America.
Okay, it's good to know that at some point we were probably neighbors without realizing it.
Yes, yes, I was at the Queen's own country. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So when you're not doing YouTube and you're not planting,
I
not
have a
in your
garden.
garden, yeah,
Ah,
when you're not gardening and not doing YouTube, what's your
yeah.
day job? What do
What's
you
my
do?
what?
What's your day job? What do you do?
Oh, I teach. I do a lot of things, but I teach, and that has been the most important thing I think I do now. I teach post-colonial African history at the School of Visual Arts in New York City. I also teach diaspora African literature at the same school. So it's amazing. I think I started probably 4 years ago. I used to be a substitute teacher
Okay.
at the school for Shore when Shore was teaching the course post-colonial African history. But when Shore went back home to run for office, I took over the course, and then I also took the African history literature course, which I also teach. So
Okay.
that's the main thing I do, and it's a wonderful thing. You come into the class and you see the first day of class, you have students who had no idea where Africa is. The first assignment we do is to draw the map of Africa.
Wow.
But by the time they leave the class, they are wonderful advocates for Africa. They can tell you, they can analyze news from Africa. They can tell you, it's just amazing. And I think that's the greatest thing I think I've done.
That's interesting. I mean, I knew some of this, but it's quite satisfactory to see people's reaction in the comment section already. People are surprised, like, wow, engineering, literature and all of that. So that's why I'm asking these sort of questions. And like I said, I know people will come and ask the usual, is Peter Obi the savior, is Tinubu the devil? We'll get to that in a bit. Okay. So now that we've touched on that, is Rudolf Okonkwo married? Because I read some things. I read some of your poems, and you seem like a romantic. So it's only fair that I ask: is Rudolf Okonkwo married?
Oh yes, yes. I married beautiful woman from Ogidi in Anambra State.
Okay.
Ogidi is Idemili North, Idemili South, so not far. It's She's from where Chinua Achebe is from. That's their bragging rights. But Nobi is more important in Idemili.
Of
So
course.
this is an internal fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Nobi. Yeah, she's from Ogiri, and her name is Neka Edna, and we have two kids.
Okonkwo.
Yeah, Okonkwo. Yeah,
Yes.
we have two kids. Ogonna, the Udoka.
Okay. That was the
His
next
real name
question.
is Ogonna, not
This
Udoka.
Papa Udoka. Does
Yeah,
Udoka exist?
Udoka is his stage name, but his actual name is Ogonna. Yeah,
Oh,
and
okay.
then I have a daughter who is Ijamaka. Yeah, so that's it.
Okay. Okay. Does she have scholarship from 400 colleges by any chance?
Ah, no, no, no. She's
That's
already
an inside
she's going
joke.
to her third year. She got
Okay.
some start, no, but not from 100 schools. Yeah.
That's an inside joke. Only the regulars will know that joke. I see you, Paul, my brother. So does your wife watch our show?
No, she recently with this one we do this have your say and 90 minutes Africa. Yeah, she's speaking interest. But
Okay.
before she couldn't stand my voice, but now she's speaking interest and she knows some of you guys. Sometimes you ask me, who is this person? I won't mention names.
Okay. That leads me to the next question, which you might not be able to answer because she's new to she's new to our show. I was going to ask, who's our favorite panelist?
Oh no, no, I won't be able to answer that because I've never asked her, but
So
I can tell
you
you
don't
that
discuss us. You don't take work home.
the what?
You don't discuss us with her.
No, no, we do. Sometimes, maybe I'm off air and you guys are on, and we say let's listen, and we are listening. She will say things about certain panelists, but we've not talked about who is the best or who is yeah. And I don't want to make some people feel bad of
No, I wasn't going to ask who is our
it.
least favorite. I was just
But
the
she
only question
knows,
was who's our favorite panelist.
she
But
knows. For instance, she knows Mama Echo.
everybody knows Mama Icho. We all love Mama Icho. Come on.
She knows forefather. She knows all the key people. She knows show. Yeah, she
I
knows
know Show 2 is
that.
my favorite panelist.
The what?
I know Show 2 is my favorite panelist. That show is my favorite
Yeah,
panelist. I really like him.
yeah. So she
Okay.
knows the key people. Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. How did journalism start for you? Since you went to FUTA, you studied engineering. How did journalism start? Was it an happenstance? Did you plan for it?
Okay. Yeah. So that's interesting. I was thinking about it. I could tell you that when I was very young, my dad was not going to church every Sunday. It's not that kind of a person. He wasn't that kind of a person. But whenever he wouldn't go to church, we would go. And when we come back, he would ask us to tell him what happened. So that was my the first time I remember myself as a reporter. So when I'm in church, I have to remember that I have to report what happened in church. What did the pastor say? What was the sermon about? So that was the first reporting job I got. I wasn't paid for that, but I did that. And then there was a man in my village. His name was Akumanku. He was a palm wine tapper. So this man will climb the palm tree and he would tell the whole town, the whole village, what happened in the village the night before every morning. So once he goes up there, he that's when he will start reporting. Oh, this person did this, and that was the first reporter I actually knew. In my own estimation, he was a reporter reporting what happened in the village. But in actual sense, when I went in my secondary school, we published what I call interhouse sports magazine, kind of a newsletter. So I struggled to write and get my work published in that interhouse journal, a kind of a pamphlet. I don't think I got published twice or more than once, but that was the first time I knew I made every effort to do that. But then when I got Akure, that was where I actually started practicing. It became more important to me than engineering. So at FUTA, we had a big press club, and a friend of mine talked to me and it said I should write for them. And I tried my hand, and it was published. And I was hooked. I never looked back.
Okay. That's interesting. I'm gonna go back one step. Sorry, still talking about your wife and what she thinks of all these things that we do. I've seen. in the comment section many times, and I've, added my voice to it, that you're one of the most calm person, you know, similar to my brother who's in the comment section as well. I dragged him here today. I don't think he has any social media. He doesn't do anything at all. I don't think he watches YouTube, but I've seen him in the comment section. I've seen a few of my friends in there as well. Thank you guys for joining. Um, your wife, does she agree with us that you are the most calm person? Do your children think the same, or you're a different man at home?
I think they think the same. I'm not different at home. I'm not moved by a lot of things. It's just my nature. I'm not.
Right.
I don't remember the last time I got angry. I could, but I don't. I don't push my. Not. I try to avoid anything that will push me to that point. I laugh
That's
at
the thing
life.
alone.
I have a different understanding of life. The way people. I don't take it seriously.
There
Yeah.
are people who are angry on your behalf for saying that you don't get angry. Some people are already angry. Now, how can you say you are not angry? They're already angry on your behalf.
No, no, it's not
You're,
worth
you're,
it. It's not
you're a
worth it.
different man. When I
No,
grow up, I want to be like you.
it's not worth it.
So
You
I
don't
won't
get anything
react.
from that. I've never gained anything from being angry. You know.
Okay. Thank you for that. I mean, looking at some of the books you've written, Reverend Sister Agnes,
You
Children
saw
of
that?
yeah,
Nobody read that.
Children of a Retired God, This
Nobody read
American
that.
Life Self, Chimamanda, The Secret Letters of President Trump. Of all your books you've written, if you were to recommend one for someone who's going to get into reading books, someone like me who don't do hard copy books, I prefer to listen to books. But let's say I was going to pick up one of your books.
This American Life self,
I saw that. The
because
reviews are quite good.
it's something that you can relate no matter who you are. If you're an African that left Africa or planning to leave Africa to go and live in the West, I recommend you read it before you leave. Yeah, it's the most popular one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you recommend anyone willing to jackpot should read it. See, doctor, let me
Yes,
just tell you now. Let me break
before
this
you
news to
leave,
you.
you at least you
Nothing
have.
you can write can
Is that
make
what?
us stop this jackpot. People are
It's,
going to jackpot. So
no, no.
don't tell us about.
It's not to. The goal is not to make you not to leave. The goal is to prepare you for what you are going to meet
Okay,
when you get out there.
okay, that's fine. Now, for someone who loves to read and write like yourself, you write a lot of articles. Like I said, I stumbled on your article, the Valentine's Day one. I think it was like 20th wedding anniversary type thing. I read it and I feel like I was part of that whole trip from New Jersey to New York and getting there late and going to the concierge to pick up flowers and who does this flowers, who did they come from, the suspense. I was feeling sorry for you, and I'm hoping that I'm selling this article to people to go and read. At that point I was feeling sorry for her. I'm like, oh my god, that's the most crushing thing for a man. But read the story, I enjoyed it and all of that. So you write very well. You read a lot. If you are allowed to pick just one book, any book from any author in this life, and that's the only book you will have access to for the rest of your time with us, on planet Earth, you won't have access to any other book. Just that book is the only one. You don't have to read it every day, but it's the only one you have. What book would that be?
Hmm, quite interesting. I okay. This question comes up all the time in different forms, and I always think if I have, I will write the book.
Okay.
I will rather write the book. If I can't read any other book, I'll write. That's my first thing. But if you ask me the books I've read that have made impact, there are so many. Um, but I would rather write the book if that's the only thing I can't be reading one book again and again, but I can write multiple books. Sometimes I think, oh, if I do any bad thing now and I'm locked up somewhere, that will be a blessing because I will write all the books in my head that I don't have time to write. So I have stories to tell.
That's an interesting one. That separates you, the writer, the reader, from people like me. If you ask me that sort of question, I'll go to a bookshop, I'll ask them, what's your most purchased book? And I'll buy it and I'll be off. But for someone who writes and read, I mean, you can see the difference, the way you thought about it. I'd rather write it and go read it. No time to waste time here. We go to the bookshop. What's your bestseller? We pick it and we're gone. All right. So we'll
Yeah.
move on to the next one. As a seasoned journalist who practiced in Nigeria, through Sahara reporters and all of that, um, Can you tell us the top three people in your estimation? I mean, who your top three is might not be my top three if you tell me the people you've interviewed, but in your estimation, the top three people you've interviewed.
You should have told me to prepare for these questions. Well, I would say Olu Onogorowa,
Okay.
the former Attorney General of Nigeria. Um, I was just an intern at Guardian newspaper in Lagos, and I was sent to interview him. That was the first day I knew what journalism was. You know, I've been playing around writing things, but I didn't understand journalism until I went to interview this lawyer. So he gave me just he said, "You have only 15 minutes." There were people lining up in his office waiting for him. BP people, everybody sitting there, at least about 20 people. So I got in there and we started talking. And this an attorney general. I think he was a senior advocate of Nigeria at that point. And me, I was just an intern. I wasn't even a paid reporter, you know. And I started talking to him. And then I asked him a question about, I said, Ganifa Wemi is locked up. Beko Ramson Kuti is locked up. Do you know you are the next one? He said, what do you know? What do you know? Did you hear anything? I was like, me or marry me? I didn't know he could be afraid. I didn't know people like him are afraid. You know, you hear about these people, big shots. Remember, I'm from a small town. I came to Lagos to be a reporter. I didn't know anybody. These are people you read about in the papers. So, and the guy was, did you hear anything? Did you? So, so we started talking, and 30 minutes, 1 hour, and the secretary kept coming in. Sir, people are waiting for you. There's chief, somebody waiting for you. The man at the point got angry with the secretary and said, let them wait. I'm talking to the Guardian. And I was shocked. I said, this is journalism. So it's not even about me. It's about the Guardian. So he understood that he's talking to me, but whoever you are, it don't matter. He's talking to the Guardian. And he could project that what he's saying is going to be out there tomorrow, front page of the paper. He understood it. And I understood journalism too, that it's not about me. It's about who you represent. I represent the people. I represent, when you get that privilege, it's a privilege. People don't understand. It's the most, I think, if I die and come back, I will be a journalist again. It's the most beautiful profession in this world, that just somebody like me from nowhere can walk into the president's office and they open the door for me and say, talk to him, and I can ask him any question. It's amazing.
Okay, so that's one. So we two more.
Okay.
The top three people.
Oh! I forgot. Oh, top three. You're trying me. Okay, let me see. Top three. I interviewed one of the coup plotters, the 1966 January 15 coup plotters. I had to leave Lagos. I went to Enugu. The guy was not talking. Nobody reads about him. Nobody had anything about him since the coup and the end of the war. I found him after 3 days of looking for him in all over Enugu. I found him. I sat down in his dining table. I spoke to him for hours. He didn't want to talk about the coup. He said he was born again, but it was amazing to hear someone like that who was part of the story of what happened in the country from the beginning. And so off camera, when I turned off my recorder, he talked to me like I was just, you feel like you are sitting in front of a historical individual. The other person I think I have to probably to the list, and this is, I can't, it's over 30 years. I can't remember everybody, but I think I will mention Ojukwu or Ikemba Chukwuemeka Odimego Ojukwu. I interviewed him 2000. I don't remember the exact date in Boston, and it was wonderful. For in the sense that there were questions I asked him that nobody had ever asked him, and the answer he gave, I wish I had other opportunities to interview him more. I met him several other times, but there were no official formal interview. Why it's important to me was also that at the end, he did not write a book. He promised me that he was writing his memoir or like autobiography. He did not write that. If I had known that he wasn't going to write the book, or that he wasn't writing the book, I would have made more efforts to interview him because I met him several other times. I would have interviewed him. I would have liked to have like hours of interviews with him, but I didn't. I didn't get that chance.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Now, the next question, following up with that, what's the biggest story you've covered in your estimation? The biggest story you've covered?
Hmm. I don't know. I am not that kind of. I was never that kind of a reporter. That means what I mean is that going on assignment and covering
Right.
stories that way, and the only place I had the opportunity I did was at Classic Magazine in
Okay.
Lagos. But after that, I wasn't that big. Okay, I could say something like when I went to the OPEC meeting in Geneva.
Okay.
That was interesting, but I don't think I have a particular story. But if I had had time to think, I could come up with something. Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's fine. Moving on swiftly to the next question. We've had oftentimes about this infamous, I was going to say famous, infamous brown envelope.
Okay.
I know you've just said you didn't really go out to cover stories and all of that, but you're still a journalist. Um, have you ever been offered one of these envelopes? We're not, the question is not did you accept or turn it down, but have you ever been offered
Yeah, let
by
me let me.
obviously Nigerian journalists, politicians?
Okay, let me say I was in Nigeria. No, I was writing for in Nigeria. I work for Classic. Classic is not like a news magazine. A news magazine. It was more like a soft sell. So
Okay.
they are not important to the political. I think most people who get money were political people
Yeah.
covering politicals and other economic news. Then from Classic, I went to Daily Mail. Daily Mail. At the Daily Mail was just a smaller paper. It used to be a big paper. It was small, and nobody ever offered me any kind of brown. Maybe I wasn't important as a reporter, but I can tell you what happened at the Daily Mail that was interesting to me. I used to cover energy. I was energy correspondent of the Daily Mail. So we had an office at the NNPC building in Lagos. So we do go there and then talk about stories and so there's always a team in Nigeria now. You have energy correspondent, you have people covering entertainment. They meet together. So whatever brown envelope they give them as a group. I think. But at the NNPC, there was a time that we were there. Like every day we go there before we start going to get stories. And Beko Ramson Kuti came in and he was talking to us. It was during the time about oil subsidy removal. It's always there, and he said some things. And the team, everybody in our news, what we call a newsroom, said that we're not going to publish this story. The agreement was had a meeting and said this story will not be published. And I was like, what do you mean? This is a real story. He just said something important. He said, I went and I published. It became the front page story of my newspaper. So they didn't like me. So what I'm saying is that I know it was happening. I was never offered anything as a reporter in Nigeria and then at Sahara Reporters, of course, you cannot accept any brown envelope if anybody tries. So you have to report, so there's nothing like that. I've never been up for giving any money, unfortunately.
Okay. We believe you. We'll verify. We'll go and verify.
Oh yeah. Oh, of course, of course. You can ask. There's a colleague of mine who is here. I think I see somebody in the studio who is
Yes. Yeah, I think
all right.
I see him too. Okay. So, being someone who practices in Nigeria, and I'm sure you still have very close colleagues that you speak to in Nigeria. What are the biggest challenges that you know or believe face journalists in Nigeria?
Oh, the business model is failing, not just in Nigeria, across the world. There's not enough. There's no money. Journalism requires money, and there's no money in the media anymore. Even New York Times is struggling, not to talk of Nigerian newspapers. Just think about it. What was the last time you bought a newspaper? When was the last time you paid for news? People don't pay for news, but people expect reporters to give them the best. How would they get the money to do it? How will a reporter in Lagos, most papers in Nigeria today, I've said this on Professor Nebula's show. I said that most papers in Nigeria, they don't have enough money to support the operation. That's why you find reporters are not paid well. And if they are not paid well, then you will expect some of the things that are going on. But the biggest challenge they have is really that because old people, the people that started with me, they are not practicing in Nigeria anymore. They're gone. They are now spokesman for whatever organization, NMPC. They go and work for the government. They speak for the governors. Because they can't. The structure of the industry cannot sustain a typical reporter to live his life and train his children, get married, and they don't pay them. There's no money to pay them. So that's the biggest problem. And then, of course, the experienced ones are not there. And when they are not there, nobody grooms, nobody mentors the younger ones. So sometimes people complain to me, look at what they are writing today. I say, yeah, but you left. You were supposed to be the managing director of this paper, but you are not there anymore. What do you expect? So that's the challenge. And then, of course, the big one I think I must mention, most papers in Africa, in Nigeria, let me concentrate in Nigeria, they were started by people who have political interests. So it's not really a professional. The goal is not to be like New York Times and last for 200 years or 300 years. They started it because they want to be president. They want to get contracts from the government. So you find out that they will tell you when you get in there, oh, don't touch this story. We don't, editor will say, oh, we don't do this. This is no. Don't you know that the GM is connected to, oh, no. Anyway, that's the,
yep. Thanks for that. Now let's go to an area that I'm sure a lot of people will be interested in to find out your opinion, because oftentimes when you host the show, you're neutral. People don't know. They can't even gauge. And as a man who's very calm, it's very difficult to tell what side you're on, what's your opinion on matters. The question is, if you had to advise the people now of southeastern Nigeria, those 5 states, or if you are to advise them based on the events going on, the sit at home, the clamor for power, the feeling of marginalization, just say generally you're standing in front of, not possible, but you're standing in front of them or at the mountaintop and you're speaking to them, what would your advice be to the people?
Wow. I don't think you know the people of the Southeast.
I know. You've said it that you're Republicans. Nobody can tell them what to do.
Yeah. You have to
listen to you.
Yeah, you have to start from that. You have to start from that. That acknowledging that that everybody's a king in his hometown, he's in his family, in his compound. Nobody tells anybody. But what bothers me about the Southeast is that it wasn't like this before the war. I was told from what I read, I wasn't there, but from every indication, people in the Southeast, they were not like this before, or there was a reversal. Let me put it that way. I give you an example. My dad was a teacher, like I said, and he had in our community growing up, he had high regard. The people listened to him, but something changed. There was a time something changed, and it happened while I was growing up. And at that point, people started paying attention more to people who have money. It became the most important thing. Not people who are wise, not people who are old, not the elders. There was a change, and I don't think people say that it was the war that caused it. I didn't know, but I wasn't there. But something changed. I know the transformation. So I want the people in the Southeast to remember, just like every other group in Nigeria, to think about their history, where they came from, pay attention to the past. I think we've been moving so fast, so quickly, transformation going on, that we're dropping certain things that actually served us well, that helped us to survive different periods in history. So the first thing is to pause and look back at their own history. My feeling is that there are so many Okonkwas now in the Southeast instead of Obiericas. Now, I'm making reference to characters in Chinua Achebe's novel. The Okonkwas have basically taken over in the Southeast instead of people like Obierica who were more, they contemplate things before they act on it. So that's the first thing. I'm afraid of telling anybody in the Southeast, even in my own family, what to do. No, you just say, if you take this step, it's like computer program. if you do this, this is what will happen. If you do this,
Right.
this is what will happen. But I can't tell anybody. I don't even want anybody to tell me to
What to
do
do?
this. No. And that's why I want people to be able to say what they think and air their views. But yeah, but I will point out, and that's what I've been doing. And I do comment on Igbo affairs. People who follow my columns will know that I'm not afraid of talking about anything. But the point is that I think for everybody in Nigeria, really, but for the Southeast, look back at your history. There's a generation that has no idea of what happened in the past and why things are the way they are. So
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander Gomez. Egmont, thanks for your super chat. They keep coming in. And for the rest of the guys, it's not a difficult process. Super chat is quite easy. It's like you're buying something online with your card. It's very straightforward. So if you're led, as they say, please support the channel with super chat. It's highly appreciated. All right, so we'll go to the next question. With the last election, the way things have gone, I started joining this show. I've seen it, a few times. I never paid attention because when I left Nigeria, I completely shot Nigeria out of my thinking. I didn't even look back. It's one of those goodbye, good luck. Um, but I kept, I would see things like your show would come up, Deola. I was just like, I'm not interested. But last year, summer, I was working away from home. I think not being with the family and all of that. I had a lot of time. I was living like a bachelor again, but I didn't have the luxury of being a full bachelor. So I'll go to work, I'll come back, sit in my room, had nothing to do. Stumbled on your show last summer, and I thought, you know what? Let me give my 2 cents. So I started, joining because of Peter B. That's the only reason why I paid attention to the last election cycle. Now, with the popularity Obi got, with the support he got, with the love he got from a lot of, mostly young people in Nigeria and all of that, do you think if Peter Obi had won the election, do you think he would have made an impact as much as the people were expecting?
yeah, I think so. Anybody but Buhari. Anybody but Buhari, even that Tinubu will make an impact eventually if he stays. Yeah, P2B will have made an impact. At least one thing I think he got right was the fact that we need to do something about the size of the government that we run in Nigeria. That alone, he would have made an impact. The fact that Tinubu has not done anything about that is surprising to me because he has an opportunity to do something at this point. I mean, immediately he came in, understanding that this is a problem. If you look at the guy in Namibia, Zambia, I think Zambia or Namibia, one of these African countries, the guy just came in and just sliced things and said, "Look, don't pay me. I'm
Zambia.
okay." And Tinubu could have afforded that. I mean, he didn't need Nigeria's money, even though the wife said that she didn't have 2 million. But I know that the money from Nigeria is not what he had to survive on. So that would have been a symbolic gesture to begin the conversation about how to actually cut deep into the cost of governance. And I think Peter Obi will have done that easily.
Okay, thank you for that. And the final question for myself, it's twofold. What's your expectation of, if you have any, of Tinubu's government for as long as it lasts? It could end in 6 months and it could last 8 years. We're not the ones to decide. But while it lasts, what's your expectation if you have any? And the second question is, if you are to advise Tinubu, if you are someone that not that he does, if you're who's ringing the bell, please do.
No, it's not. It's nobody's ringing the bell.
Okay, there's no bell for me. I'm in charge. Just joking. So, if you have any expectations of Tinubu's government, and the second question is, if you are that one person that he will listen to, if you're like his closest, you know, confidant, the one that he will go to for advice, what would you advise him? Those are the last two questions.
Okay, the first one, expectations. I expect him to be aware that majority of the country did not support him. He has been carrying along as if he got a massive vote from from Nigerians. So if you're aware of that, he should actually try to borrow from Ngige, Chris Ngige, when he rigged himself into office in Anambra State and became the governor. So what Chris Ngige did was that he worked hard, he did everything, he made sacrifices trying to um, get the people to support him. So I expect that from that Tinubu should have been doing something like that. But I don't think Tinubu is capable of doing these things we're expecting him to do. But there are people around him who should know what to do to win the. No, I'm serious. I don't think there's a lot of things that are being hidden. They don't let people see. Um, but that's a different topic. But I expect him to actually try to win the confidence of people who did not vote for him. But he's not doing enough of that. He's not doing that. I don't even see any sign that he's doing that. In terms of advising him, if I'm the only one, the first thing is to acknowledge that he did not win the election. No, forget about the election. The first thing is to say, "This is who I am." I don't understand why he cannot come out and say, "This is who I am. This is my real name. This is where I was born. This is why." That's where
I
you
think
have to start. You
I
have to
think that
start.
would.
He needs to
Don't you
start
think
from.
that might be because there's still a court case, and if he comes
No,
out to
no,
say that
it's not.
now,
It has nothing to do with any court case. That
okay,
where you were born, where you grew up. What's the story? Why is it hidden? I'm not saying tell us how you ended up at Chicago and what happened in Chicago, but there are some basic things. The fact is that transparency, I can deal with lack of transparency. It's difficult for me, especially in someone who is a public figure. If you want to be a public figure, you want to serve the people, we understand. We will sympathize with you. Transparency. That's the first thing. Accountability. Why can't he tell us, publish his declaration of assets? Why is it hidden? We know you are rich. That's where to begin. These two things. It's not difficult to change Nigeria. It's not difficult to move the country in a different direction. They just don't want to do it because they're all compromised.
okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolf Okonkwo. This brings an end to the
I
session
survived.
where I ask you all the questions.
I
We
survived.
said it was going to be 45 minutes, and
No, no, he
I
didn't
think I'm doing
survive.
well. Well under
You are
time.
being very nice to him.
All right,
No, no, no. So
come with.
I've saved. So you've come in your camouflage now. I know you've come for work,
Mm,
but I've saved the buzz
you're
boost
being nice.
for the people to come and ask their question. But Rudolph, thank you very much for opening up. For letting people into your world and knowing how it started for you, who you are, for family.
Mm,
Journalism, what you do. 9 to 5 that pays your bill, because I know YouTube definitely doesn't pay your bill. The way you run your channel, you're not in this to make money. You just want to give people a platform. The people who run YouTube channels to make money, there's a difference. But thank you for giving us an opportunity, a platform where we come. For some of us, we just come and rant every Saturday. We've been told it's tired lines, tedious, say something else, but it makes us happy. We feel better after we've ranted. Forefathers and CM would have a go and would separate them, and next time it will be me and Kulata in the comment section. But thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going to let people in based on how they came in. I know Forefathers has used he
It's
uses
privilege.
privilege.
he uses privilege,
Uh,
the local privilege. But Professor
privilege.
Nebulos came in quite early, so I'm going to let Professor Nebulos come in. He's going to join us.
Mm,
Local P was quite quick
mm,
to join us as well. Uncle Igbo Basics will be joining. Uh,
mhm.
the Rasta Man will be joining us from Texas. I think we have everyone here for now. So Rudolph will be sending out the link for you to join us. Please, like I stated earlier, for guys in the comment section, it'll be a nice gesture if you send your comments through super chat. You don't have to, but it'll be a nice gesture. We'll pick as many as we can. And for the gentlemen on the panel, if you please, keep it straightforward to the question. I mean, you might end up asking one or two, but if we spend 2 minutes, 3 minutes saying thank you, we appreciate all you do. God will bless you, and repeat it, 10 times. It would just be a waste of time. All right, over to you, gentlemen.
Right.
Professor
Yeah.
Nebulous. Hold for us just 1 second. I think Professor Nebulous even came before I before I came in. So let's go to Professor Nebulous first, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Doctor, that means on a soft side, I would like to visit your garden one of these days. We live very close, okay? That's just on that. Because you tantalized me with it in one of your videos. I would love to visit it. Now,
Thank
the question that I want to ask you, I want you to be as honest as possible on this.
Mhm.
God will inform my subsequent videos. This man, Emmanuel Ekpa, I am of the opinion that his activities are likely to jeopardize Nandi Kanu's chances. That's just my personal opinion. What I want to ask you is, are you sure or are you saying that Emmanuel Ekpa's machinery alone is
You mean
more
Simon?
powerful than the whole five states of in the east, that they cannot contain him? And again, are you telling me that the Ohanese
Simon.
Igbo cannot do anything to tame Emmanuel Ekpa or to even disown him? Okay, because he has disrupted so many things, economic and so many things in Igbo land right now. It's only somebody who is not, reasonable that will say, well, his impact is not felt by the poor people around there. So are you saying that Ohaneze Igbo are not working in sync with this guy? Number one. Or are you saying that the whole five governors, they are not able to muster machinery that can tame this guy to the extent that a state governor will give order to his own people, and the people, in order to follow their state government, then the Emmanuel Ekpa's forces will force them otherwise? What's going on? Please tell me honestly, what's happening there?
All right. So a correction. That's Simon Ekpa. You mean? I know you are
Simon.
Simon Ekpa. Okay. So
Oh, Simon, okay.
yeah. First of all, let me just dismiss the Ohanese one. I don't know what you think about Ohanese. Some people don't know that it's just a group of people in their they're not powerful. They don't have any infrastructure. They don't have nothing. And like I was mentioning when he asked me about Igbo people and talking to them, you have to. I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of who the Igbo people are and how they operate. Nobody governs the Igbo people. Hanese has no power to tell Igbo people to do anything, and the governors are where you can say that probably they could do more. But I can tell you that they are doing things. There are people, different groups are doing things to try. And they've had meetings, several meetings, trying to, talk to him and trying to control what's going on. But it's difficult. I felt after the whole thing started, I felt like I should apologize to the people from the Northeast of Nigeria. So when Boko Haram started, you know what we felt? A lot of people felt that people from the Northeast were supporting Boko Haram, that was why they were doing the things they were doing. But after the situation in the East developed, I discovered that that is not true. Um, what happened was that there are people actually, few people who probably were supporting them, but majority of people in the Northeast were they had to keep quiet. They were afraid. People in the Southeast, a lot of people were afraid. They are afraid. People you expect to talk, they are afraid. They can't say anything. So um, it's that kind of a situation. I don't think that the Ohanese can do anything. That's out of the question. The governors, their hands are tied. I don't know what they can do. Whenever you come to a situation where you have armed group, people who are armed, whichever group operating in any territory, people are afraid. You don't know who is who. You don't know who is operating. You don't know which group is operating who. People are afraid. What do you want them to do? And a lot of people say that one day, I've interviewed people who say one day when the Igbo people stand up and say, we end this sit at home, they will end it. I'm waiting for that day. And I don't know where they will call the meeting and where they will all say, today we are going to stop it and we're going to do this. So it's more complex than people think. It's more complex. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Rudolph. Thank you, Team Ajek. Thank you, Jaja, for the super chat. I see you guys. Those are my goons in the comment section. I know them, and I think they're supporting one of their own. Thank you guys. All right. So this is what we'll do, because we have a lot of people trying to join. Once you've asked your question, I'll move you backstage. Not remove you completely, just move you backstage, so that we can bring more people on and get them to ask their questions. So it's not personal or anything. But okay, Local P, you're next. Unmute yourself.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Oga. Now you're on the hot seat today. Your should light up today. Your should light up today. Okay. Once again, happy Sunday, everybody, and I hope you all are well at home and where you are, and greetings to your families wherever you are. I was listening from the beginning. I didn't hear much about your time in Sahara Reporters, as in all the things. Or is it something that is off for you to answer? Because since she didn't ask you about it,
any question I can answer. That's okay.
Okay. So I was thinking during this every political season before. Then when Sahara Reporter was bringing out news, this and that, at the time, is there any point where Sahara Reporters, and let me not say Showore per se, Sahara Reporters, or maybe Showore is like maybe taking side, towards trying to favor any particular government, whether it's this side or this side, whether it's pro Jonathan or against Jonathan or pro Buhari against Buhari? Is there any time Sahara Reporter was, taking side with any party or government, whether opposition or for? And were they just simply neutral and just bring out the truth and for people to see? Because sometimes we will get the feelings that he's supporting this government, after a long while he's now supporting this government. So like during when they were doing their journalism, were they at any time supporting any government, something like that? Yeah.
Okay. This is what I would say, and I would say no. Because, but I have to give a caveat. One is that I didn't work mostly on the Sahara Reporter side. I did Sahara TV most of the time. But I can tell you that I was accused of the same thing. I've done Dr. Damages for 12 years now. So I saw the Jonathan's administration. I saw the Yaradua. I saw a little bit of Yaradua and Jonathan Buhari. So to people who were watching when Jonathan was in power, I was siding the opposition. I was siding with Buhari. And when Buhari came, I started siding with the opposition again because I'm criticizing Buhari. So this is how the media works. So let me explain this to people who do not know. Every media house anywhere in the world, to a large extent, they want to publish the story first. They want to publish the big story. So if you come to me now and say, I have this document and it's from this government in power, I will publish it because I want my paper to be the first to publish it.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, I'm not saying there are no situations where some people may not publish, but there are very, very, very small number of media houses who see a big story and don't publish it. They'll publish it. So Sahara was publishing what they were getting. And also you have to notice that the government in power is the one we are going to hold accountable, not the one that is out. So I'm not going to waste time now talking about PDP or Labour Party. We are going to look at what Tinubu is doing and criticizing. To people who support Tinubu, we've been paid by
the opposition,
your Labour Party. Yeah, but what happened was if Jonathan left and Buhari came, Sahara Reporters and every other paper became critical of the government because you have to hold the people who have power to account. So that's how it works. I don't think that anybody is. And again, the other thing is important. This is very important. People don't know this. When people are in power, you know how Sahara gets a story. So not Sahara, every media house. Someone will leak a story from the government. So when I was at Sahara, people call me sometimes, why are you people bringing down Igbo politicians? Why is it that only Igbo people are being brought down? They are talking about Stella Odua, they are talking about whatever, most people. But I say to them, give me a story about the other people. Let's see if give me a story. Give me, if people are leaking, if I'm the minister of information and somebody under me is leaking information to the media will publish it.
Yeah.
So it's all about, let me tell you this funny story. I went to Lagos and I visited, I was with my cousin. We went to see somebody in his office. And the person was talking about, oh, this is what the government of Lagos is doing to me. I'm going to send this to Sahara reporters. And the guy, my cousin, looked at me. The person talking didn't know who I was. But this is how it works. I'm going to send it to Sahara reporters, and Sahara reporters will expose this. Yeah, this is a crime. It's his decision. He sends the story to Sahara. Sahara publishes it. That's all. The people that send stories to People's Gazette, Premium Times, they publish it. To a large extent, that's what's going on. So it's about who is interested in revealing what's going on and who is not. And one last thing, somebody wrote me on Facebook, an Igbo guy, during that period. And he said to me, oh, I have this big story about this person in government. I said, okay, do you want me to connect you to the editor of Sahara Reporter so that you can share the story? And he said, I have to be paid. I said, paid for what? For the story. I said, as far as I know, nobody pays anybody for stories. If you have a story you think is important, it's going to help the country clean up what's going on, bring it. I can refer you to the editor, you work with them and they publish it. And I didn't hear from him again. So it's all about who is interested in revealing what's going on.
So does media houses, do they pay their reporters for information? Other media houses?
Do they pay their reporters?
Yeah, there's people that bring information to them.
No, as far as I know, I don't know anybody who pays for information. No.
Generally speaking, will you agree that media journalism is part of what is causing problem in Nigeria?
You should be happy that you still have newspapers in Nigeria. You should be happy that you still have them. Let me tell you this. You may not hear this anywhere. If not for the foundations like Makato Foundation, Osiwa, Ford Foundation, there are so many non-profit organizations supporting the media in Nigeria today. If they pull back, if they stop supporting them, you won't have any media to talk about. Is it the one Oji Zokalo is doing that with giving news, or the one that who are the people who own the papers in Nigeria today? They are not. They can't survive. You don't pay for news. Where would they get the money to do the job? Sometimes people tell them, "Oh, there's something happening in Port Harcourt. Go and cover it." So somebody will leave Lagos and go to Port Harcourt, stay in a hotel, cover the story, come back. By the time they finish, it's over 500,000 naira to cover one single story. Who is paying for that? Nobody pays for newspapers. How much do they get from adverts? Do you know all the papers in Nigeria, they don't publish up to 200,000 copies a day? Yeah, there's serious issues. People expect too much from the media, but nobody's giving back to the media. You get the media you pay for. You don't pay anything for the media.
But follow-ups, story follow-ups.
Okay.
Story follow-ups.
You can also say, you can blame the media. They are lazy. You can say they are
follow-ups.
They are no good. But these people are working under very terrible conditions. They are just like the police. The media is just like your police.
I don't have the bell, but
you get what you pay for.
We have to keep it moving. Thank you, Loco P. I'll put you backstage. The reason why Loco P is asking if you pay this journalist, he went to cover your story for a Korebabi. This man is thinking, when are you going to start paying me?
Yes. Were you paid?
So he wants to know if you're going to start paying him.
You've not done any other stories.
In case I pay, let me write my check right now.
You've not done any other stories since then because you were not paid. That's
thank you, Loco P. I'm going to take a question that came in through a super chat. I came from Isaiah. Isaiah wants to know, Dr. Damages, how many Nigerian languages do you speak?
Just Igbo. I lived in Yoruba land. I learned Yoruba from the first day till I left. But I can't save myself. I hear a few things. I understand few. I was in the north. I know few words, but that's it. No.
All right.
Just, yeah.
Thank you for that. Also, thank you, Tokwe O, for the super chat. The dollar sign, I'm guessing, is from the US. Thank you. Show you should consider journalism. Great job, and thank you, Dr. Damages, for all you
he's tired.
Okay, so I am Dr. Damage's apprentice now. See, the Igbo. So you have to set me up when I finish. We're not doing the Yoruba apprenticeship. I'm not doing freedom. So I would learn from you. When I finish, you set me up, you open my
Yeah,
studio.
that's what we do. That's
That's what I'm saying, that we're doing the Igbo style. We're not doing the Yoruba
that's what we're
style
going to
where
do.
I pay you to learn and I do freedom and pay you. You would set me up when I finish.
No problem. No wahala.
So we have a deal. All right.
No wahala.
Thank you very much for that. Tope O. Now, who's next? Uncle Igbo Basics. The people have said in the comment section that Uncle Igbo Basic is going to surprise us today and keep it brief. He would go to the question. No Zebruda, nothing at all.
Don't preempt me, please. Don't preempt me. First of all, Dr. Damages, thank God for your gift. Let me put it that way. I mean, upon all the things that you are saying, sure, you have to understand that the work of journalism is a labor of love. If you expect to get paid, you might as well either go into politics or go into 419. Those are the areas where you get money. I haven't said all that. For Dr. Damages, I really appreciate the platform that you have been able to set up out here for people to be able to interact. Because the people in Nigeria, the media houses, their hands are tied, period. That you are providing a bridge for us to be able to say a lot of things that they cannot say when they're over there. You surprised us with your garden, and that reminded me that I grew some okra last year. It turned out to be a godo okra. The okra was taller than me, and in the end, it didn't yield what was expected because of where we live. So for today's show, I don't even know where to start, but I would go directly into asking you a question. I know you said your dad was a school teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get a chance to grow up at Nobi? And if so, were you able to go into the back corners of Nobi? And Mr. Sho, if you think I'm not going to talk about Zebudaya, you have something else coming, because Zebudaya happens to be from Nobi. And I'm asking my question because I have every intention of being at Nobi very soon, and Dr. Damages is going to give me a guide. Let me put it this way before I round up. I have known Dr. Damages for some years. You see, my name says Igbo Basics. I've known people from around, from name it. I've known people in my journeys. I took a particular interest in Dr. Damages. I can tell you one thing. I have a folder named Rudolf Okonkwo. And in that folder, because of we all do different things in different places, you will find photographs of Rudolf Okonkwo in places that you will not expect. And I wish someday that when I see him, I'll simply carry it and say, here, just in case. That's the kind of thing some of us do. Because if I tell you that you guys started taking pictures today because everybody has a camera, a phone. Click, click, click. We were taking pictures when you have to do film. I am not a journalist, I say. I would describe myself as a photojournalist. But when it comes to the people that you call Igbo, I can boast to you that we here, from any of the politicians of contemporary times, is it Mwabara, is it OUK, that was the last time we played politics, if I put it that way. We have images of these folks, and we have images of people from the cultural side, we have images. So what am I trying to say? Dr. Damages, I just want to thank you for all the work that you have been doing. And I want you to also understand that the guidance that you gave to us when we found out that you were from Nobi, not too long ago, because I never ask anybody where you're from. I just say you're an Igbo person, I deal with that. So my question again is, as far as Nobi is concerned, did you grow up there? Because your dad as a teacher, moving from place to place? And if so, I would like to know a little bit more about the hinterland that is behind the bushes, because that's where I go whenever I go home.
All right,
I
thank
think
you. Thank you so much. I grew up in, yeah, I finished my primary school there and my secondary school. I was 15 when I left. And Novice there to me I'm a strong advocate for the town. I my viewpoint of the world or the country where I come from is based on understanding of Nobi. Nobi is actually like Nigeria. Nobi is divided into three. The way Nigeria is divided into, you have, I tell people you have the Yoruba part of Nobi, you have the Hausa part of Nobi, and you have the Igbo part of Nobi. So all the dynamics I see in Nigeria, I see it in Nobi. So, but it's a very wonderful town, and I believe that my inspiration is from there. The people I met there, the kind of environment I grew up in, the structure of the family system there. They are the things that are my source of inspiration. And when I look at assist governments in Nigeria, I don't assess them based on what's happening in Lagos or what's happening in Enugu or what's happening in Sokoto. I think about somebody like it used to be my grandmother. I always think about what have you done for my grandmother? How is this going to impact my grandmother? But my grandmother passed now, my father passed. So I think about some of my classmates now. I think about this policy, what is it going to do for this my classmate that is here in Nobi? If it doesn't work for my classmate, I don't think it works for the country. So that's the viewpoint I'm coming from. And yeah, so that's it. Love is very important to me, and that's where I got I started questioning things, and everything I know is from there. Really.
so. You are an uncle to Zebediah because I see similarity in both of you. Similarity in the sense that you are both upright people, you are straight shooters, and you know the man to the best of your ability. Can you tell us a little bit about that giant from Nobi? Because it's a giant.
Well,
Something
I've never met him. It was on your Zoom link that I met him for the first time. I never met him. His brother is married to my cousin. We never met. But there are a few people in Nobi that were very influential to me. He was one of them from a distance. But there's somebody called Edwin Manago. He was a distributor chairman at the Guardian. It was because of him that I actually became not became a journalist, but became my traction in journalism. Because when I got to Lagos, someone introduced me to him, and he helped me in journalism and in understanding the country. So I would say Eddie Manago was Nobi person that was more like a mentor to me in journalism. But beyond that, also I mentioned Merlin Ezekiel, who also was the first person I worked for. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Damages. I will keep it short today.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uncle Igbo Basics. I'll bring someone in now who is dressed specially for today's occasion. I'm not sure where he's going after this, but here he comes. Anyway, Ovie, you're next. From one YouTuber to another. Ovie, ask your question.
Thank you, sure. And I'll keep my criticism of your job today for later.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just opening my teeth. Don't worry.
Anyway, good job. Rudolf, let me just get straight to it because I have pilots of questions, but they are all related. You talked about your love for journalism, media in general, that in your next life, if you have the privilege, you do it again. And I think I'll follow right behind you. I totally agree with you on that, the importance of journalism. And being the fact that human being, all we do is talk, wake up and just start talking. The world we see today is built out of stories. So I agree with you on that. Then you went further to say that that something is missing within the Igbo as a tribe before the civil war and after the war. You can't seem to put your hand in what is wrong. Will I be wrong, or correct me if I'm wrong, if I say that from that time onward, I would say from the days of Zeke of Africa, who launched pilots to actually pilot his own ambition, will you agree with him that the Igbos, if there's anything they fail to do, is to invest, they fail to invest in media?
Oh, Okay, yeah.
That's
Okay, that's
yes,
good.
that's one. Then again, I don't know if I agree with you when you said that the Nigerian media, yes, is not flourishing because of lack of support. I see your point there, but on the other hand, you are giving more credits to the foreign support, the likes of McCarthy Media and the rest. Then immediately you condemn Kalu of his own media punch and all that, who is doing his best. You might disagree with that he's doing it, but he's doing his best to make sure media stays in Nigeria. Instead of encouraging, rather you are encouraging the outsider who have their own agenda, regardless of how beautiful they are supporting us. But there's always something underneath that, because out of experience, right? History has never failed us in that regard. That's two. Then the last one is evolution of media. You admire the fact that you were in thick and times of print media, the newspapers and all that, and you are one of those people who make it smoothly to TV partially, despite the fact that you are out of Nigeria. But with the Sarah report, I would say that you have your own shares of TV. And today, world is social media, right? You're in your 50s. Social media is pretty much designed for, I would say, TikTok generation. People who have a short mind in terms of how to consume media and put it out. But you are not like him here. You are right in the middle of it. So, what is the secret? But most importantly, where do you think, what chance the we that occupy the social media space, what's our chance in terms of surviving tomorrow?
All right, thank you so much. The Igbo media, I've been an advocate for Igbo media for a long time, for a very long time. Someone like Lexi, he was here. I think the first time he wrote me was when I wrote about Igbo media and the West African pilots. I remember they published it. But anyway, I've been an advocate. It's something that is very important that is missing. And that's why people say today that Igbo people don't have a viewpoint, that they are not united. They are not, no group of people in Nigeria is united. They are always, you find divisions within every group. But what the media does is that the media will project this image of that group. So the Tribune and what is called the Legacy Battle Press today has a way of projecting an image of this is the image, this is the viewpoint of the Yoruba. In the north, their media will project. That used to be what's the name of that northern newspaper, the Daily Trust and all. If you read them constantly, you get a viewpoint that they are projecting. But in the east, we don't have such strong media. You have, I think we had what's his name? Iwanyanwu had a media champion and then Ojuzokalo had Telegraph. Is still there. Telegraph is still there, and the Sun. But they are not actually in the service of projecting the Igbo viewpoint, which is not a bad thing. They say in private business they can decide how to run it. But there's need for more media, not just about projecting viewpoints, but also holding the governors, the people who are running the East, accountable. Do you know that there are some states in the East that there's no newspaper that will question the governor about whatever they are saying? None. So how do you expect them to do better? Nobody's questioning them. There are some now that are coming up. There's Ikenga Online, which is started about a year ago. Is hoping to be the media that will be critical, that will look at what's going on in the East, but it still needs support. It's not easy to run the media. You guys, I can overemphasize this. It's not easy. It's expensive. You don't make money out of it, but it contributes to making the society better. New Nigeria, yeah. Someone reminded me, New Nigeria. I used to write for New Nigeria in the North. It helps to galvanize opinion. And then you say, oh, this is how the North is thinking. This is how the West is thinking. This is how the East is thinking. How do you know that? Unless there's a media that is putting together viewpoints, and then people will start emulating what they are reading. People grew up reading Taishora Lane, reading Awolowo, Obola Ige, all those people. That's how they form their opinion. If you don't have any media representing that region, people will come up with different ideas and there's no one that will bring it together. So you're right about that. In terms of Carlo, so I'm not saying that having a newspaper is not important. It's very important. But I'm saying that you have to run it professionally. The problem we have look at the papers that have lasted long in Nigeria: Vanguard, Guardian, Punch. because the people that started these papers, they were not interested in politics. They were not there to go and run for governor or run for this and get people to basically give them contract because they own newspapers. The ones that were started that way, like Satellite, that was started by Jim Moore, died because if it didn't serve the purpose anymore, they would collapse. And they don't run it professionally. They just want to make be there, make name, and be able to get government contracts. In terms of evolution of the media, and I don't know how I'm surviving. It's too much. I mean, it's the transformation is so quickly, so fast, and it's shocking. You know how much you need to feed the beast. You have to produce. You have to keep producing. You have to tweet. You have to. It's difficult. My love is really to write fiction, write poetry, not all these things. But because of the political situation in the country, we can't just sit down in our rooms or in our studies and write novels when the country is going to hell. So that's why we're doing this. My primary goal. Go ahead.
The last one, the YouTubers. Do we have a future in covering the political space in Nigeria?
I don't know. I don't know. When I think about how many people are following, you know that Tunde Not has more followers than most people who think they are using YouTube or all these channels to cover politics. So I don't know how much impact we are making, but I'm seeing that channels, for instance, when they go live on YouTube, more people see them across the world. People probably who have the generator on to watch them at night. People who have gas, I think it's going to play a role, but I don't know how much it's playing at this point.
Yeah, but the future, I said, do we have does it stand a chance?
YouTube could disappear tomorrow. I don't trust this internet, the technology at this point. There's a lot of changes happening. I don't have confidence. Sometimes I worry when I have things on YouTube. I say, do I have it somewhere saved? Because you can wake up tomorrow and they said, sorry, we're gone. So no, I don't know. I don't think about YouTube as a tool. I'm thinking about the whole.
No, in social media generally, though.
In general, yeah, in general,
social media in general.
Yeah, but also you have to be aware that the attention span of people are getting shorter and shorter. Now you do a 15-minute video, they say that's too long. We can't watch it. You write an article that is 1,000 words. People will just write. The first comment will be, "This is too long, too much grammar." I'm not, and you wonder. People complain, "Oh, they don't teach us history," but then newspapers are full of history when you read them, but people are not reading. People don't want to read. So we don't know where things are going, but we're going to be here. We're going to be part of it, and we are going to do our best. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Will. Prince Akwachi, you're next. Please, let's keep these questions to one question because there are quite a lot of people waiting in the backstage to ask the questions, and there are questions in the comment section that we're going to take as well. So, Prince Akwachi.
Okay, good morning, Dr. Damages and Show. Thank you for, filling the gap. And just a quick question for you before I go to Dr. Damages. Are you still single? Or you are occupied now?
I'm very married. I wear 2 wedding rings when I go out.
Okay, congratulations. Dr. Damages, for me, it's been a time well spent because why I said that is that I've been following you right from you know when you were in Sahara TV. As a matter of fact, I program your episodes and other stuff. So sometimes even when I miss it, I have to go back and watch it. That was how much I love your your presentation. My quick questions to you is, have you ever thought about, kind of like investing in publications, you know, on your own? Because for me, I, I feel you'll be able to, write a lot, for us to know more about you than just the way you're just presenting it now because by tomorrow other things will overtake that. Is there any plan that you'll be publishing a book about yourself?
Okay, thank you. When I did my master's in creative writing, I wrote a memoir because of my grandfather. So it's not been published. It will be published. I don't know when. I'm not in a hurry to publish it, but that will tell you everything from when I was born to when I came to America. So the part two of them of the memoir, I'm starting it already. So yeah, it's gonna come out. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince Akwachi. Dr. Alexander Gomez, my bon in Lagos. I see you. I salute you. Thank you for the super chat. Don't worry, your friend Dr. Pansat will eventually forgive me for being a Yoruba man and support his Igbo brother. That's the mistake we make. See, you've been asked to support your Igbo brother, but because a Yoruba man is hosting, you have an issue. You're supporting Rudolf Pansat, not me. I don't. Let's leave it. Let's carry on. All right. San Antonio, you have the floor.
Dr. Njakere. Thank you. So, a long time ago, I was on YouTube and I saw this guy in toilet talking to I saw this guy in toilet talking, and I took interest. And I started watching your show, watching Sahara Reporters, but watching your weekly show, I look forward for it to come out. I think I started on episode 90 something, all the way to I kind of fall off when you celebrated your 200 and something episode or whatever. I watched what is her name now? The girl Bisola, or the girl that now have her own show, and Tomato Joss. All those people. You're true son of Anambra State, and we are proud of you. We're proud of what you have accomplished. I was astonished to know that you're from Nnobi, because between Nnobi and Nnokwa, there is this cashew area. Like they have a bunch of cashew everywhere. We used to pack and get into the bush and get a lot of cashew from there while we are passing through Nnobi. My mother is from Uneni, so Nnobi, Alo, Adazie, and all those areas, I kind of have an idea what they are. So you're really, really true son of Anambra State. For me, I have two questions for you, two quick questions. The first one, as intelligent as you are, living in the Western world, have practiced a little bit in Nigeria before getting into Western world. When you look at Nigeria right now, where do you think? Because in next 15, 20 years, you're going to be in your 70s. Where do you think and what do you expect where you want Nigeria to be? Then the follow-up that question, if that happened, would you, as an individual, retire in Nigeria or in America?
All right. Thank you so much. I've never thought about retirement and where it should be. I only know where we die. We die in Geneva, Switzerland. I don't know where I will retire. And so when I left Nigeria, the first place I landed was Geneva. And I looked around and said, oh, this is the place I should die. This is where to die. I've not changed that idea from that point. But anyway, in terms of retirement in Nigeria, this is what I think. I think that if we sustain the drive by the young people that we have now towards reforming and changing the country, I don't know the form is going to take. There will be a change, and I think if there is a change, most people abroad will go back. If someone like Peter B had won this election, I'm sure a lot of people will have gone back to Nigeria to settle. And it doesn't require a lot. All you need in Nigeria is to be fair to people, everybody. Be fair to everybody. Provide security to people, for the country, and be transparent. Be accountable. That's all. That's all. The country will transform immediately. There are other things I know, the constitution and everything. But if you can I wish they can just be transparent. Publish all the information that people do not know. That how much that will change anything. Let me give you an example. In Massachusetts, where I used to live,
you were a young dreamer out of South Gwinnett.
Now the government,
One of the last to be drafted, straight to the league. You were eager to make a
someone
name
is
for yourself.
listening to TV
Six
while
man became your calling card.
anyway. I don't know that show. Find the person. It's your show now. But
Sorry
anyway,
about that.
so when you
It was Rastaman.
in Massachusetts, the government
Apologies.
decided to publish how much everybody who works for the government earns, the salaries of everybody. That was transformational. So people like people who live above their means, you can point at people who live above their means. It will be easy to question people. It will be easy for a lot of things will be a lot easier. But we are too guarded, and we think that anybody is against us, or people are when the media is asking for transparency and accountability. Do you know we have Freedom of Information Act in Nigeria, the same one we have in America? But I don't think any media house or anybody has been able to make any government agency to give them information. So, for instance, I can say I want to know how much the president Buhari got as security votes for the past 8 years. You can't find it anywhere. They won't give it to you. All your state governors, they should be able to give it to you, but they are afraid. It's not difficult. So I could retire in Nigeria. I don't know. I don't have a sense of retirement. I'm not thinking about retirement. I hope I will continue to write. I will continue to do whatever I can do until I die. I'm not thinking I will sit down, do what? I will continue to write. If I'm able to talk, I will continue to talk. And that's it. I'm not thinking about retirement. I may not teach. I mean, teaching is easy. I mean, for now, it's easy. But if I can't walk, if I can't maybe stand up anymore, but I'll continue to write, hopefully. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Rudolph, for that. And also, shout out to One Man Went to Mo, supported with a super chat. I'm aghast. For those of you who are part of this family.
No, he's my friend. What are you talking about? One man.
No, I'm just saying. I'm aghast. It's an inside joke.
Okay.
One of the times he came here and he said I'm aghast, and a lot of people took to that word, and it became the joke for the day. But thank you, One Man, for the support. That's highly appreciated. So we go next to Isimiri, Makeup of London.
Sorry, Mr. Shaw, it's not Isimiri. It's pronounced as Izmiri, and it's not makeup. When I say cosmetics.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
When I say cosmetics,
Ismiri.
it's
Ismiri. Let's start from that. Ismiri.
Yes, I need to make it clear. Okay. Cosmetics it involves both the skin, skincare, face care, perfumes, and body care. So all in one, okay?
Apologies. So
and it's pronounced as Izmiri, okay?
Okay. So now let's take that again. Okay. So camera rolling, action. So now let's go to Izmiri Cosmetics.
There you go.
Perfect. You have the floor.
Thank you. So what I want to say is thank you, Mr. Egmont Alexander. We appreciate you. I've been calling for people that come to this platform to support this wonderful platform. At least, if not for the things we learn here, it's a good place to listen to people, that we come from the same country. It is good that we support it to encourage not just Dr. Damages, but the people that come here to see that this platform that we want to see grow bigger is being sustained. He doesn't need to ask for that money. He's not that sort of a person that asks. But please do help. I believe every little helps. Mr. Pansat, Alexander has done his bit now. We're waiting for you, not just 100. We want you to show him how to do it, okay? And for the ladies, do something about it as well. Thank you very much. We appreciate you all, our lovely viewers and in the chat section. Without you guys, this platform will not function, actually. So my question for Dr. Njakre Damages, if I can borrow that word, is what do you think separates your platform, Dr. Damages Show, from other Nigerian platforms? That is one. I'm going to mix them together. What advice do you have for upcoming aspirants who want to have their platform, political platforms or either otherwise, to how would you advise them to go about it? What advice do you have for them to keep them on the right track? Because a lot of people might see you as their hero. Then finally, how do you manage to keep the cool in your platform, going by the fact that in the panelists we have different people, different ideologies and different behaviors, and where you have a lot of compassionate people for their country, there is bound to be clashes. How do you manage to still stay cool? Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. First of all, this is not my idea. This whole show is show and other people plotted it. So, but it's good. I like the feedback I'm getting from people because sometimes you don't know what people are thinking. In terms of the platform, my it's very simple. I want people to be able to air their views. We started something like this at Sahara when we were at Sahara. It's called that time it was called let me see, it was called I think we were using Skype calls. So I really enjoyed it that people called in and tell us what they think about the things we were doing, and it was wonderful. I like to hear from people. I don't believe I know it all. I don't believe and ideas come out from people that you don't expect them, ideas to come up from. You may think that this person, I talk to people on the streets and I enjoy that because you never know. Just like P2B said, the idea came from a madman. There could be ideas from anybody. I believe that. I listen to everybody. I don't know it all. And I don't think it's only the people at the top that you should be talking to. People at below you, they all have ideas. And I think the more people talk, the more people learn. I've learned a lot. I learned a lot from listening to people here, from listening to people everywhere in my life. So it's something that is natural to me. I don't like suppressing opinion. I don't like people being. I've never banned anybody on my social media platform. I don't remove people. I don't. I no matter what you're saying, I don't take these things very seriously to the point. Yeah, go ahead. You want to say something?
No, I'm just saying I've removed a few people on your behalf.
So in terms of what separates, okay, thank you. My platform, I watch other people. When I have time, I go to I go to One Man, I go to Niger Watch, I go to Mayegun, I go everywhere people are talking Obodo Ibo. If I have time, I just go and listen. You learn from every platform. I don't think everybody should do the same thing that one person is doing. I think people should do what they are comfortable with. I'm not comfortable with certain things. There's none that is right or wrong. Together, they all make up the story of Nigeria. Think about it. If somebody else is watching, and they are watching on this platform, they don't get the whole picture. So I think just like we have Fox News, we have CNN, we have MSNBC, everybody should do their own thing. And yeah.
I meant what makes yours unique? What separates yours from their one?
Because you guys come. It's not me. I don't do anything. You guys come and talk. That's all. If it's left for me, I will just be sitting down and talking. You guys are the ones who make it unique. I mean, maybe that environment makes it easy for people to tell us about their mom and what happened when the church took over the Paul, what is that story again? When the church took over the, people feel free to air their, I like that. And that's what I enjoy. If I see that people are free to say things and tell the story, that's it. That's what I think makes it unique.
Right. I think other question is, what advice do you have to aspiring YouTubers? What would you advise them?
Oh, you just find something you are passionate about. You should be able to talk about this without anybody watching you. I like OVA. Sometimes I go to OVA's panel platform and I see OVA may be the only one. OVA is talking to himself, and you have to get to that point.
OVA, don't let your head swell up, please.
You have to get to the point where you can stand in front of the camera and speak to nobody. Then you are ready. Yeah.
All right.
But the other thing is to cut corners and do things like that. There's something I can set up a topic now that will bring everybody mad, people to come, but that's not the point. The point is to have normal conversation, and whoever is in government to be able to continue to do the same thing. If I don't have the kind of sense of what I think I'm doing, there may be somebody who will come into power, like Obi may come into power. I will say, oh, because he's my brother, I won't be able to talk about. No, I don't think about that, because that doesn't cross my mind. I don't look at Buhari because he's not my brother, or Tinubu because I look at it that this is what I want to do. This is why I'm doing this, and whoever is there, I will do the same thing. So.
All right, thank you very much, Simri. Thank you, Rudolf, for answering that.
Can I leave now and come back, sure, so someone else can come in?
All right, sure, we'll do that. For others, you can come in, and if you remove Isimiri forefathers, you can come
Thank
in.
you.
Thank you, Ebi from Canada, the senior engineer, the one from Kulata's hometown. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, I do look handsome. It depends on the day of the week you catch me. Sometimes I look decent. Sometimes even I look at the mirror, I'm like, oh God, what happened here? But it depends on the day of the week. Thank you for the super chat. We really appreciate that. Chiplex Media, thank you very much for the super chat. Highly appreciated. Forefathers, we won't skip you. So you've been in and out. I'm not sure how to take this because the man right after you might take a bit of time. So, forefathers, are you happy for me to take Lexi then come back to you?
Yes, take Lexi first. Let him go first.
Please ask your question.
So, anyway, greetings to everyone, and this is a very good idea. What Dr. Damages has done today, so you all can get to know him better. I scarcely have any question for him except one. And before I ask that question, I want to use this opportunity to say that human societies are not all exactly the same, and they solve their problems according to their circumstances. A lot is being said about, oh, I even heard it from the junior Ojukwu in the interview he was having, that the Igbos they want the great one Nigeria so that they can do their trade. That doesn't sound right to me. Israel is all over the world. The Jews, they're all over the place. But they thought it wise to have their own nation state, in which where they go, they are relaxed, at least for the time being, because I know they're still having stones thrown at them. But the fact that they can control their own destiny makes them very proud of the state of Israel. And they have achieved humongous things in life, science and otherwise, as a result of that. So when you are thinking, stop saying this thing that, oh, you need the whole of Nigeria because it's a big market. The world is the market today. What we need is a state, a home state. And if you are part of that and it is Biafra, there's no reason to shy away from it. We will still relate to if you call them brothers, okay, in Nigeria, the distance will be the same. So let us stop saying this thing. We need the whole Nigeria because we have business and investment. You can still invest in Nigeria, but keep yourself safe within your own part of the world. Otherwise, they killed us in South Africa. They're killing us in Nigeria. Everywhere we are, we face this kind of hostility. It's time for us to have our own nation state so that we can survive. Men like Rudolf, there are many Rudolfs in that part of the country. How many of them have fallen to the bullets of the killers? There are many Chino Achebes. How many of them have fallen to the bullets of the killers? There are many Chikobi mathematicians, and so on. Let us stop this endangering of our species as the people we are. The world hates us, including those within our immediate surroundings. Now, well done, Rudolph. And only one question I have for you, and it's totally out of what I've just said now. When do you sleep? How do you rest? Thank you.
That's interesting. Question. Yeah, I know. I have this weird pattern. I can sleep at any point. If we just shut everything down, I can sleep now in 10 minutes. And if I have 30 minutes or 1 hour sleep, that's enough to last me for another 2 hours. And I can, but I do get sleep, but it's not like the traditional thing of 8 hours every night or 4 hours every night. Yeah, you need that. But I do find time to sleep. But there's an Igbo proverb that says that the dead will have enough time to sleep. There's no need to. I know medically, it's the people the recommendation is that you should sleep, and I'm trying. Yeah, it's something I'm struggling with.
Thank you very much.
Nechenduya Arahulora. If you want me to translate that, it's a popular saying amongst us. Whoever is surrounded by enemies guards his life. Don't oversleep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lexi.
Lex.
Okay. Before we speak to forefathers, Pansat, I see your comment. You want me to condemn Kulata for insulting elderly Igbo people because of their tribe? Pansat, what I would say is take a mirror, look into it, and come back. Forefathers, it's your turn.
Yeah, greetings, show, and special greetings to Dr. Damages for doing this today. And greetings to all the people on the panel. And I did notice Paul looking special today. Greetings to everyone on the chat and the viewers. Yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I guess maybe we'll leave it for a bigger listing when I do my own kind of interview.
Hey, Google.
But mine. What is going on?
Is this
Scribe.
I know too. I know for father sleepless nights when the father that show is hosting Dr. Damage. You asked sleepless nights. Say, hey, you should have been me.
No, come on. I have questions. I wanted to come and join, to be fair, but as you can see, I was busy. I would like to do my own interview so that we can deal with these matters. So let me just go to my first question, right? My first question is, from your presence in Nigerian journalism, do you know any journalists that have taken the brown envelopes? And if so, give us their name, and we'll make sure they end up in the bottom of the lagoon. The point is that I'm just joking on that one. I'm joking on that one. I want to ask a specific question regarding that. Out of 10 journalists in Nigeria, let's say all of them are journalists, how many would you say have taken the brown envelope?
Maybe 8. This is not a big deal for them. So okay, let me tell you this story. Okay, let me tell this story. I was at the Guardian. I was already in America. I visited Nigeria. I went to the Guardian, and I was with an editor in his office, and reporters were coming in to get their assignments for the week. So I was there. They didn't know who I was. These reporters, young reporters, they had no idea who I was. They walk into the editor's office and they say things like, "Oh, I'm not going to cover this event." The editor will say, "Why?" "Because they only give you 5,000 naira. I'm not going to cover this event. I'm going to this one." This is openly. It's not. You guys talk about it like it's a big deal, something done in secret. It's called transportation money. It's called whatever they call it. So it's not.
Mobilization.
Okay. I'm sure you've had that some newspapers don't pay people. They just tell you that when we hire you, we give you an opportunity to make money. It's not a joke. It's true. I don't want to, because but there are papers that at the end of the month you're not paid. What do you want to do? How would you want it to survive? I'm not saying it's good, but I'm just saying that's the environment that they operate in. And sometimes people look at this as if it's like the police when they're on the streets taking bribe, basically collecting 50 naira. It's bad. But the good thing I'm talking about, people took offense on the issue of the foundation supporting. The good thing is that when you go to this new media, like online media, cable, Premium Times, People's Gazette, Sahara, the new media, it's a different culture there. It's not based on brown envelope. It's not based on what they call what do they call it now? Beats coverage. So you don't have people at Sahara or at Premium Times who just cover the State House. So every morning they go to Abuja, they go to Aso Rock and wait for Tinubu to say something or somebody to say something, to visit and have a press conference. They don't have that. They don't do that. And it's the environment where these things are very common. When you say you are covering, your assignment is just to cover the governor's office. So don't even go to the media. There's a lot of things to be said about the media. You know that most governors, I was reading this story about, I think Zamfara State, they provide vehicles for reporters to travel with the governor on assignment. They feed you. They give you a place you live. In some cases, you are covering the government house. They feed you. You go with the governor everywhere. How do you criticize a person? They will kick you out from the vehicle. you stop getting the allowance. Maybe your newspaper in Lagos has not even paid you in 1 month. Reality is tough in the media. You guys don't have any idea.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Sounds good. Let me just ask this other question regarding Nnamdi Kanu. In 2014, I saw a video of you interviewing Nnamdi Kanu when he threatened Nigeria, or where he threatened Nigeria with violence. The question is, why do you think some people do not understand that such statements are actually illegal?
Let me, I wanted to point, this is show's show, not my show. So, but I had some videos I wanted to share when it comes up. I believe that some of these things will come up. But I can't find this particular one. So, in terms of Nnamdi Kanu and what was the question again? Where he said that Nigeria will look like Somalia. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and he went on to say, he went on to say that what Nigeria understands was violence.
Is it the one where he said that if they don't give us Biafra, Nigeria will be like Somalia?
Somalia would be a paradise.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, go on, Rudolf. We can hear you.
Yeah, he's delayed. Maybe he needs to go out and come back in. I think he's got delayed.
So the whole issue about Nnamdi and
let him come back in again.
Just Chiplex
Media. We are not at war. We are not at war, forefathers. So
no, it's not a war question. I asked a journalistic question. And why is my question always okay?
Your background.
No, I'm just trying to make a point that show was too soft.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
If you follow from the beginning, I said it was intentional, and I was going to ask those sort of questions, and I will leave the violence to the panelists and the comment section. It was intentional.
Are you confessing that you did not do your job? You did not do your research?
No, I did my job. I did exactly what I said.
You did not do your research on Dr. Dameji.
No, do you know about Soma Rules? The things that matter to him the most,
why don't you ask me about Ngozi when he was in primary 6, second SS2 in why don't you ask me about that? Why don't you ask me about his forefathers? He's a reincarnation of his forefather. Why don't you ask me about that?
Okay. Duplex Media, Thank you for the super chat. Kulata, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. It's highly appreciated. Keep it coming, guys.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So the question was what I think about is it Nnamdi Kanu or the
statement itself. Why is it that most of his supporters and some Nigerians don't understand that is an illegal thing to state to threaten a nation state like that? Because I find it odd. And you host this platform and people come on every time talking about these things. You never actually say, I spoke to him in 2014 before he was attacked. He was threatening Nigeria with violence. You see that? So I was surprised to find a video of yourself interviewing him stating these things in 2014.
So I've interviewed Nnamdi several times, and that was one of them. And each time I interview him, just like any other candidate, any other character I interview, they say things that you may not agree with, but it's not my job as a reporter to pass judgment. So I can tell you that. Let me say this. I wanted to say this yesterday when somebody. I know where you're going, forefathers. When somebody was talking about the Biafran thing. When Wazleke came to America for the first time, forget about Nnamdi now, get back to Nnamdi. I met Wazleke in New Jersey when he came, when he was still very popular, and he was talking about movement, the actualization of, and he said in front of everybody, he said that the next thing he was going to do was to, that time he was, I think he was, what was their policy strategy? I forgot. But he said that he was going to stop oil from moving from the south to the north. So his target was stop oil from moving from the south to Kaduna refinery. And that was the last time I paid attention. I had any interest in Wazuluke. When he came up with his idea of movement for the restoration of Biafra, I wanted to hear him out. I wanted to see what he wanted to do. And that was why I traveled. I think I was in Boston that time. I traveled all the way to New Jersey to hear him. And he said something that wasn't practical as far as I'm concerned. I didn't see how he would be able to stop oil from moving from the south to the north, which is similar to what I just had that Simon Ekpa is talking about now, that the next strategy is to stop oil from moving from the south to the north. But back to Nnamdi Kanu, I've seen him many times. I've had him say things that, of course, I wouldn't say. I think that is not needed. And I've talked to him privately. I once interviewed him. After the interview, we talked in private, and I expressed my concerns to him. I say, I knew Ojukwu. I've met with Ojukwu several times in private, and I don't think he will have taken this thing this way. He would have handled this in a different way. But it's left for the courts. In fact, I heard that video you are talking about was one of the things they are holding against him in the first time they tried him. That it was one of them. But the journalist's role is different from that of law enforcement. It's for the law enforcement to decide whether something somebody said or did is illegal or against the law. I don't know. Or I'm not going to judge. Because
to be fair, the point I was trying to address, I understand your journalistic and you're one of the best, I think, in Nigeria that I know, actually. And the way you approach things, I appreciate it a lot. I heard some of the stuff you said about the students you teach and all. I appreciate all the work you do there. But the point I was making was that when people come on this panel that you are hosting and making statement that Kanu never said anything, never did anything wrong, I would have thought that you that was interviewing him would have said, you know what? I heard him say this. I heard him say that. You see what I mean? So that they would just understand that you did, and if they were doubting it, they go online and check it themselves. Because what I heard before now was that it was because they invaded his home. That's why he became radical. But that started well before that, where he literally said what Nigeria understood was violence. So that I will leave that one because I go back to something I consider far more important regarding our national security. Do you believe that as a nation, Nigeria is underdefended? And why do you think that is? If it is true, why do you think that is the case?
Oh, of course. If you look at, I wrote an article where I compared Nigeria with other countries in terms of the the number of security personnel we have in police, in the military. Obviously, is true. The question is, why is it that way? Part of it is probably money to pay them. I don't think that if the government they have the money, they won't hire as much police officers. It's not that they don't have people who want to join the military or the police. That's not the issue. The question is, do they have the money to pay them and to staff to supply them with what they need? Look at the universities we have. We don't have the money. Not all the universities in Nigeria. We don't have the money to be able to do this, to be able to support them. So I think that's maybe the reason. It's not about that they don't want to. It's like teachers, for instance. If schools will have more teachers, they have people who are graduating from teachers' colleges, but they are not being hired because.
But what if I tell you that a country like Sri Lanka with 21 million in population has got 430-something thousand soldiers, while Nigeria with 200 million has got about barely 200,000 and 140 active? What would you say? Is it about money?
Oh, it's about money. It's about priority, money, but money is very important for the government. For the government, I don't know. I've not been in government, but for the people in government, they are not willing to spend money. They feel protected themselves. They're not willing to spend money. They don't have the money. Nigeria has no money. We have to first of all think of where do we get the money.
Okay, let me add another layer again. Yeah. What if I tell you that the Sri Lankan defense budget is half that of Nigeria? with double the size of military?
Their defense budget is what? Half
that of Nigeria and double the size of the military.
Well, in that case, then I don't know. I mean, we know there are a lot of West in Nigeria. You know that we have West in Nigeria. We're talking about Nigeria as it is today. We're not talking about Nigeria as we want it to be. That's the problem. If we want to solve the issues, the problems with Nigeria, we have to start from the fundamental. We can't say let's deal with. You just pointed out something. You just said let's deal with the increase the size of the military when we haven't dealt with all the losses. Look at the oil subsidy issue. The main thing is to deal with the leakages, the places where we are losing money from crude oil that are being stolen out of the country. But we're not willing to do that. They are telling us that because people are selling it in neighboring countries, that's why we have to increase the prices. And I ask people, if they start selling Nigerians, if they start taking Nigerians out of Nigeria and selling them to Gabon or Niger, Cameroon, are we going to increase the price of Nigerians so that they will stop selling Nigerians? The point is that we don't want to deal with the fundamentals. The fundamental is that the people are getting across the border and taking our things to the next country and selling it. People are stealing crude oil from the point they are being taken out from the ground. So what's the solution? The solution
is that not because we don't have security? Because if you have a country that is not secure, all this type of leakages, you will see it everywhere. We have IDP camps in Nigeria. Our women and our children are getting kidnapped. You see young men telling people not to leave their homes in the southeast. These things are happening because we didn't fix our security. And I agree with you to an extent that money is playing a role. But the reason why we don't have the money is because business activity is suppressed because of insecurity.
Okay, forefathers, if you want, let's say this now, that they want to secure the oil installations in the south. They can move the military, the ones we have now. But you know why they won't do that? Is that it's the military that is also encouraging and supporting the stealing of this crude oil. So you have to deal with the fundamental. It's not about the numbers. Because you can say, forget about every other thing going on in the country. We need to secure this crude oil and sell it and use it to solve problems. Then they move the battalion, move whatever divisions down there. But they wouldn't do that because they are also the people who are facilitating.
But they can't do that though. If they do that, they leave the north open.
Is asking so many questions, so we're waiting.
I agree. This is not my interview. Okay. Let me ask one last one. Let me just ask one last one. It's going to be a yes or no. It's a yes or no situation.
What I
it's just a yes or no. It's not going to waste his time.
No. I gave you the moderator privilege. You see,
it's just yes or no question. That's all.
Yes or no question.
Yes or no.
Father, exercise your give us other time.
15 seconds. Yes or no. Do you support this in the banning of this in white this in wigs for our judges, and do you support LGBT rights in Nigeria? Thank you.
Say yes or no. I don't support banning of anything, that's not the problem with the judiciary. It's not about what they wear on their head. They have bigger problems. It's like
you are okay with the white hair.
They're okay with that. That's okay.
No more contribution. Just let him answer so we don't spend.
That's not the issue. It's not about what they wear. About LGBT, right? Do I support it? I just don't feel that people should be killed and sent to jail because of whatever they are. I don't. This is my. It's not even a Western thing. People think it's because I'm in America that I'm thinking that way. In fact, I wrote an article saying that 99% of the country can be wrong on an issue, and that issue, when Nigeria was debating whether to give them 14 years in jail or something like that, I said that's wrong. The country, even if 99% of people are saying this is what they want to do, that I don't think it's right. I don't think people should be penalized for whatever they are, and because tomorrow it could be me. I could decide tomorrow to have dada, and somebody will say, we have to cut this because we don't like you. So that's fundamentally what I did.
All right. Thank you for indulging some of my questions.
Thank you, forefathers, for pushing us to the to the brink. All right. Let me quickly appreciate the super chat. Switch. Thank you very much for your donation. These are my people from the UK. Turning up. You see, this is the only currency I know that has a last name, pound sterling. Show me any other currency that has a last name. See, we come with double bar, pound sterling. Thank you, Switch. Isimiri, she's told the ladies to turn up, and she's turned up. Typical English way, £99, 99p. We like all this 99p, but thank you, Simiri. This is really it's highly appreciated on behalf of Dr. Damages. Thank you very much. Guys, we're not tired of receiving the super chat. I can tell you that. Let me use Ngosi's word, for free. Let me tell you for free. I can tell you for free, like Ngosika would say. All right. So, Femi, apologies to the rest of you, Femi and the rest of the guys waiting in queue. It's your time to ask your question, Femi.
First of all, apologies rejected.
Okay,
we
that's
can
fine.
see the collusion among the association of
Moderators.
well,
Moderators.
that's on the exactly. But it's okay. To the question, Dr. Damages, I've often wondered what your mindset, your opinion is regarding the concept of Nigeria as a nation, as it stands, versus your experience growing up, not just in Nigeria, not just in your village or Lagos, and I'm circumspect as to what other parts of Nigeria you've been, and knowing that you've interacted with people from all walks of life, irrespective of their religion or their level in life, and of course even beyond Nigeria. I just often wondered, and I mean, to the greater Africa in itself, and what you think the problem really is with the black man.
All right, black man. I won't go that far. Let me say this. I always say this, that the ideals of Nigeria, they have not been tried and found one thing. They've been found difficult and left untried. Look at what's happening in Ilorin, Kwara State, where the emir is saying that Yoruba traditional people should not have their ceremony because it would disrupt the peace or whatever. The point is that we know the ideals. We have this ideal of what will make the country work for everybody, but we don't want to, because it's difficult, we don't want to try it. We escape. We want to always run away from it, shortcuts. That issue in Kwara should be settled, but nobody wants to deal with that. I think that Nigeria, on paper, is something that it would be good for the black world, on paper, but it requires work, and nobody wants to do the work. Nobody. All our leaders, all of us as a people, we don't want to do that. Nigeria is a failed nation that works for the people that failed it. There are people who are enjoying the country the way it is today. If you are Dangote, if you are the children of Dangote, if you are they are enjoying it. They like it this way. I was saying yesterday, I was in another show that I was saying that the reason why you have professors still teaching in Nigeria today, most of them, is that they can't teach in the Western world. It's difficult to teach here. The rigor, the what you are going to deal with, they won't do it. It works for them there. They may complain they are not paid well. That's why they're there. So it's the same thing. Nigeria, the ideal is good on paper, but it hasn't worked. We don't want to work hard. We think we can wake up and somebody will come and kill everybody for us. That's what, if you ask Nigerians what is the solution to all the problems, they say, oh, we need a Jerry Rawlings kind of guy that will come and kill everybody for us. You see, that's it. Nobody wants to make any hard work, sacrifice, contribute to making that country better. You want somebody else to come and do it for you. You sit down at home, and once they fix it, you then go back. No, it won't happen. Even the breaking up of the country is difficult. In fact, the people who are actually working hard are the people we call the bad guys. They are the ones coming up with ideas, doing things to achieve their goal. We who feel that, we have to fix this country, we don't put in much. Anyway, what was the other question? Sorry, I think I forgot about it. Is there any other question? Did I miss something, Femi?
Femi.
The only, I mean, basically, you've encompassed, you've actually answered the question.
Okay.
I just wanted to know. I've often wondered what your view is, and maybe if you want me to add just a side comment before I let the other person speak. I'll be having my own YouTube channel, which is basically IT tech related, and I'll probably reach out to you then.
Oh, I don't know anything about IT.
No. It's not even about that. I just like the fact that you're able to listen. You
Okay.
listen. You're very. The show's pretty good at that too, and scribe. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
Ooh,
Femi,
that's a
Femi,
stop.
Femi, would there be video games in it or just IT? Would there be games?
So that I don't take over the show. I'm not a video game person. Sorry. No.
I think your setup.
One.
I think your setup have a lot of people confused. They think you're probably a gamer. You've got the gaming chair and the headphones and all of that. Okay, thank you, Femi.
Yeah,
for the
largely
questions.
because of your chair, Femi.
Yeah. Alaji Paul,
Hey, Sundays wa.
Ranka Dede,
Yeah, they.
Yaya Gida.
Lafayette.
So, Doctor, I deliberately put this on because I started following between 2000 and late 11 or 2012. There's something they wrote in Sarah Reporter, so concerning somebody that I know very well, and I read it. That's how I stumbled into Sarah Reporter TV. Then I started watching you, Adeola, and back then the girl I was doing, I think, Resident or something, Toyosi, for entertainment. And how I want to ask you this very personal question: how do you manage when people keep attacking you? Then I know Adeola comes on Wednesday, you comes on the weekend, and speedily Adeola was over 200,000 subscribers. You were struggling for 40,000 subscribers. I had to open 3 different stuff, just to subscribe, and subscribe. You said it when you were barely 50,000. You said it yourself. You understand? And you are the media guy. Adeola was the one who was struggling, but Adeola just went. And I see what you try to do. Everything Adeola will do on the weekdays, come the weekend, you try as much as possible not to do it. And we understand the media, like you said, it's about breaking news. So if Adeola break the news, you try not to break the news so that it won't make you look like a copycat. But it's affecting you. How do you manage those trying time with the challenge? Then also another thing again, why I put on this, you mimic Goodluck Jonathan very well. Why did you stop doing that? Because you were good in it, and people are making a lot of money with it in the US. Why did you stop doing the mimicking thing?
So thank you, Paul. The first thing about Adiola and myself, I used to say, like during the show, when we were together at Sahara. Now, for those who may not have been to Sahara, when we shoot, Adiola was shooting alone. Nobody would be in the studio. She didn't have studio audience. But when I shoot, Adiola would be part of my studio audience. She'll be watching me. I would say something like, "You can't hear this on Adeola's show." And people would get mad and be, "Why bringing Adeola to this?" Well, they don't understand the dynamics. So for those who don't know, when Dr. Damage started, Adeola was my editor. So I've worked with Adeola for more than 12 years. We virtually talk every day. So there is no competition there. Adeola is good at what she does. She's very good. She started our show after, I think I've done a year and a half or so before she started our show. And she's good. And if you're good, people will choose what they want to. People watch her. People watch my show. I'm not worried about that. I find it people who do not know think that there is this kind of competition going on between us. No, there's no competition, and she helps me out. If I'm looking for a video now, I just call her. I said I'm looking for this video. She will let me. She will help me out. So in terms of so there's no competition there. In terms of when I'm lagging behind and everything, in terms of followers, and I don't know. I'm okay with people who follow me. I do what I do, and I'm happy. I'm happy that I have people who are watching, and and that's it. There's a second question you asked me. I didn't write it down.
The mimicking thing about, I could remember when we started doing Jonathan thing, and it was really, really.
Because Jonathan was easy for me. He's from our own part of the country, the south. And people say I look like him, but when I dress like Buhari, they said I look like Buhari. I'm trying to dress like Tinubu. I'm trying to buy one of his kind of thing and try that out. But you see, I can't speak the way accent of. I can't speak like Buhari. That was a problem. It's not about writing it. I could write things that would be interesting for people to watch, but to act like him, I didn't learn Hausa. I regretted it when I was in the north. I should have learned it and be able to do that. I couldn't continue with Jonathan because he's out of the news. Like what we're saying, you can't be talking about someone who is.
You did it with Jonathan. You did it with Buhari very well. So like Tinubu now, you can use AI so you can get his voice.
Oh, don't reveal my secret now. I'm working on that. I have someone who is working on that for me seriously, and we're going to reveal Tinubu, that Dr. Damage's own Tinubu. It will be real. We're on that. Just cross your fingers.
All right.
Okay. Thank you
very much. Thank you, Paul. CM, mic ready, internet ready? Go on, my brother.
Hey. Thank you. Thank you, sure. Welcome. Well, would I say welcome? I mean, do I need to welcome Rudolf? Well, he's the guest today, so he deserves our welcome. Greetings to everybody. Actually, Rudolf, mine and you will just be a bit of there's a short paragraph here we read, just to joggle your memory if you can remember.
Wow.
Marital problems persist. You wish you had married the lover you left in Nigeria to come to America. You take the divorce option. Half of your wealth is wiped out in the process. Now rages the battle for visitation rights, alimony, and child support. You are estranged from the kids because of the stories your spouse made up against you to win custody. But you keep paying up. You have no option. You start afresh. A new apartment, maybe a new spouse. No, that can wait. Your classmate at home becomes the CEO of a multinational company. A chieftaincy title follows, and you wonder what happened to you. What can you hear?
American
So, what I need to do is that I read this out just to say, to put you in a lighter mood, and then to ask, do you think this is the high point of this American life, Seth?
Yeah.
That is the question from this passage. No, you have to explain it if you say so. Then the second one is, you told us Nobis like mini Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
So in the language of you have to tell us who is who or which is which. You know.
But you don't know the divisions in Nobi. Villages.
Awuda and the Ngo and I think Ifite. So which is which? One moment.
Yeah. I actually told them at the convention, people were surprised that they never thought about it, that we are just mini Nigeria. So, yeah, go ahead, Sam.
Oh, sorry. I think yes. I think you said you have Ngo, Awuda, and I think the other one. So which is which? And the Benesi.
Yeah, the people don't agree with me. I believe that Auda is the Hausa people, Ebenesi is the Yoruba people, Ngo is the Igbo people. So
because you are from Ungo.
This is how I defined it to them. I said to them that there was a time we didn't have any school in Ungo. We didn't have no water service, no electricity, nothing, So it's that we are the Igbo of Nobi. People disagree with me, but anyway. Yeah.
Can I just add something? There's something we say during the Biafran War. There is no Ngo person who suffered from kwashiorkor. I wasn't born there, but my father always tells me that anytime anybody from the other neighboring village talks to you anyhow, tell them that nobody in our side, that we were bad, we were so creative that nobody from our side suffered kwashiorkor. So you can understand. I agree with Doctor.
Now the passage you read about this American life, I think what determines how well you do outside of Nigeria, besides the person you meet, the first person that will be your guide is who you married.
It's true.
If you marry the wrong wife, you're doomed. No matter how the skills you have, no matter how good you are. If you marry the wrong husband, you are doomed. So that's why that passage and that article struck a chord with a lot of people. And I think I'm writing the part 3 of it. There's part 2. I'm going to expand that book because it's actually my best-selling book, but I'm going to expand it. It's been read in some schools. So they've been, as I grow older, I add new things that people are concerned about living in the West. So that's my next project. Sometime next year, I'm adding more essays to that.
All right, thank you, Siep. Dr. Rudolf, just a quick one. Dr. Rudolf, Dr. Damages, just a quick one. So that particular book, I've seen it on Amazon. Is it available for delivery worldwide, or is it?
Yeah, worldwide.
Okay, so I'm looking to buy 4 copies for 4 people in the comment section.
Wow, thank you.
I'll buy one for myself to make it 5, but I'll buy 4 and give to 4 people in the comment section.
Wow.
Who's gonna get it? I don't know. What they need to do to get it, I don't know. But I'll buy 4.
It's a very interesting book.
Can we make it 8?
I've not.
Yeah,
I've not.
So,
I've not been to America, so
I'll put the remaining 4.
So Mazi's buying 4 more. So that's 8 copies with mine. That makes 9 copies. And also, why are you not in Mazi? Because we have Mazi Scribe, we have Mazi is a Mazi that's been coming lately. We have Mazi Nambekano, we have Mazi Samonepa. Are you a Mazi are you just hiding the Mazi?
No, I'm not yet up to that level. It requires a lot to be a Mazi. I don't have what it takes.
Okay. All right. Let's continue. So we go to who hasn't spoken. So KJ, you're next.
Why KJ? Why are you jumping me now?
Because you've asked the question. You've asked the question now. I come like million times.
It's my turn.
There's a reason we confess and there's a reason we are here for long. So what's the privilege?
You have spoken. I was there when you spoke earlier on. You asked your question.
Okay.
Dr. Damages. Thank you so much. You've done so much. When I first came on this program, I said I read you before. You didn't agree, but now you mentioned the same magazine I was talking about in Lagos. And I want to appreciate what you've done, and your calmness. Is what maybe drives a lot of us to this place. Your ability to listen, and still hold your own view and accept other people's view. It's difficult these days to get that kind of platform or people who do that. So I appreciate that part. I also want to agree with a lot of things you've said today. I mean, my standard disagreement with you is on Trump, but any other thing we can agree. All right. Now, as a journalist or a former journalist, I probably have retired also. I want to agree with what you said. You see, the brown envelope thing, I wish this guy who asked the question was there. It's not that you outrightly go into the office to ask for brown envelope. In the course of my practicing, I had an opportunity to be given a very juicy brown envelope. And I'm confirming that because somebody was saying he was asking, can you identify?
Bukachawa number 2.
Listen, I remember I like Damages. I was not working with a government agency, so it's a private company. And one of the things I said here, which is very true, and I want to buttress that also, is that when you work in a Nigerian media, you are not giving salary, and even when your salary is given, it is not that it's going to come monthly. It may come in 2 months, it may come in 3 months, it may come in 6 months, it may not come at all. And what you are told is that your ID card is your meal ticket. and that is still being practiced. I will not mention names because I have colleagues who are still in those media today who are still suffering the same thing. In fact, there's a particular media house that is very popular, and they go out there, and when you go to hold your interviews, you should, as much as possible, get your payment. Some journalists have turned advertising agents just to get clients. When you pay the cost of the advert, they take out their own salary and pay the rest to the media house. And what I'm saying is still being practiced till tomorrow. So as much as we can, let's try and encourage, because the only way you can get a good story written without bias, or at least with some level of little bias, is to get to be funded outside of those individuals you are writing about. And I want to say buttress again what Rudolf have said. I once was a consultant to a minister in the media consultant, and you travel with the minister, and you are in the company of the minister, and you are reporting the minister. And now, if he decides to take a 1 month tour, he's going to feed all of you. You are going to ride in his other vehicle or plane or whatever. And at the end of the day, you go back to your office. If he doesn't give you anything, you get nothing. So as much as possible, you write the story to suit, what he wants. That's the dilemma of the Nigerian media. Even when you decide not to write that way, and you know that you have 5 kids who are in private school, and you don't have money to pay their school fees, and then the governor offers you some, like I said, not a lot of the journalists demand for it. You just finish doing your work, and while you're packing up, they say, "Oh, here is for your transport." So that for your transport may take you the next 3 months just to make sure that you come to work and write a good story. Now, when the people who were, I probably call their names, the people who were very good to me, I was doing a documentary on the River State, and they were quite good. You are in a presidential palace hotel where you cannot, understand what I'm saying. Ordinarily, I would not go to lodge in the in the 10th floor of the presidential hotel. But there you are, and the governor keeps telling you, just remain there. I'm not around now. Be there. Eat whatever you want to eat, drink whatever you want. Just enjoy yourself. And whenever I come, we'll have an interview. Now that is the Nigerian situation. It's a bit different when you practice outside. And I'm not going to say that every newspaper or media house don't have a bias, some sort of. They all have biases, but sometimes the level of bias depends on who is paying the pipe, because you definitely have to blow it in accordance with what the piper the payer will need. So, Rudolph, you have done so much so well, and we want to appreciate that. And my question would have been,
Would have
so many
been.
people. Yes, my question I would have want to ask. I'm just trying to contribute to what you said so far. The question would have been, what other level, what other way will you think? Because I don't think the Igbos think that the media is something that is worth investing. So, what other way do you think that the Igbos can be helped to invest in a media that can report the story from their own point of view? Like Chinachebe will say, until the lions learn how to tell their story, the story will always tilt towards the hunters, being a very brave hunter. So how will the Igbos do that to be able to achieve that? Thank you.
I mean, I don't think anybody can teach them. If Zeke was one of the first people that started media in Nigeria, it meant that they should know what it means. You're right. The key thing is that they feel that there's no money in it. I know a lot of people that I started with are classic. I don't see their name, their byline anywhere anymore. They don't write anymore. There's no money in it. And people want to they want to be just like everybody else, build a house, buy big cars, and marry and do all these things. And so they leave. Even the people online that I started writing when we were writing on Nigeria World, a lot of them are not writing anymore. And I always ask them when I see them, what happened? They are tired. I'm tired of being abused by people, by small kids. I'm tired of, the time I waste writing, nobody's paying me. There's somebody, I don't want to mention the name, the person was one of us here. and not now. But he asked me today. I was complaining that I've not written my column for the past 2 weeks, and he said, okay, do you want me to write for you? I said, yeah, write for me. You can be my guest columnist. I'll get it published. And then he said, how much are you going to pay me? When I told him how much I get paid for the column, he was shocked. People think that there's no, you have to do it because you care. You want to contribute. It's not about money. And it takes a lot. People, especially when you do it consistently. Some days you don't feel like, but it's a commitment. You will have to get up and do it. So anyway, I don't know how to tell the Igbo people that they need a newspaper. They need someone to hold their elected people accountable, even to report what's happening to them. You know that today somebody in South Korea could decide to look for something. It's all that they could see online about whatever is going on that they will know. If nobody's writing the story of what's happening in Mbise as part of the Nigerian story, it won't be part of the story that they will see. I teach a lot of foreigners, and their perspective of Nigeria is purely on what they see online. So it's very important. All right.
All right. Thank you, Rudolf. We'll go next to Shegun, then we'll go to Mazi Scribe, then we'll go back to Ovie in that order. But before we do that, just an update on the books that myself and Mazi Scribe are going to give out. So I'm going to read out a few names that we're going to be sending the books to. In order to get the book, you will have to send an email to drdamages@gmail.com.
Why me? I thought you can handle it without me, please.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Okay. I know what you're doing. Okay.
Just to get the address so that we can send it to them.
Okay. All right.
So the people, guys, so pay attention. And some of them are not online or I've not seen their comment, but they are regulars in the comment section. So someone who actually asked Semisoluwa Ogunlade, Chioma, who's a regular, AB, who is a regular in the chat section, Ismiri, you're going to be getting a copy if you're happy to drop your address so that we can send one to you via Amazon. It's the book from Dr. Damages. Francis Ene said, that he wants one. Yemi, who is a very who's one of our regulars in the comment section, and Victoria as well. So these guys, send your address to Dr. Damages. So don't send it to me personally. Send it to Dr. Damages at gmail.com. That's our official email, and you'll be getting a copy of this book by Dr. Damages. It's called This American Life Self. Now, Tunai is one of the people that I would like to send the book to, but because that guy is he works for Mossad or FBI, I don't think he will give anybody his address. If he's happy to give his address to you, then we'll send one to him. But I'm not holding my breath. Olukayo there, your daily, who is as we call them an agbado, but there's no hate here. Uncle Olukayo there, your daily, you get a copy from me. I see you on Arise TV fighting every morning. But yeah. Okay. So George Bushell, I will add you, and that makes it 12 copies. We'll close it at that. So 12 copies. Mazi would send 4.
So no Kulata then?
No, Kulata is fine. Kulata is a big man.
Why would you leave Kulata out?
No, he's a big man. He's a big man. So let me write the names. George Bushell and Olukayode. So I think that takes it to 12 copies. So I would do 8, and Mazi Scribe said he would do 4. So that's my super chat for the day.
Sure, my brother. Can you put the link of that book on our chat so that
I'll send it to you
on our different platforms so that
okay.
This is a link here. I'm getting a gift card so I can send to Dr. Damages, and he will then use the gift card to.
I think it might be easier that way. Yeah. So at least the address doesn't have to come to me.
Just buy a gift card. Send it to
and then on Amazon. I'll send it to you, and you can do the process.
And use Dr. Damages as the email address, so that way
so that way I don't want people's address to come to me.
Pam. And then you will just send it to. So at least
they can trust you with the addresses.
Exactly.
What's it called again? There's something in the UK regarding
GDPR.
GDPR was a whole big project. GDPR project.
Yeah.
So exactly. So let's do it that way. So I'll send you a gift card for 8 copies, for 7, because I'm buying one for myself. So gift card for 7. Mazi will send you for 4, so that's 11 copies. You'll be sending out to people.
All right, thank you guys.
No worries.
All right. So sorry, let's go back to Shegun. Sorry to get in the way of your question.
Okay, sorry. I'm also ordering 2 for myself and my wife. So.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Ismail will come to you in a minute. Sorry, Shagun, carry on.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Njakiri Damages.
You called very
I've waited this long to ask two questions. One is a humorous one, so we'll get to that first. I didn't join this show right from beginning, so you may have spoken to this, and Femi kind of took half of the question, but I would still say, I wanted to find out what's your view about Biafra and about the oneness of Nigeria. The reason why I asked this question is I watched one of your videos where you chronicled the various ethnic killings that the Igbos have experienced in Nigeria. And you mentioned one of them, which was 1991 in Bauchi during the National Sports Festival. And that one particularly struck a chord because I was in Bauchi at that time. And I actually experienced that particular episode, even though you actually narrowed it down to the killings of the Igbos. But I know the 1991 one was like a religious one, so all Christians were at risk. But having watched that, if I was an Igbo, it was enough to stir off anger. So how has that affected your view of Nigeria and your view of Biafra? Because obviously when we come onto this platform, Biafra is one of the hot topics, but you keep calm, like you don't know these things you also. So I just wanted to check what your view is about it. And the second humorous one is obviously I was following you during your days in Sahara, and one of the highlights of your program were your nurses. So where is Tomato Juice?
Oh yeah. Thank you so much. My view about Biafra. I've written a lot about Biafra. People don't know this. There are some young people now who fight about Biafra, and they don't even know that even maybe before they were born. In fact, when I was in Akure, let me say this. This just came to my mind. When I was in Akure, I was very young. I got into the university at 15, and I started writing, like I told you guys at the beginning of this show. So one of the articles I wrote that shocked me was one day I wrote, Biafra will come back if so. And there were older people in the, in the university, Igbo people. They called me to their room and said they were addressing me, like four of them. They said, "You can't do this. You know, we're in a foreign land, we're in Yoruba land. You can't write this." And I was like, what is going on? What did I write? He was saying, you don't mention Biafra. This was in the mid 80s. You don't mention Biafra. So I left them. I listened to them, I had them, and I left. So recently I was talking to Okendibe. Okendibe now told me that he was the one that published an interview he had with Yojuku that I probably read that made me to write that article. And the caption of the interview, I think it was in either African Guardian or African Concord that he interviewed Ojukwu then, was we fight for Biafra, if something like that. So I don't remember now what I wrote. So I've been looking at Biafra from when you were growing up. My father fought in the war. My uncles fought in the war. They never said anything to me about the war. And I tried. Some of them, they will not address that. So for people like us who didn't see the war, we grew up knowing that there was this thing that happened and that it's an alternative. If what we are planning, what we're doing now doesn't work out, it's an alternative. So that has been where I was looking at Biafra. And I had classmates who didn't have their father. One day I tried to find out what happened to your father. Oh, he died in the war. So this is how I grew up, knowing that there was this thing that happened. And then growing up, I started hearing about what led to that, And so you have this idea that for Igbo people, it's like a default. You default to Biafra if everything else is failing. Ideally, like Zik wanted Nigeria to be a big country that will be a big nation in Africa. I want a Nigeria that will work, that will be big and that will be influential, because we have a lot of work to do.
Ethnic killings that the Igbos have.
we have a lot of work to do beyond Nigeria. Okay, beyond Nigeria, we should lead the black world. Somebody asked me, "What do you think about that?" Nigeria should lead the black world. But if Nigeria is not working, and I've written about this in when I said, "Let this temple destroy this temple." If Nigeria is not working, instead of all of us to be in a big council flight or project that they call it in America, and we are suffering and we are dying and things are not working, then maybe we should just tell them, destroy the building, let everybody go and build small houses and live. Maybe that's the solution. So, but it's all left to us. My first choice would be to have Nigeria function. And I've said it that the reason why Nigeria is not functioning is not because it can't function. It's just that it's hard. It's hard to build a country, and we have not put in the efforts. We have not put in the efforts. So that's it. I've written from all angles. I know what happened. I have learned. I continue to learn. I listen to people. Sometimes I meet an old person who would come with a different perspective that I didn't know about. And it's always amazing to me. And hopefully one day we'll be able to put it together. I'm trying to put a book together again about the Igbo people, and that will be very controversial, but I have to do that from all I've learned. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And then the second question.
Oh, about the nurses. Nurses. They're wonderful people. I don't know how it started. Tomato Juice was the first one, and she was there for a long time. At a point, she became very big, bigger than Dr. Damage's show. So we had to get alternative nurses. They were integral part of the show. I wish I could continue with that now, but I shoot at home. I don't shoot in a studio anymore, and I don't have a lot of people. I don't know a lot of people around. We just pick anybody. When I came to Nigeria to cover the election, we just picked somebody who was a Sahara, an intern, and she became the nurse. It's a wonderful interaction. But people don't know that. Most of them, I don't know them. I don't know them very well. But when we are in the studio, you don't know that. It sounds as if we've known each other. Sometimes they were just getting the emails right there. They've not seen the email before. They just got it and then come into the studio and we shoot. And the reaction, whatever reaction they give out is what we put out. So it's wonderful. It was wonderful when it was going on. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you, Rudolf.
I will take my leave now.
All right. Cheers, Shegun. We'll try and run this off in the next 24 minutes. So that will take us to 3 hours so that we can give, Rudolf a break. And it can, of course, it can stay on and the show will take its regular, flow and people can start discussing Tinubu, Buhari, once you mention for Biafra, for further will jump up from anywhere and say, what's for Biafra, what happened, So we'll go back to the normal conversation. But before we finish, I would read the names again so that people can send their addresses to Dr. Damages so he can send out the books. But we'll go to Mazi Scribe for his question or submission or eulogy.
Why Mazi Scribe?
He hasn't spoken. You've spoken.
Yeah, that's not our voice being. It's not in one place.
Okay, let me yield to Obie. Obie, you're a prince.
No,
so
my question is very short. My question is very simple and short. But before then, is that our Alexi?
Yes, now. It's
going
to know one day.
It's on a City Boy attire today. What is the connection between you and City Boy, Mr. President? Don't you see his hand like a
Nothing is going on.
He's a Lagosian.
He's putting a Tinubu signature hat. So that's good. That's good. All these people that are for civil war, they do us one thing. Anyway, Rudolf.
Please mute yourself if you're not speaking. We're getting feedback. Yes, sorry. Ovie, carry on.
It's not a yes or no answer, but it's very simple. Do you have faith in Nigeria?
Not Nigeria is the country or the people or the idea. You have to define Nigeria. What you mean? Do you have faith in Nigeria?
Nigeria, the country. I mean, everybody now want both the people, the land, and the entity. Nigeria. Now what in Nigeria? North, east, west, and south, and everything that concerning it. Nigeria. Do you have faith in Nigeria?
I would not after what happened during the election. I still believe that the country can do the right thing. I don't see the sign that we are ready to make the sacrifice to do that, to achieve that, to get to the ideal of that country. So that's my issue. But what else do we have? What is the alternative that is easier to get? So I think it's still easier to fix Nigeria than it is to break up the country and try to go that route. But if fixing it is not something people are interested in doing, then the alternative is to break up. But I think it's easier to fix the country than any other thing. I think it would be good for the Black world. People don't want to hear that. The next, after China, the next continent that will rise and be at the top of the world is Africa. It's inevitable. Even if we don't try, it will happen. Even if we don't try, it will happen. I can give you a scenario. And I tell this to my students and they are shocked. I said to them, look, you have to learn about Africa because it's going to happen. You may be forced to move to Africa. They said, no,
how long do you think that will happen? 100 years from now, 200
no,
years?
about 100 years from now, yeah, about 100 years. Once China is able to get to the top, US and Britain and all those Western nations will go down. They're already going down. China will be at the top. And then the next thing will be Africa. Africa will. It's inevitable. You have to remember how civilization, it doesn't.
Yeah, but China could be in top for another 300 years.
No. The way things are happening, the way information flows now, it's not going to take that long for something to change again. So Africa
what will get us anywhere if we don't do what I was asking that we do? It will never change. It will always oppress us.
So the fact that you said it is out in the air, okay? I want you to have the faith. Who was asking me about faith? Somebody will listen to you and somebody will do something about it. This is part of that conversation, why we have this conversation. It doesn't mean that it has to happen now. Tomorrow, a new leader might take over. Look at the guy in Kenya. Are you not impressed by that guy? Who knew that Ruto would be this way?
Ruto is coming up strong.
It's not alone. And the other people who are listening to him, the other leaders in Africa, they can team up and something can transform in Africa. But the point is this, 100 years from now, Africa will be, I wish I would be alive. I wish I would be here. Africa will be at the top of the chain, and it's inevitable. Yeah,
and there's a lot of people that believe that we may not even, who is that? Who is asking me to hold on?
It's me, the moderator.
Everybody that asks me to hold on.
Yeah, I'm not even moderator. I'm the host today. I'm not moderator.
Loco, stop going on, Jerry.
Calm down now.
Everybody's asking you to hold on.
But when people are able to talk, just because I say one thing, calm down. What did I say?
You just joined now. You're on the queue, even though you are part of the moderators. You're not the moderator. So
Fine.
Man, subscribe, please. Ask your question.
In the famous words of Lexi, I gave you my time and you are trying to fight for
You're trying to fight for Nigeria, to defend Nigeria.
That was a classic.
It's a classic on the show, man. Like anytime I want to get myself pumped up a little bit, I open some of the ones in this session that we have. Look, Dr. Damages, I don't know how to put this. One of the reasons I come on this show is to see, like Show has said something that, I've probably had in mind, like everything, your journey, your deliberateness about like how you want things to do. Like, I don't think the guy who wrote "I Did It My Way," I think he wrote it because of you, and you are one of those people who just is like, I did it my way. You will never ever regret it. I know that talking to you, being around, listening to you, it always comes back to me. I always see like, and that, I'm always free with my opinions. But no matter what, you have your, I've realized something. If you notice, I don't even give you opinions anymore. I realized something that you actually know where you actually want to do things your way. So kudos to you. And every day I just I see reason with you. I begin to I've bought into the way you want to do things. So I just want to say thank you for that. Your kind words, everything. It's amazing. My question is let me give you my laugh first.
It's classic. People remember it from everywhere.
Classic. That's the thing people remember me for. Anyways, my question, you always we look at Machiavellian strategies, we look at Okonkwo strategies, we look at the Obiorika strategies. How would you see? You are saying that it's easier to fix Nigeria, which I agree with you. But how would you see which way? Which way do you think Nigeria would eventually? What is that juncture that would cause Nigeria to be set on a better path? I'm saying this because this morning I watched something from Shorere, where Shorere said the current government will make it easier for a revolution, and I listened to it and I'm like, I would like to get your opinion on where you think are the Okonkwas going to win, or the Obierikas are they going to be the ones to push through? But because from what we are seeing, logic is not making sense anymore. You know what I mean? Like, logic is not really making sense. Things are just getting worse, worse, worse. And it's hard not to, as much as I disagree, I don't believe in Machiavellian ways. But where do you see this? Give us a timeline. Like, how would this, even if we're to adopt non-Machiavellian ways, how would those non-Machiavellian ways evolve in this current setup? If you had Nigeria, or you were in a position of influence, political influence, where you wielded power like the IPOBs or the Yoruba nation or something like that, how would you direct things?
That's tough. I don't think when I say that it all depends on what we do, all of us, everybody in the country. It depends on who we make the move. I would be disappointed if the Tinubu team, I know there are smart people around him, there are some smart people around him, if they don't utilize this opportunity to do something that will last. I was so angry with Obasanjo. Obasanjo was the worst president as far as my estimation. I thought that when Obasanjo came out from prison, no, Obasanjo, not even Jonathan. When he came out from prison, that he would do the right thing, he knew what was wrong with the country. I was so disappointed. Halfway into his administration, I wrote why Obasanjo failed. Now, when Jonathan was president, when Yaradua, Jonathan, I could just bring the same article, remove Obasanjo, put Jonathan in, or put Yaradua in, and you can publish it. You can actually publish it again with Tinubu, why they failed. It's just simply that they don't want to do, they know everybody, they know the solution, they know what to do. They just even if you just be fair to everybody in the country, you know how much that will change the country and the narrative and the story. When Fofather is saying that people are just negative, yeah, you are giving them arms every day. The government of Nigeria are giving people reason to be negative. They are simple things. Do you know that governors go and paint a roundabout and people clap for them that they're doing a great job? Just think about this. If everybody who commits a crime is tried for the crime they committed, how that single move will transform the country. Just that single move. People will become positive about. So everything that will happen depends on what we do. I don't have that brain to be able to estimate what will happen 100 years from now, 50 years from now. One of the things that could happen that I tell my students and they are shocked is that if there's a nuclear war, we think that could not happen, but it could happen. If there's a nuclear war, white people could move to Africa and live there, because that would be the safe continent. If America and Europe and America, they destroy themselves, that will be a different world from what anybody can predict now. I can stay here and tell you that if there's a revolution, like Showore talks about, and it could happen, but for that to happen, we have to find something that unified the young people in the South and the North, that they will fight for. If you look at NSAS, what happened at NSAS? What happened was simply that young people from the South who have been victims of police brutality found a reason to come together. People in the North, they didn't experience that. I've been in the North, I lived there, I did my internship there. They didn't experience that so much that they could not relate. So that was why there was not a lot of movement over there, over NSAS. Also, the structure of their society, which is a different thing. But I think that we are going to get to that point, maybe if all things being equal, get to that point where people will say, we can't take this anymore. What is going on? The politicians, and Amechi knows this. Amechi is one of those people, even though he's crazy, but sometimes his brain will tell him something that is true. He understands that there will be a point you push people to a particular situation where everybody will say, no, we can't deal with it. Look at this money now, this exchange rates, this issue about oil subsidy. People are suffering. I don't know how many of you talk to regular people. I don't mean talk to your friends or your family because you give them money. They are probably doing okay. Talk to people on the roadside, on the side, people you don't know. People do not have people supporting them. It's tough. I saw a video of a woman who was arrested for stealing from. You feel sorry for her. You feel sorry for people. They are pushed to the wall. But will they come together? Will they be able to, with one mind, say we need to change something? I don't know. So it all depends on what will happen tomorrow or next 10 years or 50 years. Depends on what we do, what you and I, what we do, how we try to change the direction of the country. Anybody can predict anything, but if people don't move, nothing will happen. But I can tell you that the people who are angry, they are doing something. Boko Haram, they are angry, they are doing something. The Biafrans are angry, they are doing something. People who are angry are doing something. It's only people who want the country to remain that are doing, basically, they're not doing much.
All right.
Yeah, I just want to do another plug for your book. I'm looking forward to this one. I don't know, man, why I'm disappointed in Jesus. I can't wait for that book. I can't wait for that book. And then the other thing is, my last question is, if Igwe Omelini was going to give you a title and gave you the option, I'm asking this on behalf of all Indobians. They're behind me right now. Because there's a background story to this. I think it's not fair to share it. But if you were going to receive, because I don't think there's any other Nubian that I know that's as passionate about Nubi like you are. You're very passionate about it. So if they were to give you a title, and you were told to, you were given the option to choose, what would you choose?
I'm not looking forward to any title. I'm not dreaming about that. I actually want to write a book about Nobi. It's also on the pipeline. I've started interviewing people for that book. That's what I want to do for Nobi. And I'm not looking for a title. I don't know how that will look on mine. Do they actually give you some? I don't know how that will
I think they're behind me. They're behind me. I consulted the oracles.
I can suggest a name. I can suggest a title.
No. Thank you.
Please suggest a name. Because they're watching. Go ahead. He knows.
I can suggest a
observation. You said I can suggest like 4 times. So
let me take on Ijama's question.
Yeah, exactly. So Ijama sent this as a super chat.
Observation.
Yeah.
Observation.
Well, 1 second, Lokopi. So Ijama sent this as a super chat, but I missed it. So
okay.
I asked her to send it again.
So let me answer Ijama. So I do that on the side a lot, and people tend to trust me and tell me things. Sometimes it's scary, and honestly, whatever I do that, and I have small training in counseling. I have a small certificate in counseling, so I do that, but just for my friends. I can talk about other people's problem. I can solve it, but my own, I can't solve my own. So because I can put myself in other people's situation. So for some reason, people trust me, and I do that on the side.
All right, thank you. I'm just quickly going to acknowledge Man of Prestige super chat. He said, "Great moderating today's show, and thank you, Dr. Damages, because this is an illustration of what an unbiased platform represents." But thank you, Man of Prestige, for the super chat. We do appreciate your support always. All right, it's a very quick one.
I said I wanted to be
No. It's my turn. No, it's my turn, Emiloko.
Well,
Announcement.
Okay, what's this announcement?
No, like just for you, so that probably they might not be raising the chat. Like, so you just say it on air that those who have questions right now should be writing.
I've said it to them. I've taken a few questions. I've taken pictures of it. Don't worry.
Okay.
I've said it in the comment section.
The comment section, they are not hearing. So maybe if you announce it, so they can hear it on the air.
Yeah. So all right. Thanks for that. Yeah. So guys, you can send your questions. like I said, send them. We'll take as many as we can. We're trying to let Rudolph off. We've not had a break. It's been almost 3 hours. But yes,
It's Miloko. It's my turn to ask question.
No, I don't think Isimri is asking a question. I think she wants to make a comment. Or are you asking a question?
I'm asking a question.
Okay, so let's take turn. Let's take our turns then. So Ike San Antonio, go ahead.
Papudoka.
Yes, sir.
Whether you like it or not, they go force you can't carry tie to put for your head, whether you like it or not, when the time comes.
Okay.
But Papudoka, for me, let me ask you a question. Do you ever think about how to groom the future, what an ideal future journalist supposed to be, if you have opportunity to have a charitable organization that will groom the future journalists from Nigeria? How would you go about that, or have you ever thought about that, doing such a thing?
Yeah, thank you. When I was at Sahara, there were a lot of people that we were able to get into journalism through that means. People approach you and say, "This is what I want to do." We guide them. Even till now, I do get requests like that from people. We show them, say this is the path to follow. And I still have friends in different media houses, and we constantly do that. And we have a lot of people who are out there doing their best, So it's part of the assignment.
But have you ever think about establishing 501c for that and make it create some board directors and make it something, giving scholarships and stuff like that? Because for your information, being a doctor or whatever you do, you are an entity, and because you are an entity, you can establish such a thing because people look up to you and you're a public person, both in America, in the Western world, and in Nigeria. So I think it's something to think about along the way, even though you have a lot of things cut out for you. But I think it's part of the thing that will help you to even give more back to the community, not only Nobi people. Because it looks like you have Nobi in your heart, but not only Nobi people, so that my town can benefit from what you do. Because you're true son of the soil and having the ability to do what you do. I didn't even know the books that you have written. I'm trying to write a memoir that everybody is forcing me to do. I can't even stand still one day to sit down. I wrote the topic 5 years ago, the chapters, but I don't even know when to have time to study, because in America you have chaos life. But for me, I think it's something that, to me, I think it's something that you need to think about and start, in that endeavor.
All right, thank you. Let me just say that there are a lot of things that we that whenever I say that we need people to get involved in any way you can. I once had an award, a short story competition that I set up. We did it for two years, and my economic situation changed, and I had to stop it. I want to restart it again, but and we were given what we did was we said best short story we get $1,000. And it's for Africans who live abroad. That was a reaction to when they started the Nigerian prize, where they give 100,000 to writers in Nigeria. So I felt like that there are writers abroad who may not have this opportunity, and we should encourage people to write. I've always been a part of the people who said that people should be encouraged to write. So we set up that prize. I'm dreaming of starting it again. I'm not yet there. I don't have the means to do certain things, but I like the idea of 401k, kind of setting up an organization and raising money.
You can also crowdfund it too.
Yeah. That's a new thing. When we did this, it wasn't that period.
You have a social media presence and things like that. I think you should crowdfund it.
I will think so. Yeah, the judges I had, we do that probably. We aim for next year. I actually approached my university to host it. It was called the Quiano Prize. If you go and Google it,
Quiano Prize. Okay.
Quiano Prize for short stories. Some of the winners have gone to become big time writers. But this is what I went to my university here and I said, can you be the host of this prize, so that it won't be me, so that we can invite the shortlisted candidates to come to America, wherever they are in the world, come to America for the announcement. So just like the Ken Prize. So, but what they told me was that they won't sign on to be part of this unless I can bring $100,000 that they are sure that every year, not some years, you won't have money to to give the winners. So I understand what they said, but that's the proper way to do that, which means you have money that is put away, and that money, whatever you get from that money will be what you use to administer the prize. So we're still thinking about it. Instead of starting it, what I don't want is to start it this year and raise money. Next year I will start raising money again to be able to do it. But it's in the
Makes sense.
yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. I'll take some of the stuff from the comment section. Matt says that his question is just to say, not a question, but I really appreciate you for what you do and who you have become. Stay blessed and protected always, Dr. Damages. So that's from Matt. Isimiri, what's your question? Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Damages, can you shed a bit of light on the NOBI Neuroscientific Medical Center as well? What advice do you have for Southeast to actually ascertain their presidential quest? What advice do you have for them? Do you think Nigeria will join the BRICS nation?
We join the what? The BRICS. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So Nobi what hospital? Are you talking about the general hospital in the Nobi?
The neuroscientific one, the one you showed on your YouTube channel about the neuroscience kind of. There was some kind of fundraising there.
Oh yeah. We in us in America, we try to raise money every year to support the hospital. We want to expand it. We want to make sure that everybody is able to, because there are some old people who may not be able to have the money to go and get treatment, and we're doing more than that. We're also tracking people with acute health situations. So unlike medical missions where people go from abroad, when they go into Nigeria and they give people glasses, they give them medication, they do this. We follow them after we go in. We follow them and they go to health centers where they get regular checkups and they are referred to doctors' clinics and things like that. So we want to, it's a kind of model that we are still working to perfect. We have a Professor Ferdinand Ofodile, who is leading that charge. So it's something that we're doing, and eventually we are going to bring out the templates, what works, what didn't work, and then people can maybe learn and copy it. It's a work in progress. But it's going very well. What was the other question? I didn't write it down.
About your advice for the South.
Oh, Southeast.
So that what do they need to do to actualize their dreams or their dream of becoming the Nigerian president? Because some people have said that there can never be an Igbo president. So what advice do you have for, because this YouTube is going to be here for a long time so that the younger generations can actually learn?
Yeah, but I don't think that's what the Igbo people need. I don't think they need it. That's not the goal.
Why are they then trying to become president if they don't need it? Because where they're making important decisions regarding Igbos, don't you think it's good for an Igbo to be there to speak for the Igbos?
Yeah, but that's not why you should get there. It's not about I'm getting there to be Igbo president, I'm getting there to be Yoruba president. Or I understand what you're saying about representation. If Nigeria works well, the point is this: not everybody will be president. Ibibio, there are so many ethnic groups; they won't all be president. We have to find a structure, a country that works for everybody. You don't have to be president for you to get what you deserve, for something to come to you. That's what I think should be the main thing. It's not about being president. I don't think Peter Obi started out and saying I want to be Igbo president. I don't think that's important. And if people fight for a fair and equitable nation, you don't think about.
You misunderstood me. Not an Igbo president.
Okay.
Like representation of other, like this. Tinubu said it's a Emiloka. Obviously, some people were saying maybe Obasanjo they don't accept him as Yoruba. So this representation somehow kind of arrangement, that people so that other ethnicities be represented in that throne of power, something like that. Not to be an Igbo president, but you know
That's
what
what
I
I'm
mean.
saying. The idea, I think we should be fighting for the ideals of Nigeria, whatever ideal it should be. Then we don't have to fight over what's the name of this person and what they represent. So that's my own take. So for Igbo people or whoever, you fight for the Nigeria to work for you, work for everybody, and that's it.
All right.
I remember just one more thing when they were killing people in the Northeast. People were writing me and saying that you are not talking enough about this. They want me to talk about it every day. They will tell me that it's not being reported about how they are suffering. And it was true because people, just like the war, during the war, people know what people went through in the East. If you are not there, people were getting married in the South, people were being killed in the Northeast. The same way. We get to the point where we start feeling what's across the country.
All right.
The BRICS nation, should Nigeria be part of the BRICS nation?
Oh yeah. Oh
if yes,
well.
why?
Yeah. I mean, if you join, then you know that you are the enemy of the West. So you have to decide what you want to do. I don't know about it. Nigeria's foreign policy is not very clear to me what we want. I don't think Nigeria has the stomach to challenge the West the way most of us will want them to do. And if you want to survive, you just have to survive. I think playing the middle, what they used to call it the non-aligned movements. I think that's the best option for Nigeria. But if they think they can take on the West, then you join the BRICS. Right.
All right. Thank you. I'll take a question from the comment section. It's the one I've flagged from Man of Prestige. Have you ever utilized your engineering degree?
That's that. I started reading my diary when I was at John Holt's Agricultural Engineers in Zaria. Recently, I started reading it and I was thinking, oh, I didn't know I could do this. No, I didn't. I didn't practice for one day. After my youth service, I went into journalism, and I've not. I don't even remember the unit of energy. I don't even remember anything anymore.
Oh, doctor, come on! Why are you disappointing me? You literally just posted a picture of yourself in your garden. Come on!
No,
that's a bit of agricultural engineering in there.
Parts. No, that's not engineering. That's not engineering.
No. You okay? I'll take you on offline.
Yeah, that's not engineering. Yeah.
I'll take another quick one from the comment section. This is from Choma. My question to Dr. Rudolf is: have you ever thought of doing a meet and greet with your panelist in a central location?
Yeah, I wanted to say, yeah, we are just starting. We'll get to that. I wanted to say that next weekend I'm going to be in Maryland, and if there's anyone in Maryland, but the problem is that once you say that, then you're obliged to go, and most of these trips is very busy. You just go in and do something you don't have. But we will meet. We'll get to that point. It will happen naturally, and I'm looking forward to seeing John Abba in Dallas. That's something that should happen. And whenever I travel, and I will, anybody I identify, I would like to meet everybody. That's something I dream about.
Okay, that's fine. So Thomas, welcome to the show.
Rudolf, good morning from Australia, Melbourne. Rudolf, you are one of my favorites on the internet. Yeah, I will always come here every time. Yeah, you really woke me up in the middle of the night. This is 4:37 in Melbourne, so I can't even help it. So I'm here. But I don't know. Maybe people have asked this question, but I have two questions from you, and I would love you to answer it for me, please, if you don't mind. What do you think about the election generally? Just generally, what do you think about the election? The second one, what do you think about the Peter Obi mandate? It was looking about finding mandates. What do you think about that? That's my two questions. Thank you.
Okay. I'll be quick because we don't have a lot of time now. Let me say that the election generally, I think INEC overpromised, under-delivered. It would have been a different thing if they did not overpromise. But it's also a good thing. It's a good thing that I think that it's a standard that is raised now. The expectation is now higher, And I think that whenever they have another election, that I don't think INEC is going to underperform. Okay, that's one. The other one about P2B and his mandate. I think that P2B has a right to go through the court system and try to get what he thinks is his. I hope, and I think I've heard from people who say things that they have to be also realistic about the Nigerian situation. One of the things I am happy about in my life is that I try to be realistic. People say I'm pessimistic, but I'm more like I'm realistic. I'm optimistic. I want the best for the country. I want the best for myself, but I don't overhype anything. Who I am or what I expect from people. So it's difficult. I always say, dream for the best and prepare for the worst. And I hope that's how I live my life. I hope people prepare for the worst, depending on whatever you think, whatever you're expecting. Prepare for the worst that could happen and hope for the best. That's it.
Last one, please, if you don't mind, please. Please. What do you think about the Tinubu presidency? Thank you.
I think we did, but just to point out again, I think that if he found himself there, I hope he will utilize it. I don't have confidence in Tinubu as the person, but I think people around him, I think that there are some smart people around him. I think they will be able to. I'll be disappointed if they don't accomplish anything. It doesn't matter how long it lasts, but I will be disappointed if they don't accomplish because anyway, I don't want to mention names, but I'm watching them.
All right, thank you, thank you. So this is the way it's going to go. I'm not going to add any new people to the panel so that we can wrap this up. Lokopi, I can see you up in arms. You've asked question already. So let me see who is in the background. Everyone here have asked questions already. Okay, Lokopi, I'll add you. So that makes 10. All right. So what we'll do now is we'll go. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying I'm not adding any more person because there's still questions from the comment section. So I'll ask this one. It's a quick yes or no one, Rudolf. Do you see yourself participating in politics?
I've never asked, not interrupting, I've never asked any question.
It's fine. We're coming to you.
I thought you said everybody on the panel. So
no, I said I'm not adding any more. So the people on the panel will ask, but we're not bringing new people. So that's what I'm saying. You get to ask your question. But this is from the comment section. Do you see yourself joining politics at any point? Yes or no? Quick,
no.
Yes or no?
No.
All right. Yep. So that's been answered. John Abba, you're next.
Thank you so very much, Show. Ballhead look nice on you, better than I. But maybe because
Asari Dokubo too.
Yes, that's me. I don't say Libozo. I don't say anything.
Yeah. And another thing with Show, I'll come back to my brother, my former boss, Rudolf. But another thing with Show is that the other day, Rudolf said, "Oh, he will bring back Adewale," and he said, "Oh, that man, no. Do you really mean it, or you just saying it casual?" That's what you show.
Okay.
You'll bring back who? Adewale?
Yes. Prince Adewale. Rudolf say, "Oh, I will bring it back." Then you say, "Oh, that man, no. Do you mean it, or you are just saying it?"
I can't even remember.
He didn't remember.
Okay. Because I was like, okay, this man, I'm talking about you, Show, and I say, oh, in 21st century, we are talking about the ability to tolerate others and people we disagree with and don't disagree. And when he said that, and you say, no, that man, did he really mean it? Or because I was
that could have been banter. The same Adewale that comes here.
Yes.
No. I don't have no issues with him.
Okay, but you said that. Go and watch it. I didn't.
There's one person I have issues with.
Because I was looking forward to that platform of being tolerant and openness of understanding one another.
I'm very tolerant. Kulata is the one that we sort of, I have a go at his opinion, not the person, the opinion he has. But even Kulata, I would engage him. I don't want echo chamber that we all say the same thing. I like when Thomas is here.
I'm not. It's okay. Don't even have to go for that. Since you don't even remember, that means that you don't even pay. It's something that's fine with me. Okay, so I come to my former boss and my brother that is a champion. Rudolf, he should own more than what you think. In Igbo tradition, I don't know the kind of chieftaincy they could have given to him, but if my grandmother married him, he would give him more chieftaincy, but title. But in any case, you are amazing. And another way that you are talking about inability to journalists, how did they pay them or not? But another thing is that the Simiri or whatever the lady that come, our sister from UK, the other day was advocating how people can support the. You are uncomfortable with that. I'm talking about Rudolf. So how are you uncomfortable with that kind of a thing, and you feel like he say, okay, support Rudolph show, do this and do that, and you're very uncomfortable with it. I say, if you're married to my wife, he's going to divorce you one time, because my wife will tell you, your time is not supposed to be wasted. Why are you going to say that somebody should not support the show? You spend this time, and not even for you, it's like, just do what it is, finance the thing, and let it go abroad. My wife told me, I fear poverty than death. So it's somebody like that's what my wife told me, and that's why her money belonged to her, including my own. So when you said that, I was like, wow, this guy said he was going to say, no, let's go to the next one. I said, you are not taking it through, but that's fine. I understand. You are a man that you give so much and you receive little. God bless you. And my question to show again is that only super charge, there's no Zelle, there's no other means of receiving money. The way some of us are old school is like, well, people still have OL as a OL.com as an email. So,
I think Rudolph is going to answer that question.
Only super charge. There's other ways that there should be many ways. If you are in US, this is how you go. So, and that's why it hurt me when Rudolph take people like, I'm not against you in person like a show, but anything with British thing is too narrow to me. If you walk on their street, it's very narrow. If you go to their house, it's very narrow.
Is it racism now? What should I call it?
I don't know. It's the life you live there. I'm telling you, the life you live there is practical. It's not something I'm forming. So when you come down narrow way, it's only one supercharge. There are no other options. It's like you're coming from that way for me. But that's fine. I'm John Abba. Let's go to the question. And my brother CY is next to me. I'm so glad that you had already spoken before and you jump into me, because that means you're not that biased. You're following the rule. So
what's your question?
Rudolph, my question to you is this. In the past election, and the way we have come so far, you've been outspoken about Nigerian election. You are not like Showore that have gone to Nigeria, but in one way or the other, you are contributing to see Nigerian go. And you are a brave Nigeria. Even coming to your show alone, I do my own in a different way. I put me in a lot of trouble, life-threatening for saying my mind. It's not a big deal to me. I will still say it tomorrow or next. How do you see that we are making do you see that we make a progress so far in Nigerian political system, how we run our election? And another thing to me, do you still believe in one Nigeria? And thirdly, how do you see the world in progress politically or religious or in religion aspect of it? Because you say we should ask you all of it.
All right. Thank you so much. So the first one was about the election. I think we made progress, no doubt about that. But also, you know what Obama said after Trump won? He said that progress is zigzag. It's not straightforward. So there are certain things that made progress along their line. There are certain things that went back. But I think in general, there is a movement forward. I look forward to whenever the next election, whoever will be running, what will happen. If the next election things didn't go forward, then that's a problem. And it could happen. It happens in Nigeria, it happens everywhere. The issue, what was the second question again? I'm getting old. What was the second question about what I believe in one Nigeria? I answered that already. I think Nigeria is better off. I mean, it's easier to make Nigeria work than the other alternatives. So that's it. What's the third one? What's the third one?
The third one is that religion.
Okay, I know, I remember now. So you have to read Why I'm Disappointed in Jesus. It's not about Jesus alone. It's about religion and man. It's about the connection between man and God, between science and religion, and between whatever, everything is intersection. That's what it's about. I think for me personally, when I express my religious opinion, I think a lot of people here will be surprised. I think we put in too much into that. I think there are other things in life that, especially Africans, I'm not addressing Africans. If we want to actually advance, if we want to compete with the rest of the world, we should do more than just this blind belief that religion will take us to the next place. I think we need to do more ourselves. But anyway, that's a conversation for another day. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rudolf. I know we'll go to Uncle Ike, but before we go to him, there's a question from the comment section. I think it's around the eastern part of Nigeria. Why is it that other parts of, this is from Abiodun Agbola, why is it that other parts of the nation are not disposed to inserting a referendum in our constitution for self-determination?
Why they're asking me why other people are not interested? You know the history. We don't have time for that. You know the history of referendum and whether it's in the constitution. Zik was the one that refused to add it in the constitution, the initial constitution. But if you look at other countries like America, it's not there. It's not in the constitution. And we modeled the 1979 constitution after the U.S. constitution. So this is what I'm worried about. This is more important than the referendum, which is that APC, just something very simple. APC, when they were in opposition, they basically said all the things that needed to be done to restructure the country. But when they got into power and they became majority in the Senate and the House, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything along that line. Why? Have we asked that question? Why is it that they didn't do anything? The point is that the people we elected, I don't want to go to section 868, the people we elected into National Assembly, they are not representing us. So because if they are and they are making changes, we will have been making progress towards achieving. Once you mention referendum, people are scared. You know, there are some people that will be scared in the country, and I don't think that's you can't jump into that. There are other things you can do, you know, just small steps towards achieving the ultimate goal. Go ahead.
All right. So Uncle Ike, you're next, and I would ask a question from the comment section after that.
Okay, thank you. Sure, you can hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. Thank you for what you are doing today. Rudolf, I want to thank God for your life and for what God has used you to achieve at this time of your age. And I pray that He will continue to give you the strength and the wisdom to continue to expand your scope of knowledge, trying to help mankind. You know, it has been a blessing knowing you and being part of your panel of this platform. My question is this. I want you to remove the cloth of a journalist while you answer me this question. And I want you to think deep into your heart, holistically. Put yourself in the shoe of a common Nigerian in the street. Just see yourself like the struggling Nigerians today in Nigeria. And answer me this question. Do you think February 25th election, do you think that Tinubu won the election in Nigeria in February 25?
I don't know.
Then the second question is this. With your experience, do you still have confidence in the Nigerian judiciary?
Okay, so the first one, Tinubu winning the election. The answer is I don't know, and that's the best answer I can come up with. If you look at something from your own perspective, where you are, or look at it from whatever is happening around you, you might say that he didn't win. You might say that he won, but the right answer is I don't know, because INEC didn't do what they should have done. Nobody knows. I'm not going to say because 10 million people are following somebody or 20 million people are, I don't know. That's why we have to do things the right way. Instead of guessing, we can't be guessing. What you want me to do now is to guess. What would be my parameter? Or how will I decide that? So I don't know. What was the second question? Sorry, I wanted to get that right. So what was
your experience in the journalism
Do you
and
trust
your
our judiciary?
interaction with so
Oh,
many
judiciary,
departments of
Nigerian
government?
judiciary.
Yeah.
No, there's no hope. There's no hope. That one is not. It's not difficult to answer. There's totally no hope. I see some of the things they've been. Supreme Court's just free there. What's his name? The senator from Niger.
Mwanaboshi from Delta State.
How can you? We are not serious yet when it comes to the judiciary. Yeah, we're not serious yet in that country. There's no hope. I don't have any confidence that they will do the right thing. And then it's very easy, just like everything we're talking about in the country. Do you know why they cannot? Let's say a judge. You know how much they pay a judge in Nigeria? Do you know how much they pay a judge in Nigeria? People don't ask these questions, but that's the core of the problem. A judge is making 1 million naira a month and has children at Harvard, at Yale, and all over the world. And you wonder, how are they paying that? I know journalists in Nigeria who are not making up to 1 million naira official payment, and they have children all over the world, and they are not writing books, they are not consulting, they are not. How you just have to? How are they doing that? So judges, they don't have anything to do the right thing, because they are not independent, because the judiciary should be independent. They are not. So why would they do the right thing? I don't have confidence. They've not given me reason to be confident in what they're doing, and I understand their handicaps. But how would they do the right thing when they are dependent on the executive? You know why a judge here could put Trump in jail if there's need for that? Because they are not dependent on the executive. In Nigeria, the governors will buy them cars and will clap for the government. That's nonsense. That shouldn't be happening. We're not grooming them to be independent. So why would we expect them to do things the right way? No.
Okay, thank you very much, Uncle Ike, and thank you, Rudolph. I'll take two questions from the comment section quickly. So somebody's asking, so Inamdi's question have been answered. Inamdi wanted to ask if you think Tinubu won the election, if INEC rigged, which I think you've answered while answering Uncle Ike's question. But there's another question from Uche Ironye. Sure, please ask Rudolph this question. No. So sorry, from someone else, I can't remember the name now, but they're asking if you are to be offered a political appointment, say, special advisor on media, or one of those, if your ideal candidate was in power, somebody you think you can work with, let's forget what the name is. Let's say it's Mr. Scribe is the president, and you think you can work with him, or CM is the president for John Haban. Please, John Haban
he wouldn't even do it for me, even if I went and cooked the best onubu soup for him.
Such a position, you know that this is a man you can work with.
I will. Let me tell you guys.
Yourself.
Let me tell you a story. I met a former minister. I met a former minister in America. I met a former minister in America, and he said, she said to me, "You've been outside and criticizing, always complaining. It's time for you to come back home and contribute." And I said to her, one, I'm contributing where I am. You don't have to be president or be in government to contribute. There are people who die as reporters at the New York Times. They didn't go and work for any government. They didn't go and be PR for anybody. That's the kind of thing I want. You don't have to be in government. And I also said to her, you that went, why did you fail? Have you told us why you failed? Why do you want me to go and fail too? It's not about going into government in any way, but also, what are you going there to do? And do you know the terrain? Do you understand? It doesn't mean the fact I'm criticizing government that if I go there, that I'll do better.
Did she agree that she failed? Did she agree that she failed?
No, she was so shocked that nobody has ever told her that she failed. So she was so shocked. I was walking with her on the streets of New York. I said, "You failed, and you didn't tell us why." Then she said to me, "Oh, I'm going to write a book." I said, "Well, what is the name of the book? Title of the book?" And she told me, "I said that's not the book I'm talking about. I'm talking about the book about why you failed."
How you failed?
All right. Thank you for answering that question. And something, let me just address this one final time. I think the question I took just now was from Adewale. It's because he doesn't use his name. I think he uses the something Mogo. So I've seen a few people in the comment section say, I actually flagged it. Thomas said, sure, yes, you said it. That Rudolph was going to bring up Adewale, and I said to not him or whatever. And I saw another guy who doesn't agree with everything I said to say, thank you, John Abba, for reminding that two-faced guy. I'm not two-faced.
Now,
I stay where I stay. I belong where I belong. People know where I belong. So to call me two-faced is very wrong. Maybe who's that? Maybe learn the meaning of being two-faced. Two-faced is saying today I'm here, tomorrow I'm there. I stay where I stay. And on Adewale issue, Adewale, I believe he supports APC. I think he said he doesn't or whatever. Even if he does, Adewale is one of those APC guys I can engage. He doesn't troll people. Adewale, I see reason when he speaks. He doesn't come across as a troll, somebody who laughs in the face of people suffering or stuff. So I don't have any issue. He's one of the APC guys I can actually sit down with, have a drink with. I have no issues with him. So maybe things were mixed up. Maybe Rudolph said something and I said, oh, no, not that guy.
Adewale was a presidential candidate himself.
Oh, the candidate. Oh, I thought you were talking about Adewale on this place. Oh, Adewale, Adebayo.
The Rudolph says,
Adebayo.
I'm going to
please don't bring him back. No, please, no, that one. Don't bring him back. Oh, I take everything back. Don't bring him.
Okay.
No. I don't want to listen to him. I have the choice.
You see?
Oh,
I
please,
think
God,
that day
don't
maybe
bring
you
him.
didn't take your medication and you think now
No, because you said Adewale. I think what's his name? Is it Adebayo?
Okay, now you know better.
So who have not taken their medication?
I say maybe you're like me. You didn't take your medication. Now you take it. Now I bring it to your memory and you remember. Okay.
Yeah,
so it's not like all those whatever. I don't want to mention any name, but Adewale is a presidential candidate himself.
Yes.
Now you know, right?
I remember the guy. I remember the guy.
I don't want to listen to him. I think I have the right not to listen to people.
No, I mean you have the right, but you should respect that Rudolph also. You are a co-host with Rudolph. I don't know whether your ball head is better than I, but I don't know why he make his own decision.
It's better. It's better.
So with regards to Adebayo, the day he came, this is the way I do things. The day he came and spoke here, on my honor, I didn't listen to more than 5 minutes of what he said, and it was here for a long time. And I was not doing anything on that day. I didn't join the panel. I didn't come and abuse him. I didn't come and antagonize. I just stayed off. That's the way I do my thing. So if I'm asked, should we bring Adebayo? I can say, no, I don't want him. But that doesn't mean Rudolph won't bring him. If
no, you are entitled to opinion.
Yeah, exactly.
We are not. I'm in America.
People I don't know
about Britain.
I thought people were talking about my brother Adewale. The guy with the I thought it was that Adewale because I have no issues with him. Oh, when people are saying to remind the two-face, all of you go and sit down, go outside and touch grass. You're telling me, I beg. Let's move on with better things.
Okay, I will join you again, Rudolph. Thank you so very much for what you do. Show. Find another way. It's not only one way they give out. There is other means. Zelle in America. There's another way.
Now. We'll find out.
Yeah, because you guys have colonized him. Because some of the rule he's making it doesn't make sense to American standard. So, but it's okay. God bless you.
We'll find out. Thank you, John Abba. Thank you so much.
You still Western Union.
Ikolala, you are next.
Hey, thank you for giving me the opportunity. For some reason, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For some reason, my camera on this website has frozen, but as long as you can hear me, that's good.
No, don't worry. We know you.
No, I don't think show does. He kept me backstage for 2 hours, and when I came in, he still kept me there for another 1 hour. But I don't complain, you see, because I could always come in and
I was doing a rerun.
So let me apologize.
I was doing a rerun.
If I'd seen this still image, I probably would have brought you on. the only thing I could see was just like a black rectangle. There was no image. There was not even a still image.
I
And
see.
yeah. But
Yeah,
now, I
yeah.
mean,
But I'm still going to take something else with you, which
all
was
right.
the last thing you said right now
Yeah, go on.
about you doing things your own way and not liking some other persons.
I didn't
don't
say
think
that.
that's good for broadcast, is it? It's
I
not.
didn't-
It's not. It's not about you, Mr. Show, is it?
It's not my show. This is Rudolph's show. If I see when and if I open my YouTube, I won't bring
Yeah.
Adewale. How about that?
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
That sounds
exactly.
good. Yeah.
I don't have to listen to
Then you
what I
have
want to
your
listen
own.
to.
Then you have your own prerogative.
Exactly. Everyone does, don't you?
Okay, let me go straight to the question and give some people the room. Dr. Damages. In fact, it's when I saw that you have been asked questions, I said, "Oh, Dr. Damages is being grilled. Let's go grill him." Well, fortunately, all the questions have been asked. Now, but this is what I really gets me. It gets me, and how you manage it is what I don't know. You see, you have said everything that is wrong about Nigeria. You have said it. But at the same time, looking at the number of years you have followed that country, I wonder how are you able to keep calm? Because there's some things I see, and I read, and believe me, I don't want to see any story about Nigeria for 6 months. Because it's heartbreaking. It's depressing, you know. And by that 6 months, you see me. I've forgotten everything about the place. So when I go back after 6 months, it's like, oh, okay, it's like a new thing happening, and you quickly try to get to what the current issue is, and before you know it, in 1 month, you feel so bad again. So how are you able, or is it, how are you able, that's the question, to keep going, even though the situation is depressing? And it doesn't matter where you live. You could be a billionaire, you could be a millionaire, you could be all fine. But when you see your roots being unserious, you've said it, you've used the word unserious, you've used so many other adjectives to define what is happening there, which doesn't sound good. But are you able to keep going and listening to the same nonsense?
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know. I think I'm stuck. I think I'm glued. I feel the frustration of people. I also understand that different countries, they follow different trajectory. Maybe the case of Nigeria will be one of those cases that depends. I understand. I just sometimes I have to compartmentalize things. So I wish I wouldn't have to read the Nigerian papers just like you, that I can afford to do that. Sometimes I wish I can afford to have a week of not reading the papers or not waking up and trying to find out what's going on. I wish I can do that. I see a lot of people in America who do not know that Tinubu is the president or that this happened. I wish I can be like them, because you see them, you don't see the stress that you see on my face. But I think one of my friends said that it's your cross to carry. That I would say to him, why don't you help me? He said, no, that's your cross to carry. So I think maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I don't know what to do with myself. Okay, I know that I can write, but that's another thing. But I think if I had the time, and I hope that one day we have a country that is going in the right direction, so that I'll spend more time. At this point, I think I won't be able to finish the books I want to write before I die, because there's no time at this rate. There's no time to do that. But I also think that it's important, like what we're doing here. Every time we sit down here and spend hours, that it's important that new people, we are engaging people where we are learning from each other, and people will go on and do things. Like Sahara, for instance. There have been so many people that came out of Sahara and they are doing great things on their own. So you can think about it, multiply it. Let's say every day we have 24 people that come on the panel here. And one day the 24 people will now multiply, have their 24 outlets doing some things. It doesn't have to be this kind of thing, doing something because of what they were able to pick up for coming here. And then that 24 will then go on until we have the critical mass. That's what we need in that country. One single person going there to fix it won't be able to do that. You need the critical mass of people, like-minded people who think the same way, who are actually dedicated and interested in making a change. So that gives me the confidence. The fact that I see people, if you guys are here, sometimes I will be tired. I want to go but I think about this. There are 600 people watching. I think about this. There are 600 people who could learn something. Maybe somebody will come here and say something that will make them move them and make them think of, and then I will say it's worth it. So.
All right.
Okay, thank you for that. But just one last one. You've said so many things about Biafra, which is it's a, I don't know if you think it is something that would happen or not. But this is it. Some of us might not, who might be Biafrans or who might be of Igbo origin, might have kicked against it initially. But when you see how things are going, you actually come to realize that it's not a fantasy. It is more of reality, whereby some people are just being persecuted, And I've come to a realization. If you are in the market, there's a natural tendency that you want the market forces to take effect so that the best of the best would always profit. So I think the Igbo man is always in the market. So his natural tendency is whatever would make the market function. But unfortunately, he's in the midst of a group of tribes who see functionality as a deterrent to their own share of the cake. Because when you see what some other tribes kick against just to have their own person there or whoever it is, you come to understand that it is not actually the hatred for the Igbo tribe. It is more of a hatred of his ideal of what he wants. Because the Igbos live very well with the Yorubas in Lagos, in Alaba, they all thrived. It was only when they decided, let us have good governance. And it doesn't matter who they stood behind, whether it is Badebo Roots or any other Hausa man, then they become the victim. So, do you by any chance think that it will come to a point, because you can't keep beating a group of people down all the time for wanting what is right?
So please ask the question if you can.
Yeah.
In 10
Yeah,
seconds.
Mr. Shaw, please give me some time. Yeah, I waited. Please.
Yeah, that's fine, but we have
Thank
to.
you.
I think he gets the drift. So
yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, it's actually very easy. It depends on what the rest of the country, what they do, the direction of the country. All these things are not. It's not something that a particular group will decide. Whatever. I think the people who are inspiring, giving reasons.
No, but what I wanted to get at is even though you said you understood me, what I wanted to get at is even though one group is agitating for this, how long will one group wait for the others to see things through their own perspective? Because if that does not happen, there would always be that friction. And if there's always going to be that friction, then there must come a point when this other group would say, we've got to go.
Rudolph,
And it will be
Rudolph,
en masse.
let me help you, Rudolph, if you don't mind. At least you've been answering questions. It's Ikolala. The honest thing, the gospel truth is that the rest of Nigeria want Igbos to be part of Nigeria. But to make the sacrifice to tolerate, let me use the word tolerate, they are not willing. And that is the defining line or whatever. If you ask anybody, they will tell you in their heart of hearts, oh, Igbos are good. I mean, look at, they concede to you. But now, let us get just a minimum of our due. Let us sort of play the same standard like others. No? So that is the issue. That is the issue.
But
That's why
this
some
is
people.
you
So
have not answered my
that's what
question.
that.
Even though you're
No, I'm
trying to
coming.
help.
That's why. No, I'm just putting this as a principle so that you
CM,
know.
are you not mistaking? Are you not mistaking political elites as the political guys doing this as mistaking it for other Nigerians?
Exactly. You see, you've gone
Because
off
what you are
one
saying is correct, but on those for political reasons only. Not that they want them to go. They just, I don't know what they're scared of. You
So
understand?
let's get
Every
Rudolph
other
to
Nigerians.
let's get Rudolph to
Well,
attend to this.
let Rudolph
Even when you talk of
pierce
the
everything
political
together.
elite, you have to first speak to the Orjis or Kalus and all the big Southeastern political leaders to align with you. Because if they don't align, it's not happening. I don't think so. Because it starts from home. That's my personal opinion. The big shot in the Southeast, they would not let Nigeria break because it doesn't work for them.
Yeah.
Until you can convince these people or force them or whatever approach you take, it's not going to happen. As much as I want it to happen for the sake of peace and everybody, be happy. But are you going to tell Odjus or Kalu to let's break up, or tell Rochas, or tell Wike, or tell these people?
But
Start from there.
isn't it dawning on them? Okay, look, isn't it dawning on Orchus or Kalu themselves or those bigger lights that as long as this ideal of equality is not addressed? Look, I think the mistake we make here is that we always think, which was why I went against CM, is that the Igbos are not asking for a particular due. The Igbos are asking for equality. And this equality, because if you notice, during most elections, whether it's PDP, it doesn't matter if it's an Hausa man or Yoruba man, but as long as the Igbo man sees that you are good, they would vote for you in the Southeast. So we are looking for equal, that's idealism where things function. But everybody goes against. The only reason why you see them burning Alaba market was because when Gbadebo Roads was close to winning, and he's a Yoruba man.
Okay, so let me
let's get back on track. So Rudolph, let's attend that so we can move on.
Yeah, let me just say this. And there was this article in the Economics of Economics of London, published in the 80s. It says that one line there says that Nigeria is the only country in the world where the best is impossible and the worst never happens.
That's correct.
I'm telling you, the worst never happens.
The best is impossible and the worst never
happens. I like that.
We continue to prove them right, despite all the things we've gone through. We continue to prove them right that the best is not possible, the worst, So we're all stuck in that. People who are hoping that the worst will happen so that something will change. You think that with Abiola died and people thought that will be the change. No. And think of the worst thing that could happen. Nigeria has this system because the elite, when they see that you are threatening what they care about, they will come together and fix it. They were able to go and bring Obasanjo from prison, paint him together and put him together and make him president so that the worst will not happen. They are always willing to do that. The poor masses are the people who are not willing to come together and put away all their differences, come together for their own goal. So that's why we are at that point. The best will not happen because it's not in the interest of the elite.
So now you've come to my question. Would this, they say change, to counter your quote, they say change is the only permanent thing. So are you saying that the best doesn't happen and the worst can never come true? Are you saying that is going to be permanent? At what point does it change?
Yeah, good. I'll give you another quote. Austria didn't want to join the European Union at one point. Austria, and then this is what they told the Austria. They said to them, if you want to remain the same, you must change. You must join the European Union. And Austria figured it out and said, if we want to maintain our standard of living, we want to maintain, they joined the European Union. So Nigeria may get to the point where even for the elite, for them to maintain, for things to be the same, they have to change. We've not got to that point. That's what Showeri is hoping for. That's when that revolution will happen. It may not, I don't know whether it will happen, I don't know. Depends on you. I think ordinary people don't know the power they have. They have more power to change that society than Tinubu or P2B or whoever you are thinking will lead you. Ordinary people. But they don't have that. They don't know that they have that power, and they are not organized. Think about the organization going on in America. Think about how Obama became what he became. Grassroots organization. People worked. In fact, when they criticize Obama, they criticize him because the people that helped him at the beginning, that he didn't carry them along. People, if you see changes in America, in Britain, in any of these Western nations, they were people who today are not celebrated. They are the people going around. Their meetings are happening today in New York that I'm not aware of, at the YMCA, at different groups pushing for change. If you go down, you listen, you know these people. But we don't have that kind of number of people pushing for change. That's what we need. That's how you get the poor people, the ordinary people who do not have the time and the resources to come together and support one idea. Showeri is, saying it, need someone to go to the grassroots. Look at P2B. People didn't see this video. There were some videos of people on their own going around in villages in the middle part of Nigeria, telling people how to vote. Doing this on their own, that's how you got what happened. Can you imagine all of us, people who feel that this country can do better, going down to the local villages and talking to people, getting the masses together? That's when you get a change. Otherwise, if you have spontaneous action like NSAS, most people are not informed enough to come out and say, we support this. All right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, CM.
Mr. Scott,
Well,
Mr.
Show, I
Yes.
would have to thank you anyway, even though I shouldn't thank you. Well, thank you.
No worries. It's appreciated. Mr. Scott, please, I'm not sure if it's you. Stop. Please, can we stop adding people to the panel so that we can? I'm not sure, so that we can run this section.
I've not added anybody as far as I know.
Ify, Abeg, Biko, no. I know I've seen your messages to say I'm marginalizing you. No, that's not the case. I'm just going, in a particular.
Oh, she's already in court. You're in
I know
trouble.
she said she's going to court. If you please come back,
Better
Rudolf
tribunal.
question. Eddie, you have
She's already in tribunal, my friend. Go get yourself a lawyer.
Yeah,
quick.
We'll go to Eddie. We'll go to Olumide. If Olumide's question is going to be different from Ikolala's last question.
Sorry, Show, I'll leave so that you can add whoever wants to come.
No, we're not adding more people. That's fine. We're just going to end this section. Then we'll go to the Bubuero, everybody. Bole Kaja. We'll go to that.
I tell you.
Just to give Rudolph a breather, He will come back and join us, obviously. But Eddie hasn't spoken. Olumide's question is going to be Ikolala's second question. It's just going to be for the Yoruba people. But we'll still hear it anyway.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Sure, you were reading my mind. How did you know that?
I know now. You be my guy.
So no worries. Kudos to you, Sha, for a job well done.
Thank you.
Eddie first.
Good evening, everybody.
If you please. No,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Damages. I could say you're putting yourself. You're neither right or left because your question, the way you answer the questions, you don't want to go extreme. You just want to stay neutral. Why don't you pick a side? But anyway, that's just the commentary. My questions are: what is with the emergence of social media on journalism? Do you think social media has bastardized journalism? And the second one is, in your opinion, was the journalist of the 50s and journalist of the current day? What has changed between what could see from the both extremes? what has changed? So those are my two questions, because I remember when I was growing up in Port Harcourt, I think when I was at Uniport then, I used to go around where the NUJ secretariat was, around the Forces Avenue. I really wanted to, because then the only form of media we had was radio and I think radio, newspaper and TV, but mostly radios, because that's what a lot of people could afford then. So I went into the secretariat. I really wanted to be a journalist then, although I was doing engineering, but I really wanted to be a journalist because then
You should be from engineering to journalist.
Yes.
From engineering to journalist. I don't understand you now. Sure.
No, did you see? Even currently now, I'm still confused. I'm an engineer, but I'm still, because sometimes I wander around, thinking of other things to do. But anyway, so yeah, those are the questions really.
Okay, social media. I think it was inevitable that there will be social media. The question is, what impact? I think we're in transition. We have not arrived, so we don't know where it's going to end. But it was necessary, and everything in transition may be confusing as we see it now, but eventually it's going to settle. When Hollywood started, it was the same thing. Everybody was just like making movies, but eventually they came together and there was a structure. So I think journalism will do the same thing. Social media will find a way to work well with journalism. I don't know. I mean, most people would think it's negative. I think it has some positive sides and negative sides. For instance, I think the idea that media, where you are stopped from publishing your opinion because you are not good or you are not known, then it's limiting. But now everybody is a reporter. I tell people will come to me and say, I've been writing for Sahara, they won't publish my article. I've been writing for Premium Times, they won't publish my article. And I will say to them, you can publish something on your Facebook and it will go viral. If what you wrote is important, you can write something on just WhatsApp and it will go viral.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to raise, because now on social media you have a lot of people that are not journalists, but they break the news for big publication houses. So they make a lot of money more than journalists. So
yeah, but it's also important that we still have professional journalists, because there are so many things that are not happening now, like cross-checking things, holding people accountable. Some of these people we are talking about, nobody's holding them accountable. They just publish anything, and sometimes it's not well researched. It's not the investigation is not done very well. So there are some aspects of it that are not good. But I think it's a good thing. It's just a way to manage it. The biggest challenge that journalism is having today is how to make it a profitable business. It's still difficult, even for the Western nation. The other one is about journalists of the 60s and 50s. Every generation will have their own journalists and do their own thing. I don't think it's always difficult to compare. I can sit down here and tell you, when Awolowo and Zik were running for president, that were the golden days of Nigeria. And then that Tinubu and Obi is not golden, No, it's not. It's the same generation that will say this.
Why I raised this second question was because of recent I saw an interview. Is it something on social media where Asai Dokubo was bashing the journalists of Arise, and over the years during this election, you've seen people come out and bash journalists. Wiki has done that as well, and the rest of them. I don't care about whoever they bash, but what I'm saying is back in those days, you don't speak to journalists. Take journalists as the supremo, but these days now, it's different.
But at the same time, journalists that back in those days, they don't speak to presidents the way they speak to presidents now. The world is changing. I see Trump fighting with reporters at the White House. It's unthinkable. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, that the president of America is fighting with reporters at the White House. Every generation, like I said, they will have to deal with their own thing, and eventually people think it's the worst thing that they've ever seen. And eventually to settle, things will be better, and there will be a new order. So I don't think anyone is better. I don't want to live when an American president will be sick and nobody will report it because reporters are basically hiding it from the public. These days it's very difficult to hide anything. That was why when Nnamdi Kanu was saying something about Buhari being a clone, it was difficult to actually say that that's possible in today's media space. Because even if you buy up all the British media, even if you buy up all the American media, the Israeli media, I mean, there are so many places that, and even bloggers and people, the doctor doing the surgery, these days.
Even opposition say, get quiet, opposition.
Yeah, so it's difficult. So there's an advantage to that in the sense that it's difficult to stop a story now from being published. Very difficult. Okay, thank you.
Sure, you're muted. Sure, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. We've got 3 more people to take questions from. Please, Olumide, Ed, and Ndubisi. We'll try to make it brief.
Admin, I beg.
Let's see how we're doing for time. It depends on how long Olumide, Ed, and Ndubisi.
Okay, I'm just gonna go straight to my question.
Okay.
You know, my own mantra is I always like to first challenge or debunk any contrary or any fake information here.
So
but I won't do that. I will wait for the
question.
I will wait for the Bole Kaja section before I go ahead.
Exactly.
So I want to go straight. Rudolf, thank you for a good job. Thank you for your unbiased journalism. I want to ask you, my own question is this: what do you think? Do you see anything wrong in the Yoruba people who are about 40 million plus population in Nigeria? Arguably asking for their own sovereign state. This platform is an opportunity right now. Today's one is an opportunity to hear your own side of things, and so do you find anything wrong in the Yoruba population, 40 million plus, asking for their own sovereign state with their own language, culture, identity, and their own way of life, just like the British, the Spanish, the French? Do you find anything wrong with that?
No. Simple. I don't. The same way I'm not saying that the Igbo people who want to have their own country, they should not have their own country. I don't find there's something wrong in that. But what I'm saying is that if that is what you want, you pursue it in the way that I don't want people to lose their lives. You pursue it in a way that will make it achievable without destroying people. So that's I have no problem with that, really. If 40 million, you say 40 million Yoruba people
40 million plus in Yoruba
land. Yeah, if they decide today that they want to leave Nigeria, there should be a mechanism for them to air that view. And actually I wrote something about it when the Biafran movement was hitting up, and I said this is the way you can get Biafra without shooting a gun, a simple killing anybody. So the same thing with Yoruba people, there should be a mechanism. If you look at the Scottish, look at the Quebec, what's happening in Quebec and Scotland, the Scottish, they want their own country and they're following whatever process is possible in their own country, basically saying that, first of all, by electing their own people. If the Yoruba people decide today that everybody we're going to send to Abuja, Senate and National Assembly, they are going to be people who are going to advocate for Yoruba nation. And that is what they said. That's the party that they formed and said this is what our goal is. And they would go there and elected those people. They go to Abuja and represent Europe. Everything they are saying will be along that line. We want our own country. We want our own country. And the world will hear them. And at the point, there will be a mechanism that will be in place. Just think about it. I asked a senator here on the show one time, and I said to him, why is it that the southern part of the country have not come together? Their senators have not come together and say, we want this change. If they come together with the middle belt, they have majority. They will find 2/3 majority to push for a change, whatever they wanted. So I'm not against that. There's nothing wrong in that. If that is what people want, yeah, they should be able to go and get it. What I'm against is killing people trying to push for whatever you want, as if we have not had enough of that.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. I don't want to
Yeah.
You follow up questions, give
We
others
can
chance.
discuss it when we go to the Bole Kaja. But I think Rudolf just said it in an educated way. He said it in better English than I said it. I just said it in very layman bare. When I said, start from home, speak to your politicians. If they are speaking on your behalf in Abuja, it makes the job a lot easier. But you can't even get your own politicians to buy into it, but you want to go and start fighting in an empty room. I don't agree. Ed, please ask your question. Thank you for your patience.
All right, thank you, Sho, and good job hosting the show today so far. So, for you, Mr. Rudolph, I have two questions. So, the first question is more or less like an appreciation and admiration of your level of calmness, equanimity when you host this program. So, I mean, one of the first times I came here, there was a discussion and it became a little bit ethnic oriented, and there was a lot of jabs being thrown at the ethnic group that you belong to. And for a moment, I had to ask, is this man like, is this an Igbo man? Because you just acted like, well, it was a normal discussion. You just took it in good strides, and I really appreciated that. So I want to know, like, how did you come about that level of patience and calmness in dealing with people? I mean, from my little interaction with your work, I know you're not so much of a religious person. And I want you to maybe just say a little bit about that. Are you a person of faith? I know you're not religious, but are you a person of faith? Because I saw the Reverend Bishop that came yesterday say something about you being in the same church with him previously. So I was wondering, Mr. Rudolph, really. So the second question is, I was reading something about the senator from Delta that's thinking of initiating a bill to allow a representation of Nigerian diaspora in the Senate. So
you want to
I
go
know. I mean, I think you could get my vote. You could. I think you could, mostly because of your grasp of the issues that kind of affect Nigerians in the diaspora. So I want to know, what if you were to suggest directions for that bill, or for whoever emerges as a representative in the Senate, what are the issues you want them to really tackle, like really far-reaching issues, apart from the very obvious one of diaspora voting, which a lot of us have been clamoring for, which are other issues that you think and how do you see that person making enough inroads to bring more or less like their diaspora experience to develop our politics? So that's my question.
All right, thank you so much. About faith, I came out yesterday when I was talking to the bishop that I attend an Anglican church here in New York. I go there now. I go only on Easter Sundays, because I have to be here on Sundays. But also I've moved from where I used to live, so it's difficult. It's a kind of a long distance to get there. But I have questions about religion, and I'm raising it and putting it together in the book that is coming out. I don't have any problem with people going to church or going to mosque or whatever they believe. I just think that Africans, we've taken it to a different level. There's something we need to do. I don't want to discuss details. When the book comes out, we'll talk about it. But I think the way we see God is not, I don't think God is what all the books are making it to look like. I don't know. I'm a scientist, even though I don't practice. My background is really science. I love science, and I believe that science. One thing science does that religion doesn't do is science. When science discovers that something is false, they discard it and move on to the next thing. But religion is going to stick to that thing, the same thing, because it's written. It's written. And most Africans who carry this religion on their head, they don't know how the books were written, how they were put together, who put them together. They don't know anything. They feel that if you talk to people in the villages, God dropped the Quran on earth, dropped the Bible. So there are so many questions that we as Africans, we need to start asking ourselves and stop killing ourselves over what I consider foreign religion. Someone said to me one time, I said, why do you still go to church if you have these views? And he said to me, I want my children to have something else to fear. They will get to some age. There's a certain age they will get to, they won't be afraid of me anymore. I want them to have something else to fear, because if you don't have anything else to fear, that will be trouble. So I'm conscious of the fact that we need to have something that people will be afraid of. I've conceived a movie or a novel that will be where God is giving a day off, one day without God. How will the world look like? Just think about that. So while I'm questioning religion and how we practice it in Africa, I think it's stopping us from doing things for ourselves. It worries me every day that most people you talk to is everything is up to God now. No, it's not, and I want to change that.
Can I say something just on this topic? You see, this thing about dogma and religion, it's something that it needs to be taken seriously. Like Rudolf was saying, most people never actually question how the King James Bible came about. If you go into it, I trust you, you will question religion. You will, if you watch Bojas, like allegedly the most corrupt pope ever. How can you watch that series, from end to end? The person who actually even sent it to me was a Catholic. And then when I finished watching it and I went back to him and I said, okay, let's have a conversation about what you just sent to me. I could not believe the response I got. These days, I don't even bother to talk to people about, these kind of topics about religious dogma and things like that. Being spiritual and religious I've come to realize are two different things. I would like a situation where, I love that idea that Rudolf came up with, where on Sundays we kind of talk through these kind of things, because I've kind of lost hope in my immediate environment. Like you mentioned that, King James was trying to settle the Puritans. That's how the Bible came to it. It's more of a political document.
But King James, the King James Bible was written sometime around the, I think, 15th century. So there's a lot of Christian.
It's a 17th century book.
Yeah, there's a lot of Christian history before that. So I respect your views on this issue. But even with science, there's also the tyranny of science. A lot of evil has been done that was justified with science. So so I would respectfully.
We're not being scientists. What you do? I think the context of science. No. The context of science is being able to put things on the tests, being able to try and say, okay, let's come. I think that's where science. That's the context of science. Not saying that. Not looking at them on a parallel in terms of what they've achieved or how they've been managed. Right. I think it's how to put things under test and say, look, ask critical questions, critical thinking, subjecting it, and hopefully taking out the chaff from and getting the wheat. I believe
interestingly, that's something that maybe it's the very variance of Christianity that we received. But making inquiry, debating issues was actually always part of the Christian culture. Right? So you see,
bro. No. You're tempting me. You're tempting me. You're coming into my 18-yard box that I'm tempted to take you to the cleaners. I'm tempted to take you to the cleaners. I'm not going to do it.
We can discuss that some other time, but let's answer the next question about.
Okay, the other question about it, I never heard about that people are trying to elect somebody to represent us. I thought
no. He's saying he wants to initiate it. Actually, he's saying he wants to initiate a bill. I'm actually looking at an article.
So we have people who left here and went back to Nigeria in the Senate and in the House. What have they done? Why do we have to have special person from here representing us? Will the person be traveling from here to Nigeria to attend sessions of the Senate, or will the person move back to Nigeria? Anyway, the point is this. I don't think people are brought as special. I don't think they need to have a senator representing them. I think they have an office already. This what's the name of Kabiri? What's her name?
NITCOM, National Diaspora Commission.
I think that's enough. The only thing is this is why they don't want all of us abroad to be involved so much, is that we are difficult to be bribed. They can't bribe us easily. That's why they really don't want us around because I don't think there's anybody here you give $50.
What with the exchange rate now? The pound is 1,015 naira to work.
Yeah, exactly.
We have health insurance.
Disgrace.
So they can't bribe us. So that's why they don't really want us to be directly involved in politics. And that's it.
All right.
So I'm not.
Undubisi, you'll be asking the very last question. I'm still pleading Ify. I'm begging you. There's proof that I pleaded though. If you come back and ask your question as the last one, I don't want to go to court. I don't have money. I don't all this go to court business. I have no energy. So if you're listening, please join and ask your question to Rudolf. But if he doesn't come back, Undubisi, you'll be asking the very last question, so we can let Rudolf catch a break. We'll listen to my Pasek.
You get a small question to ask him, small, okay?
When we come back.
Good afternoon, everyone. Doctor,
Hi.
good afternoon.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine. You are the guest today.
That's what they
How
did.
do you feel?
It's very hot.
I like that question. How do you feel now?
That's good. Thank you. You've been doing a great.
It's actually a good experience. It's good experience. So go ahead with your question.
Yeah. Well, for me, I think I started watching your show in 2016 or 2017, Dr. Damage's show. Sometimes you go to YouTube, some show pop up to suggest to YouTube. So I just when I started listening, and so like a comedy show, but later I started noticing that it's on current affairs that usually report. Sorry, my son just came to the bedroom. I asked him to go back. So and from there, I started watching other programs you do, and I thank you for exposing us to what is going on back home. Even though some of us have relatives back home, but you go deeper into things that goes on in government and beneath, and give us some things to think of and to discuss about. Thank you so much. So my question is just as a trained journalist myself, I practiced for some time before I left the country. So though in the government in government as a government as a public or as a civil servant, I did little in private sector anyway. So my question is about the current crop of media practitioners we have. What do you think about the way some of them tend to? I notice that some of them tend to skew questions based on who they are interviewing or who they are talking about. Sometimes they tend to ask questions in a way. Sometimes you notice that it has some sectional leaning, and then sometimes they try to promote a particular narrative that is public out there, as if that is what they want the people to accept and show. Unlike what we used to have in the past, where we have those very vibrant reporters who are always on the side of the people, like during the struggle for independence and during the effort to get out the military and reinstall democracy. I don't know how you view some of them, not all the reporters, but I notice sometimes when I watch some interviews and the questions they ask to different individuals who come on, I notice that it's as if maybe they are trying to promote a narrative, or as if they are working for a particular individual or group, which sometimes is not in the best interest of the people. Whereas some still remain on the side of the masses, because the journalists, the media is the fourth estate of the realm. We're supposed to be the watchdog, watching the three arms of government and trying to bring them to do the right thing. So that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I've talked about. I've talked about the media a lot, and you can blame them. We can blame them for certain things. We can blame ourselves.
If you go to work.
We can also see the reason why it's that way. We cannot isolate the media from all the problems the country is facing. And when things are going bad, it's not just one aspect of life. It's not just the politicians that are corrupt. The media is also corrupt, and the police is not the only one that is corrupt. So everybody, teachers are corrupt. Every aspect of life in Nigeria. Uh, I'm tired I'm tired of the expectation on the media that is not realistic. I'm realistic when I look at the media because I've been there. I've been there. I know what they go through. I'm not excusing them, just like we don't excuse the police, we don't excuse the politicians. But it's also important that the job of the media is very important. Once the three arms they fail and the media also fails, then that's what we have. The media could sustain a country. Thomas Jefferson was asked, "What do you want? Do you want a media or a country?" Because the media was critical at the beginning of America. Thomas Jefferson said, "I rather have the press, the media that is free without a country than have a country without any free media."
Yes.
That's how important the media is. So you now have a situation in Nigeria where everything fell. The media too. I'm not saying the media, they've done well, but you have to give it to them. They rose to the challenge during the military era.
Yes.
So they can still do it if things are right. But at this point, I don't see the sign. But of course, in Nigeria, like we said, when you think everything is going bad, there will be sign of hope. So with the advent of the internet media and also we're seeing signs of hope in the TV section. So let me tell you guys one more last thing about the media. One reporter, I went to Nigeria after being here. I went to Nigeria. One reporter met me and said, thank you for what you guys do at Sahara. And I'm like, what do we do? I thought you guys don't like us at Sahara. He said, no, that we give them space to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do. That because Sahara will go this length and publish this, their editors, their owner will now say, it's okay for you guys to publish this. It's okay. So because we do certain things that were impossible to do in Nigeria, it gives them room to move a little bit further. They want to. Let me also reveal a secret here. How many people are watching? The secret is this. This is something that most people don't know. Some of the stories that are published by online media, most of them outside the country, came from reporters in the traditional media. These are stories that they could not publish in their newspapers. They send it to people who could publish it.
Oh, yes.
So there are signs. It's not totally hopeless, but there's a lot of work to be done and there's need for support. I can't stress that enough.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Rudolf. So we go to Ify, who would be asking the last questions. Don't worry, Locopede. See, we're not ending the show. We're just ending this segment. So we can't even hear you.
Sorry.
Yes. So Ify, see, VIP, just 4. VIP platform, elevation. Apologies, it wasn't intentional. If you feel like I ignored you, we're just going in, so you have the floor. Ask the very last question and we can end this section.
Good afternoon. Papudo Gascribe. Let me tell you something. You are one person on this show that I cannot and can never be mad at. Never. No matter what you do. I can never be mad at you.
Me, Abby?
You. Why should
and that's all I need now. See all this. See all of you in the comment section. Complete. See if he says you can't be mad.
I was just pulling your legs. I was just messing with you. I can never be mad at. For what?
All sorted now.
No, I can never. No, I cannot. No, I can't. To be honest with you, it was just like. And again,
thank you.
I don't know if you watched yesterday when this guy pushed me to the limit. Like you always say, Dr. Damages, you don't know who will be watching. And a couple of people texted me yesterday, what is wrong with you? Honestly, I felt so ashamed. And like I told him, I said, I'm going to apologize again. Honestly speaking, this is what I am always against. I always tell my patients, you don't say these things. And, when they say it to me, I feel so bad. And, sometimes, try to defend myself. And For me to say that in a public platform, honestly speaking, I went back to look at that. I was like, holy crap, I can't believe that I said this thing. But honestly, from the deepest part of my heart, I am so, so sorry. That's not me. I hope my mother never watches you, but she will be, oh, you came up on, you see, if she ever heard me, or even her pick up, but she will give me a heavy knock on my head, you know. So sorry about that. I promise you it's not going to happen again. If somebody tried to push me to the limit, I just log off and go. I think it'll be better for me than for me to, go off on that. Also, like I always say, this show, this platform, I always look forward to coming here. Not that I do anything. In fact, let me tell you something. Once you start coming Thursday, Friday, I'll be like, oh, we're gonna go. I'm gonna go to Dr. Damage's show. That is the therapy part of it. I keep saying it today on your show. You don't know what people are going through. Some people say that I don't have anything to do. Let me tell you, I have so many stuff to do. When I log off here after being on your show, sometimes that's when I start actually walking behind. But here, you come here, listen to people, and they touch your life in one way or the other. I've known the people I've been talking to, behind the stage, and it makes you feel good. So thank you for this opportunity, and I am really grateful. My question to you is: if you have one thing to say to Peter Obi, what do you have to say to him? And if you have one thing to say to Bola Tinubu, what do you have to say to them?
Wow, you guys are good. I don't know how. I would say to Peter Obi to continue to fight. I think it's important to continue to, and he doesn't need to hear it from me. He's going to go to the Supreme Court. I know whoever wins at the tribunal is going to go to the Supreme Court. So I think he's doing an important job for the country, despite what anybody thinks. I think it's important what he's doing. At least at the end of this process, we will know what 25% what Abuja means, what and Abuja means. So that's the big thing for the next generation. I mean, I don't think about today. The problem, maybe that's what I need to say. One of the reason why I don't panic and feel angry about things is that I'm thinking about 100 years from now. And I think what he's doing is something that will benefit people who will come if Nigeria is still there 100 years from now. They will benefit from that. So I would say continue what you're doing. What you're doing is important. Okay. As for Tinubu, the first thing about Tinubu, for me, I don't get it. Is if I were him, the first thing I would do is to become plain about these things about his life. Nobody's going to beat him up. Come clean. That's the first place to begin. I can't get over the fact that I don't know who this man is, and he's the president of this country of 200 million people. Come clean. I think he can afford to do that. People will be sympathetic to him, whatever the issue is. So that's the first thing, and and then to make sure he understands that he did not win the votes of majority of people in Nigeria. I don't get the sense that he knows that every day. He should know that he should put it on his wall in his office. Number of people that voted for him. I have to get over 50. And I think Nigeria should do well if they can change their constitution and make sure that whoever will be president will get 50 plus 1, 50% plus 1. That's more important than this two-thirds of 50% plus 1. So you get the majority. So you can they can add the two-thirds thing, but it has to be 50. It's needed. At least you can stand tall and say half of the country voted for me. And then you have a mandate. Now, even if at the end they said he won, where is the mandate? Anyway, that's what I think.
All right.
Did I miss something?
Thank you very much, Rudolf. Before I say the things and everything, I'm just going to go because I know once I thank you, a few people might just jump off. So while you're here, let me use your big man influence to keep people.
I wanted to say something finally in general, but that's up to you.
Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do that as well. I just want to, encourage people to please like and share the video. It would help other people see this video to understand who Rudolf is. Where does he stand on matters? What does he think of the election and all of that? So please like the video, share it with your friends and your enemies. It doesn't matter. They all need to, they will all gain something from it. Also, I'll go through the names of the people that will be receiving a book, and that's if you send your address to drdamages@gmail.com. So they are George Blueshell, Olukayode, Semisolu Ogunlade, Chioma, AB, Francis Ene, Ismiri, Yemi, Victoria, and AB and Abamieda. Now, like I said, True Niger is one of the people, Forefather is one of the people I put initially, but I just think he won't send his address to you. I might be wrong, but I think True Niger is just too, everything is coded, So those are the people that have won the book. That's Kotsi, myself, and Mazi Scribe. This book is or was written by Dr. Damages. It's called This American Life Self. So it gives you, an idea of what to expect when moving from Africa to the Western world. Most of us live here already on the platform. Most of the people who won the book already live here. So you might read it and pass it on to someone, maybe the new Japa people, just pass it to them so they can have a typical or a good understanding of what they're about to face. When I read it, I will give you my feedback, Dr. Damages. But I'd like to thank you. It's been a great opportunity for myself, a privilege as well, because it started as a joke in the comment section about a month ago. I just said, "Oh, let me interview you one day," and people in the comment section said, "Yes, you should do it. You should do it." And the yeas have it, and the nays lost. So, and yesterday night, off the cuff, I just said, "Oh, why not listen to?" Because I realized that you didn't send anything out to say this is our 90 minutes Africa. So I thought, if it's an open slot, why not let people find out who you are, what made you who you are, and the rest of it. But thank you very much for letting us into your world. On behalf of the panelists, the comment section especially, that is where I belong. I belong to the street. See, I'm lining myself up for this political. When we start voting on this platform, I don't know what offices are there, but I think I belong. It's better than eating corn. I belong to the street, so they will vote for me. So on behalf of the guys in the comment section, we really appreciate you. And I would like to thank everyone that have joined, commenting, watching, sharing, subscribing, and all of that. Thank you very much. And most especially the guys who've supported with the super chat: Alexander Gomez, Isaiah, T Majek, Tope O, Alexa Phony, Daily Phony Clips, One Man Went to Mo, George Blueshell, Ebby, Chiplex Media, Kulata, Switch Switch, Ismiri London, Chioma, Man of Prestige. And if I've missed you, please, it's not intentional, but thank you guys.
EJ Diaz.
Yes, exactly. That's the one I missed, where she asked if you've considered being a counselor, to counsel people. So, guys, thank you very much. It doesn't go unnoticed. I know Dr. Damages is quite shy around money issues. He won't call out super chat. Me, I'll call it out and thank you for your super chat, and to encourage other people to donate to the work he's doing. So I will let you say what you have to say, but once we're done listening to what you have to say to round off, Mr. Scribe or Rudolph himself will play the famous Majek Fashek. We can't. Oh, Alexander Gomez. Yeah, you can send your question to Alexander Gomez. We cannot do this without listening to Majek Fashek. So, the outro will be Majek Fashek. Rudolph will take a break. If he decides to come back, we'll be happy to have him. I will take a break myself before I get kicked out of the house. Scribe will fill in for us in that little short while.
I'm expecting a guest, so
that's fine. I'm only talking 5 minutes. I'm talking 10 minutes.
I know. Okay, fine. Just
it's just so that
just
you
in
can
case
bring people
if
back.
I leave abruptly, please don't be annoyed.
Yeah, that's fine. Just bring people back on. Let them start the conversation. You'll probably end up in a fight. I'll come back and I'll moderate.
Sure. Question, right? Let me say something right quick to Kulata if he's watching. Kulata, I know I heard you live here in Atlanta or Georgia somewhere, and that's where I live. So stop threatening me over here in the comment section. You can invite me, we can hang out and go have a drink. Okay? I am open to that. So you can reach out to me via any social media you can. Reach out to me, we can hang out, okay? And stop threatening me when you come to comment station. I'm not mad
All
at
right. Reach out to me. I'll send you a body cam.
Kulata, reach out to me. We can hang out, okay?
Fantastic. So, Rudolph, I'll let you do the honors and say what you have to say and end this section.
All right. Thank you so much. Before I start, I want to take the privilege of welcoming Alexander. Alexander is one of our great supporters here. He just sent me a message that he wanted to say something before.
Yeah. Hey, Rudolph, how are you doing today?
Good. Thank you so much.
Well, I always marvel in your disposition. I don't know how a Nigerian. Are you sure you're not Ghanaian? You behave like you're so placid in your disposition. You're not like a Nigerian. Listen, I used to ask my African American brothers and sisters here how it was to be a black person in America in the early 1900s. So my question to you is, one, how does it feel to be an Igbo man in Nigeria? And secondly, do you really think in your heart of hearts that Igbos are marginalized in Nigeria? Those are just the two questions I wanted to ask you.
That Igbos are more what?
Do you think Igbos are marginalized in Nigeria?
Oh, okay. So the first thing is, how does it feel like? I was privileged. So I grew up in the East, and at 15, I went to the West, where I went to school for 5 years. I did my youth service in the North. I did my internship 6 months in the North. Then I returned to Lagos. So I think part of my my composition and understanding of Nigeria is from that perspective, that I've lived in different parts of the country. I understood people. I could feel their pain. I know what it is like to live in the North. I've been in Zaria. I've been in Kano. I've been in Plateau. So I have that sense of what it's like. So I don't feel that Igbo people are suffering more than any other group in the country. I don't have that sense. I have the sense that the country failed for everybody. So that's the perspective. When I look at things, I look at it from that perspective. And the other question was, remind me, please.
Do you think Igbos are marginalized?
Oh yeah, okay. So of course people can. I think there are deliberate things that has happened. Part of it you can say is because of the war. I'll give you an example. I met a minister. He denied telling me this, that he didn't tell me this in this way. I'll tell the story quickly. So this minister, I met him at Harvard, and he said to me, I told him I went to school at Akure FUTA. He said, oh, I'm the one that started FUTA. I said, how? He said, when he was Minister for Education under Shagari, that he went to Shagari and said to him, look at JAM candidates from every state in the country. That the East had more people who are interested in going to the university, who passed, they made the cutoff, but they couldn't get into universities because there was only one federal university in the East at that time, and that was UNA. So he said to Shagari, I think there is need to have another federal university at UNA. And Shagari said, that's a good idea. Why don't you come to the National Executive Council and suggest that? And he went there. He said this to the ministers who were there, and they shouted him down. Some people shouted him down because he was saying to them that it would be good to have a University of Technology in the East. And the reason is that they don't have enough universities, and look at the number of people who are interested in going to universities. And they shouted him down. Some people were saying, oh, you guys want to go and continue to build nuclear chemical weapon, Wunigwe. And so the man was, he said he was disappointed. After the meeting, Shagari called him and said, come and see me. So he went back and saw Shagari, and Shagari said to him, this is not how you present things in Nigeria. When you go out there, you have to tell them that you want this University of Technology to be built in Nigeria, one in the East, one in the West, and one in the North. And that was how you got Federal University of Technology, Akure. You have the one in Mina and the one in Akure, which is the one I went to. This was the story he told me. I wrote about it, and he sent a message. He started calling me, sent a message, and said I should change that story. That was not how he told that to me, and that he's writing a memoir that will tell the whole story. I've not seen the memoir, but that was the story.
We did the BBC interview, and he said exactly what you just said.
Oh, he did?
That's Professor Ragwe, the Obuniwe guy, right? Is that the same person?
No, that's not the guy. That's not the guy. I didn't want to mention.
This is the same. When you were saying it, I was just recalling the. Anyways, okay.
Okay, so why do I say that? So there are things that I think people who lost the war, it doesn't matter where in any part of the world, there is this kind of suspicion that they are trying to do things. There is this kind of feeling that some people may feel that they don't deserve something. So there are certain things, for instance, lack of things like airports, basic things like having seaports, the fact that a lot of people cannot, there's certain things that people can point out and say, somebody said to me one time, why is it that Igbo people, when they finish school, they leave the East? Because I can't point at anything and say this is a federal institution in the East that I can go and get a job, a company, something that the government established that you can go. There's nothing. So they have reasons. People who say that have reasons they can point at things and they are real, So I think that's the situation. But I think the way to correct it is not to. It's like when you talk about affirmative action and things like, the way to correct it is really to make the country to be blind to whatever ethnic group and do the right thing. We know it. We know how to do it. We just don't want to do it. But there's hope. I'm thinking that in the next 20 years, most of the people who saw the war will die off. I'm not wishing them death, but they will die off. It's a natural thing. And then there may be a new generation of Nigerians who will have a different perspective. People who have met other people, So that's what I would say.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to appreciate the super chat have come in the last 2 minutes or 3 minutes. So EJ from Germany sent super chat again. Thank you. Real K, somewhere in Europe, I can see the euro sign. Thank you. That's appreciated. Kulata dropped a comment. Professor A told the story on your show. And I can see Abdul Ghaffar Latunji. This is someone I grew up next to, literally 5 minutes away from in Ibadan, supporting the show. Kudos to Dr. Damages and show himself. Ghaffar, I see you. I salute you, my brother. Thanks for the support. Rudolf, please do the honors and
all right. Thank you so much. In fact, you did most of the things I wanted to do and say. You thanked everybody who supported us today. I want to start by thanking you because without you, I don't know how you talked me into this, but it's wonderful. I learned a lot, because it's easy. My job has always been easy. People don't know that just to sit down and ask questions is very easy. But to answer the questions quite difficult sometimes. But thank you so much, Sho, for your support. And I want to thank all the moderators who step in, Forefathers, Scribe, Dominic, everybody who step in when I'm not able to do this. I want to thank the people that come into the studio, the panelists. You guys are famous. I hope you guys know, because when I go out there, nobody talks to me. They just say, what is wrong with these forefathers? What is wrong with it? And I'm here. I don't count anymore. Thank you guys, everybody. Ify, you made history yesterday, and people have been, we'll talk to you later. But everybody, I really am marveled at what this has turned into and how you just open a shop, and people work in and contribute. And I appreciate that. I don't take it for granted for once. Those on the comment section, I really appreciate you guys. You are wonderful. My general idea is still the same thing, to keep the conversation going. And we've seen this week after week. Somebody will just come out from nowhere and just wow all of us and give us an idea that we probably didn't think about. I appreciate that. I appreciate even people who are critical, like Pansat. I appreciate you. We learn from not just people who are supporting or who are agreeing with us, but also people who are disagreeing with us. I do appreciate everybody. And I promise I will continue to do my best. And but you guys are the ones who are doing the job. I just open the shop and listen to you. The bad news is that these days when I go out physically to meet people, I just sit down and listen to them. I don't contribute because I've learned to just listen to people. But I thank you all. I thank you all for what you do and the time you spend on this platform. Sure, thank you for making me do this. I wouldn't have done this in this world. It looks like it's look weird to. It's like open a newspaper and you write about yourself. But I learned also that it's not easy when I have guests here and people try to question them. It's not an easy thing to just take any question. Some questions that you do better if you have 10 minutes to think about it or 20 minutes. But I thank you guys. So I appreciate everybody. And I think the show will continue. I will be back. I'll just take a little break. I'll be back. And thank you, everybody. If I missed you, missed something important, please forgive me. I've been sitting here.
Mama Ichu specialist.
Oh yeah. Where is she? What happened? I'll call her.
I haven't seen her yet.
I'll find out. Yeah, Mama Ichu.
Also, electricity. I know he had an issue. They had a spat. He himself and Olumide had a spat the other day, and he said he wasn't going to come back on the show, and he hasn't.
I didn't know that.
So I'm not sure. People pleaded with him and said it's not that deep, but you might want to check on him to make sure yeah.
I didn't know that. So there are certain things. So please, everybody, let's calm down the temperature. I've been in this business for 30-something years. If I count from high school and commenting on Nigeria. We'll keep doing what we can, but don't think that it will change overnight. If it changes overnight, we'll be happy. But my approach is that do your best. I want my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, to be able to say, if there's still internet, if there's still YouTube, they say, oh, our great-grandfather tried. He did this. He did this. That's all. That's all. I think that's the best approach. If you think that you are going to change the country in one day or in your lifetime, good luck. The world, it's not easy. So we just approach it like do our best. And thank you, really, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One last thank you to Queen Marian, who's just coming with a super chat. Thank you. We appreciate all the support for today's show. Thank you so much. So Rudolf will play the famous Majek Fashek. Once that's done, I'll bring people back on and we can start the buzz boost. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, all right. Hold on, let me see. Majek.
Can't find it anywhere.
Okay, I have it. Because there's the one that is installed. I have it. All right. Thank you, guys.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say say you are proud. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. President for so long.
All right, sure. Go on.
All right. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I'm sure Rudolf will be joining us in a second. Once he comes back, I will take a little break. But we're back now. Uzo, good to see you. Uncle Ike, you're back. Local P, KJ, Ify, Ovie. We'll be sending out Ed is back. I'll add him to the stream. We'll be sending out the link again so people can join and we can discuss, the burning topics in Nigeria, whatever topic you like to discuss. At this point, okay. So, if I take it back, the usual Dr. Damages style. So, Uzo, welcome to the show. Is there any topic, any news that's broken the last 1 week? Actually, we were here yesterday. Any news that we've not covered or something we covered that you still like to talk about, or are you here for Dr. Damages?
Sure, I wanted to answer you for because I came back from church since 12. I was on the bus stay listening to you, the way you are really doing this job, man. As if you have a PhD in journalism. It's really interesting, man. Even I don't believe that. I thought you were a chairman of a comment section. I don't know. You are the executive chairman of the comment and mainstream. Three goes up to you, bro. Yeah, you really do good. It's nice that at least if you don't have potential now, you should know it now. Maybe you don't know how good you are until you start with the damages, and you know how good you are. And that's why I want when I grow up, I be like you. That's why I bob my hair like you.
This is our
when
style.
I grow up,
People don't copy our style.
I have to put that show.
Lokopi and Ovie, they have to copy our
style. Those one will guide them go sell them, they go bab them. Or Chorubin and Sarafi. I know you have to guide them go. So you guys really try to do a good thing today. My normal thing now, every day we should come here to, if not anything you have to say, you stay. I was that's something we don't normally talk, but it seems like it's just like yesterday, we talked a lot yesterday, we're focusing more on the statists. I don't focus. I was going to a Senate today. I don't know in Owo. He was saying something that nobody even even the brother is under the hand of the herdsman, senator. His brother is under the hand of the herdsman. It was saying that 50 people have been killed in his own community, about 3 communities. Many have been displaced, many have been kidnapped. And it will be like it's nothing, it's a normal thing. But I know that war used to be that's Ondo, that used to be hot 2 years ago. So I thought he had stopped until he was saying into the is it the red chamber, the blue and the I don't know which chamber he's saying, he's a senator. Yeah, it's a red chamber. He was speaking, he was like saying about they were all like focusing on one side only. We don't know what is going on not start, as if all these are not Nigerians. That's one thing I might say here. Anybody that have something that's going on, we bring it, we talk about it. The way you are saying about what's happening in the Southeast, all right? So when we keep on saying this, people will be aware of what is going on. And I tell you, the thing will automatically stop. But when you keep quiet, like me, I was thinking that your issue have been like, we know how it was, that Ondo, or you know how all the forest there, how it was, kidnap, this, that. I don't know it's still going on till now, because nobody talk about it anymore. So that is one thing I just, anybody that have something, hear anything, come out to say it, we can see how we're able to put a stop to this. Because nobody is much more happy. Like if you think that, okay, is like you from the Igbo, think that okay, it's a southwest. Guy, I will tell my brothers from Lagos, they're going to southeast, they're going to the east, don't follow Ondo area. You see, everybody's problem is not one tribe problem. Even what is going on is that it's everybody's problem. It's just like when it's happening, we think that it's one point. Like it's just like when Boko Haram started, they would think that it's a northern problem. We are laughing at them, it's a northern problem. But it reaches everybody is into it. So when things start like this, it's everybody problem, not one tribe. But we are still one Nigeria. Sometimes my boss will ask me, there's a time they say snake or pushing Boko Haram in the forest. Years back, I be B. He said, which food are they using? That snake is pursuing the Boko Haram. When they ask me, Boko Haram, does it touch your village? It wasn't like I was trying to convince that from where Boko Haram is to Southeast is over 13 hours or 18 hours. But when they ask you, they answer everybody together in one bucket. So as much as we do that, if anything happen to any part of the country, it happen to everybody. Let's not be one-sided. It's happened to you or it's not happened to you. As I used to say, somebody asked me here, they beat second Niger breed for you, Igbo people. I said so that they put a toolkit. If you're Igbo, pass. If you're not Igbo, go back. Is it going to happen? No. The road they are doing in Lagos, all the road are constructing good road. It's not only Yoruba people that pass it. Everyone pass the road. Every development that happens, it affects everybody. If it doesn't happen, it also affects everybody. So that's my just. Let me start from here first. Other things will come in place. That's just what I want to say here. Let me just eat the floor and take sip of my drink so that we can move on.
Okay.
Let me be like sure. Yeah.
I'm not sure what I've done now. I cannot see the screen. Who's next? I can't see the screen, guys, if you can hear me.
Okay, my name is KJ.
Oh, KJ, yeah. Sorry.
Hi, sure.
Hello, hello.
All right. One of the news that's the most dominant news this week was the issue, the trouble in the East. And also, I'll take it from the East. There's also a publication by Sahara Reporters that Hope Uzodinma is trying to seize some land, community land, to give to the Fulanis. That also made a lot of discussion on the media. Then the one that is actually a bit more devastating was the killing of mourners who had gone to mourn in Benue and Ukum, to be precise, and they were massacred by different word. They were sent to go and meet their heavenly Father by some headers, Fulani headers. Also, there was the raiding of the office of the what they call ICPC, and by DSS, and the DSS is refusing to accept that they are the ones. But what was said they were looking for was document that has corruption charges against Tinubu. Then there was a surrendering picture of Boko Haram, one of their leaders, that surrendered to the Nigerian army, as they claimed. Now, for the pictures of the over 23 people that was sent to heaven by these headers, those are part of the news that made, Then, of course, there was the controversy of
and it was actually raised up by Ruben Abati of the small girl who has a fake result, which we discussed extensively yesterday. And this morning, the Chukuma Soludo had set up a counseling section for her, which is what I think was necessary in what should have been done in the first place. These are some of the news I'm able to capture right now.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Local P. What's trending?
2020, what is the
Sorry, Local P. If you give me 1 minute, 1 second. Some time ago, the ASU president, former ASU president, was missing, and this week, just 2 days ago, he was discovered in Istanbul, the airport in Istanbul. I think he was waiting to catch a flight. That's also because nobody knew who he was for many months. All right, thank you, sir, Mr. P.
All right, thank you.
Well, this was the girl, the jam girl, and stuff like that. The only question that I wanted to ask that nobody seems to be asking is it because the girl just confessed and the whole matter just died? As in, they don't want to find out. Okay, yeah, we know you lied, but who is behind this? You understand? Who did this? Who did that? Who were you working with? Where did you get this from? And maybe trying to see if her dad had a hand in it or something like that. But this should not just be the end of the whole, thing. So at least somebody should be held responsible. Somebody should be made a scapegoat so that at least we should have a decent educational background moving forward.
Okay.
That's
Yep,
just
I completely agree. I think the investigation should go beyond the young lady. I mean, I'm not sure, but I don't want to believe she acted alone. So if there are people who played a part, I think they should be brought to book. Especially if they are much older than her. They might
Exactly.
not just be doing it for her; they might be doing it for a lot of people. And we
That's
don't want
another
this to
way.
become. It's already the norm, but at least we need to start dealing with these sort of things and nip it in the bud. And the worst part is the girl she's an intelligent girl. She's got
Is already
246. 246
so
is enough to get you to uni, so there was no need for that
exactly.
rubbish that they went on to do.
You
I
know,
mean, it should be condemned by everyone, and I think he has been condemned. Like CM said, the state governor or state government, set up an investigation and set up a panel, and they've investigated it. So yeah. Anyway,
my fear is how did she know she was a high scorer? Who told her?
because the people doing this, I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to assume, but
Blame
they
maybe
probably,
inside job, inside job. Or
exactly, they probably know who scored the highest,
Yeah,
260. So they just pushed it by 2 to
yeah.
262.
I told her.
Yeah, exactly. So they need to find out who's behind all of this, or the people.
Exactly.
It could be a racket where they're charging people money for this sort of nonsense. It needs to be
Okay.
stopped. Uncle Ike, we're back with you again.
Oh, sure, thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, clearly. Sorry, 1 second. Ovie. Oh, sorry, Ovie. Are you here for the next 5 minutes? Just a thumbs up will do. All right, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Just give me 2 seconds. Uncle Ike, please speak.
Okay, I'm here. I'll be here.
Okay. First of all, let me say hi to my sister Ify. It has been a long time I've seen her in the platform. Yeah, I think what amazed me last week was the final submission of the new Senate Majority Leader at the election tribunal, who said that when he was asked about the political killings and the stuff that happened during the election, he said it was Mossad. He said it was IPOB. They asked him even in Kano, he said yes. All the election problem that happened during the election was IPOB, And I was laughing and I fall off from my seat, see, to tell you that Nigeria is a joke, and this is This is why sometimes when you gather in a platform, you are talking about the well-being of Nigeria, and you see the kind of people that we give power to go and represent their people in the National Assembly, saying things that even a madman in the street cannot say. You know, it's a joke. Nigeria is completely a joke. You know, I mean, for a new Senate majority leader, a man who studied law in the US and practicing law in New York, according to him, and that was the only reason he can come up with in the election tribunal, that it was IPOB that caused all the electoral problem that was happening in the election. Even when they asked, even in Kano State, he said yes. You know, so Nigeria is a joke. You know, these are the kind of people that I really don't understand that. You know, and I was laughing, and at the same time I was angry. You know, I used to say I'm still on vacation. My wife was asking me because I sneak out to come to join the platform. Even as I'm talking to you now, my family is upstairs in the hotel. I just sneak out somewhere to come and join this panel because, you know, it's a long time. I've not been in this panel for some time because I've been trying to, you know, free my mind and my head so that I can refill and recharge and go back doing what I was doing. You know, but sometimes when you listen to the news in Nigeria, you find that your vacation is not even a vacation. You are so upset and angry to hear what some people that we call leaders in Nigeria are saying in a public domain. You know, do you know what the election tribunal is? You know, that's Nigeria for you. So I mean, it's just sad. You know, and KJ is talking about the killing in Benue State. Last week when I came here, when I joined the platform, it was about the issue of religion. I was speaking from my experience in the north. And I talked about the killing in Benue, in Plateau and Nasarawa and the other states. You know, this is Nigeria for you. I don't know how do we really have a government? That's the point. Human life, we are discussing about human life that we are killing a cow. You know, none of us can give life, but look at how innocent people who went for burial, the way they brutally murdered them, you know, send them to. It's sad, my brothers and sisters. We can't stop talking, but it's really sad.
Thank you, Mr. Haig. Ify, are you with us? All right. Okay, let me skip myself. Ed.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ovi. I was thinking about something. Okay, actually, something I saw on Twitter about the old guy that started this LP chants, right? And how he was working in his workshop, and some people outed him to say, "Oh, after the election, he's been used and dumped." So I just felt like it was. I mean, it was very shallow to have done that because this is someone doing a respectable day's job, and he should be commended for it. So, however, it seemed like the whole issue backfired against whoever posted it. So that's the only thing I can think about. And then the whole Ned Nwoko saying he wants to introduce a bill to seek representation for Nigeria's diaspora community in the Senate. So those are the two news items that I can think
Thanks, man.
about.
I think that's something actually worth talking about. I know some people just dismiss it that, oh, wait, they are not doing anything, and what can they do? But for me, I think that is a start. But that's a that's a topic that we all need to deliberate on anyway. Paul.
Let me follow.
Oh, at times, earlier on, you are looking like a 72 years old Malam. Now you are looking like a 32 years old Wafi man. What's the secret?
Okay, you don't go understand the kind of song where they fire me for this desert what I did. It's not too much.
What's the Arizona temperature today?
Today was a little bit better. Today we are 112.
It's not
Wow.
better than 112. I like that.
112.
I
Wow,
like
that's
that,
not
man.
better.
That's
I
my
think
favorite kind of weather.
46 days now, we've been over 100. Then
All
for
right.
almost 19 days now, we'll be over 110. It's
I
crazy,
love that.
my brother. It crazy. So let me just join you from what you said. You know, when we talk about a network, we're talking about the diasporans and everything. It's a little bit laughable because why I said so. Just think about some of us ordinary old student association. Go back. They rate you of high esteem, but they don't want you, you understand, to lead in any of those things. Before you say anything, they say, guy, forget that thing. That is an American and London style. You know, they work for you. But they like your American money. They like your American support. So if they can kick you out on your just ordinary old student association, places you live, maybe places you work in Nigeria, you try to contribute anything, they tell you, guy, forget, this is Nigeria, I know they work here. So how do you think they want to go to the National Assembly in our so-called grassroots level? We can participate, but they need us to contribute immensely, but let's not participate. They don't want the system to change, but they just need incentives. So that's the biggest problem we are facing with the diaspora. Then also the Mesoma thing, let's try and a little bit tone things down with this conspiracy theory that we're bringing with this Mesoma thing. Maybe somebody must have helped her. Let me tell you, I work as I'm talking to you guys now. I'm using my laptop to do that. My brother, the picking where I send go school. If this laptop crash, add anything, I call my kids to do it. I can't use computer to track them. They are 10 times, 20 times better than me when it comes to the system. Except maybe Mr. Scribe and his own kid. Yeah, he is a tech guru. But some of us, these kids can just play with some of those things. The girl might just do what she knows how to do. Probably maybe she must have been doing it. You understand? And this one just went ballistic, you know, and the so-called jam themselves, they don't really celebrate highest score like that. They just put it on their site, not like they bring it to the media. They try to invite the student. You understand? You see the student go for interviews and everything. It has never been like that. You understand? So probably the girl did that from one place to another place. It make news. Boom! Before you know what's up, you hear the guy with the innocent motors. You understand? That's how the thing just trend. That's how it became the notice of Jam that what is going on? There's no 362 here. So let's slow down a little bit before we think about the parents. Some of us as parents, I don't think when it comes to this tech thing, we are so smart than our kids. I don't really believe so. I'm not saying it won't happen, but let them scrutinize the girl. And equally, no matter we're talking about psychology, that girl is 19.
Paul, we'll still come back to discussion. We are just going through what.
Yeah, the girl deserves some form of punishment, and that's going to be a deterrent. You understand? But if we treat it with a kid glove, because now it's highly politicized, that's why even House of Reps said they should leave the girl alone because they felt it has become politics. So if they don't do that, people will start using case study of another case and another case and another case. But we cannot politicize our life in Nigeria now, my brother. Yeah, we cannot.
Thank you. Paul, we'll go detail later. We'll just go through headlines. Uzo, I will skip you because you did drink without me. Ikolola.
Thank
True. Polish Uzo well. Polish them.
Thank you, Obi. Thank you for giving me another chance. I was going to listen to, but I came up with two questions now, which is one for you and one for Mr. Paul. Oh, has he gone? Too bad.
Yeah,
Right.
no, but I think before we go into detail, we are just like going through if there's any headline you think worth talking about this week.
Yeah, the one he raised now about the girl, the jam results.
Okay, then.
If you are clamoring to punish a 19-year-old girl for forging jam results, so what do you say to our commander in chief? You know who has forged a lot of things
Ikolola, just ask the man on top of you, doctor, how they treat
can-
small crime in New York.
I have answer to that
Doctor,
question.
please
Ikola.
tell her how they treat small crime in New York.
Ikola, I have answer to that question. I think we are punishing him already. We are punishing him already now. We make him the president. Is that not a big enough punishment?
Yeah, well, the girl's punishment should be to give her all the grants she got and not take it away from her. All the glory to God should be given.
The private business guy that promised her to sponsor her to US. I think the guy said he's going to. It's not backing down. And most importantly, I think there's a big debate in the lower chamber, which is very interesting to me. But before Dr. Dameji, before I do to you, congratulations to you and everybody here on the screen and the larger Nigeria. We are now the chairman of the ECOWAS Union, so congratulations. Bola Tinubu has just been elected or made the chairman of ECOWAS. So,
is he chairman or president?
I think chairman. I was the president. Well, I mean, yeah, he's the chairman of ECOWAS now. 19 states under his bed, so 19 countries.
So if he should lose this presidency, he can go over to ECOWAS and continue to.
Well, that's I think this point that word "if" should be gone by now. He's already a president. This is a good gesture now. They don't make give me international now. You want to disgrace Nigeria? How can you disgrace Nigeria like that? A Supreme Court. But anyway,
okay. My next question
is the latest.
What is happening with your man, Pokwanzo? What is he doing? What does he stand in this ongoing court case, and probably in the next? What is his position on anything?
He's begging Tinubu.
Can I come in? Can I come in? Okay.
He's begging Tinubu.
I think Go ahead.
I'll ask you a question, sir. What is going to happen to him is exactly what is happening to the Adamawa State Rep that you are told is languishing in prison, but is actually in Mecca. He's in Medina going through the you saw his picture on the, somebody got a picture of him doing the prayer session in that place. Nothing. All you're seeing is just a media buzz. When they finish that, they will continue their normal life. Nothing, my brother.
Ikolola, to answer Okonkwo, so after the Bible says there's time for everything, right? There's time for war. They went to war, they fought, destruction were made, a lot of damage were done. So it's time for reconstruction. So it's working with the new government to reconstruct what they have destroyed, right?
He's
in the name of
he's begging for
in the name of unity government. So is working with the president Tinubu to see how he will be part of the.
In other words, looking for his own national cake.
Exactly. You have to narrow. You have to on a bigger picture. It's working to. On a bigger picture, it's working to give it Nigeria national government. But on the narrow side, it can't be far from the national cake now. He has gone around over 500 local governments. That should be something.
With your answer, are you saying the LP executive, let's put it that way, the LP executive are not smart enough to forget their case and go for the national cake?
No, I wouldn't say they are not smart enough, right? Again, in the bigger picture, they have to stand their ground for the sake of their followers, for the sake of the party. But most importantly, I think Rudolf actually alluded to the earlier on. I think after every set and done, we will have to actually give you to the obedience and by extension the Labour Party for keep the conversation going, right? Whether they like it or not, there's more spotlight on the judiciary now. There's more awareness that they bring into the politics. So I would say they are playing the role they ought to be playing at this point, making sure they see it to the end, because the new converts, right, the new people that are introduced to the system you have to make sure they graduate with a certificate. That means you have to complete the course from campaigning to the election to rigging to disappointment. Now they are the court, which is the final stage, right? So at the end of it, or everybody will now understand the full stage, so that by next election, we'll know how to approach it. Right?
Okay,
So,
okay. But now, my last question to you: if you're congratulating or exhaling the obedient movement for doing something right, did Kwakwanzo disappoint you for not sticking by what is right?
My brother, that question is too far. You didn't answer well. His spokesman is a NNP. What is his name? What's your spokesman name? What's his name?
Galadima.
Make it known to everybody that they don't have money. They don't have 500 million. How many million to go to court? If he said that or not?
If
he doesn't have money, that does not mean he should join the bandwagon of what is wrong.
How do you know? How is the bandwagon? How is the bandwagon?
There and telling us that the obedience are doing something right.
What Kwankwaso keeps saying in all his campaign is that I've been a local government chairman, I've been a speaker, I've been a minister, I've been a governor. So maybe you want to be an ambassador right now. Because his campaign is
Let's be serious. Let's be there. No, Paul. He's asking a very serious question. He has been an ambassador to South Sudan and all that. That's not the point here.
No, right? That's what I'm saying. Probably he's looking for something again to be.
Hold on now. He's not going to accept money by himself, but he will send his boys to collect whatever that is coming to him. He's not going to take it. He would rather send part of his lieutenant.
That is right.
Well, let's wait and see. If you say that's a lie, he has gotten to that point now. I mean,
but answer my question. Did he disappoint you for not sticking by what you think is right that the obedience are doing? Did it disappoint you as a person?
No, I won't see it like that. At this point, it's three ways, right? There are some people who are with the president that he won. We need those people in our society too. There are some people who are saying, you know what, we are going to go all the way to challenge the process, which is where the obedience and the rest come on. We need them too in our society. Then we need people who are thinking the way the Okonkwo is thinking, right? There's a need for us to join together and build the country. Whether you agree with, whether that is just political statement or whatever, but we also need that kind of thinking too in our society. We need this competition to come. That's the only way we can actually make meaningful progress. To say what he's doing is true or is false, that depends on the perspective you are seeing it from, right? Am I disappointed at the loss? Of course, right? I actually believe that he will perform better than he did. I'm not going to lie. What he did in Kanu, to me, is expected. I know he's going to do that based on what happened in 2019. But nationwide, I am disappointed that he did not perform. He performed below, as in, zero. I would say that it's very glaring. The guy falling. And again, now to go with your
Oshomole make mistake to say Labour Party 4 people were tweeting in the house. That 4 people happen to be NNPP. Maybe you are one of them that is tweeting.
You are making me lose my. You are making me lose my tail. I'm losing my tail.
But
I'm losing my train of thought.
No, look at what I think about Kwakwazo. If you watch the way he's moving now, he tried to see the face.
Let me just
see this.
Can I finish, please? I'll lose my train of thought. I made the ask question. You know, people don't go see. People they know they wear red. Now, to your concern, right? To your concern, if I want to go with, I presume where you are going at. I am concerned is this move that is making, right? Trying to work with the administration. For that, I'm concerned about 2027 or 2031. I don't see him. The prospect I have of him, of the future, is dwindling by the day. To me, this is a bad move. That's definitely. I don't see him getting that momentum again. If for the lack of word, it's not going to get the momentum again.
But David, that's what I want to tell you. The way he's moving, it's really like he wants to become the face of the north of the emirate of the northern people. In Kano right now, even the governor, Okonjo is much more known in Kano, right? Even the governor himself sitting as it is right now. I will follow some of his things he does. All right. Maybe he's trying to be the face on the next 8 years, trying to be the face of the northern politics. So the only way he will do that if they align with the party in place. So he can get that relevant. Is that if I'm mistaken, I don't know, but that's what I'm thinking.
If you ask me right
Who's
now, if you ask me among the northerners right now, who stand a better chance come 2020, 1331, assuming Bola Tinubu go for 2 term, who stand a better chance is the current NSA, Nuhu Ribadu. Has a better chance to be the next president if after Tinubu than even than the Konkoso or El-Rufai. El-Rufai is doing his work too everywhere, but I think based on the past, the relationship he had with president before, he used him to run in 2027. I see no reason. So far from then till now, his record has been clean. I'm talking about Nuhu Ribadu, so I would be surprised if Bola Tinubu did not project him to replace him in 2031. So I'm not even looking. The Konkozo chances is not there. He will fight, but I don't think Bola Tinubu will support any other person other than Robert Tinubu as
You're
it
right
is now.
for now.
I don't know. I don't know where I'm getting that information from, because Bola Tinubu has a vice president who is being more.
Forget that one. I know he's there.
So
I know Kashim is there.
Do you think by any stroke of imagination that
Yes.
that guy is going to give space to Nuhu Ribadu to emerge? It can be possible. Let's talk of things that are possible.
Not say it can't be possible.
No, it's very possible.
At this point,
The only thing that
possible.
is possible,
unless the president is
the man is alive.
they with us again.
I don't think so. The loggerhead will definitely be there with the president and the vice, and that will affect the vice president a lot.
Bola Tinubu don't run am before.
Remember, Shetima
He don't run Ribadu before. When the road no clear, he run Ribadu.
Yeah. In AC, they've had a
It's
longer
not going to be
working
easy. I'm not saying it's
relationship.
a straight road. It's not going to be easy, but those are the people that are going to fight. El-Rufai, the vice president, Nuhu Ribadu, and Konkoso. These people are going to fight. But I'm giving it to Ribadu because of the relationship that he have with the president from day one.
Yeah. Ovie, to your point, Nuhu Ribadu holds more advantage for the fact that he's younger, I think, than Shetima. He's seen as a more obeying person. I think he has a better national appeal than the current vice president. But all of that.
But the corners will prefer Shetima. The corner will prefer Shetima. That's where the problem.
But again,
the thing is that Shetima will definitely had issues with Tinubu. You understand? Because Shetima himself is very learned. You understand? It's not just say food don't can't eat. So the way they will oppress him so well, before you know, speculation here and there, that may also affect Shetima to some extent. And also coupled with Tinubu's health, those type of thing when the vice president is there, instead of people sending people to represent, pick somebody else to go represent. You understand? Those type of problems will come.
If Tinubu is sound up to that point, I think he will favor everybody more. If they with us like that again, let me say now cabal, they run the things then. that's a different
cabal will not want to make the VP relevant, and that will bring problem for the VP.
Another person will know they talk about Tinubu will know this. Oluremi Tinubu. These are that she just people are underestimating what she can do. People are underestimating her. So I won't corner too.
She can't do anything. She can't do anything.
The other room, media go fight them too much.
She knows. So among all the first ladies we don't get, she is the most experienced about how politics work. She's been don't push her aside.
No,
she knows her way around.
The media will make her slow down. She might be coming from far.
I don't understand the whole thing. I don't know these northern people there.
Paul, the media will only slow you down when you don't know how to play the role of the media. If you know what the media needs, the media will, in fact, they will polish you and they will present you.
National appeal matters a lot.
Remember, there's always a two side to the media. You remember
There is-
what Nigeria used to write IC?
Let me tell you something. Let me say this.
So I think if there's anything, it is going to be very hard for you to sell any candidate, not or southerner.
The Nigeria situation, where the media, where they think that Rudolf is reporting something important, all they need to do is use their power of their favorite writers to begin to say what you are saying is fake news. And what have been termed fake news, there's nothing you can do about it. They will keep mouthing it and saying that whatever you are saying is not true, this is fake. Now, I'll give you an example. Hold on, sir. Just 2 days ago, the DSS raided the office of ICPC, and the government is saying it's fake news. But those people who work there are saying that it is officials of DSS. So, what are you going to say? Who do you believe? The government will continue mouthing that it's fake news, just the same way they sold to you and I that it is farmers headers clash. And we have been saying it over the years. Okay, yesterday there was no farmer in that there was no header that is among the people sent to go and meet their heavenly father. It's just 23 innocent people who went for funeral. They are sent to join the people they came to hold funeral for. So this is the thing I'm saying. You see, the media has a way of painting you if they decide to be in your favor. Okay? And we have seen it over time. And in Nigeria, it's even worse. Because you see, like we earlier, discussed with Rudolf, the media, because of the poor funding, sometimes you as a journalist operating in that space will have to find a way to survive. So you do the lesser evil, which is if it's just write about Paul's Biabia, instead of writing about the color of his shirt. If that will give him some peace, you do it so that you don't have to get, into any problem.
Hold on, sorry, not to interrupt. If you want to describe the media now, I think Rudolf too was shying around. I won't say he was beating around the bush when they throw this media question to him. Yes, the ones that Rudolf is painting before us are normal journalists in this something. When you're talking about the media, focus on the owners of this media. They don't want to be far from power, and I think Rudolf understands this very well. They don't want to be far from power. It's not about the Rufai, the Abati, the other. No, talk about the owners of Arise himself, the man. The owner, those are the players, right? They will go. They have no choice. Wherever they want, that is what we can.
I will tell you why the owners don't want to be far from power. Not necessarily because they want political power, but because I'm coming. Hold on, sir. Let me answer that. Government jobs, contract to cover events for government, to do live events for government, to be able to report favorably. For instance, when most of the states are having events, they pay AIT, they pay channels, they pay some of those frontline medias to do a live coverage of those events so that people can watch it. Okay? So because of that, the owners of these companies, and it comes in millions of dollars. So they play around the corridors of power to make sure that when such a fallout comes, it falls right at their table. That's why most of them, have danced around him, not because they necessarily want to be at that point, but even to get the contract when they fall out.
KJ, when we talk about power, forget all those what they are showing us. The decision who will be the next leader, those men got to be at the table too, because they have a veteran to play, just as you put it. They have a veteran. I'm not saying they will be consulted. Not that they will. I've not seen any media mogul in Nigeria that got to that point that say, you know what, this is how it should go. Right? If you pay attention to what is happening to even the media here in America, you understand the people who actually started it have a lot to play. Because people are wondering how some people like Carson, Tucker Carlson can just be fired overnight, right? Because there's power behind all things, and there's a need for them to be close to power. Because again, that is where I think the next phase that I want us to, if we can focus on, is the legislative, the senators, right? Who is financing them? How come it costs over 2 billion naira, 5 billion to elect the senator? Where is the money coming from, right? Again, the media also, the owners of this media also have questions to answer. So that's how it works. So when we are saying, and again, don't forget the president that we have today has a lot. I think if we say control 25% of the media in Nigeria, you will not be wrong. And that's why I asked Rudolf earlier on,
you believe that the Easterners failed to actually invest in the media. It's not that we don't have people from this who are journalists. Here, Rudolf is one of them, right? But when it comes to other level, now who start the media? Now they will put on top table. If you pay attention very well during Buhari administration, when did they go interview him for Asura? When did Arise go? Who you see there? The man himself. There's a reason. And if you put that, if you put this lens on that man, Mike, I forget that info from data. If you actually do research on that man, you understand.
Nduka or Biagbana.
Yes, you understand why he chooses to go to media. You understand his reach and his connection that is done beyond Nigeria. The same man that just left us, Dokwesi, right? There's a reason when he left the MP where he was working and all that. So all those men have a lot. And as time goes on, when our politicians no fit thief money again to run things by themselves, the media owner will become more powerful. So it's not necessarily about the journalism on the
you are generalizing things. There may be few exceptions. Okay.
The media is owned by a few people, KJ. Sorry. The media is owned by a few people. We count them.
A few exceptions that you have talked about are obvious. But let me just go ahead and call some media organizations. I have done stories for certain media where I was in Nigeria for American media. With just me and the reporters that were there. Okay,
which media is that? Which media is that?
I will not call a name. Secondly, I have not seen any time that AIT has to do something in the villa, whether it is this and then you have Raymond Deposa sitting there. It never happens. I've not seen when channels have something.
I think you are getting me wrong. But no, I know Rudolf understand why.
Before Buhari took over Nigerian space, they used to have monthly media charts. And those monthly
media charts,
yes, comprises of almost all the big medias in Nigeria. Majority of their owners don't go and sit with their reporters and camera people.
Oh my God!
Okay, but if you after the media, for instance, I need to talk about you are referring to a business guru. He runs a business different from Ara is not only his
he started well with the Disney newspaper,
which may be also in contract listings. So, but what I'm saying, what I'm trying to go to is why I'm saying that because the media can make you, they can equally destroy you. It's just like that. So if the media decides to, if Mrs. Tinubu decides to play fair with the media, they will only report the good of her. They will not report the bad. That's what it is.
But KJ, he had his own media now. TBC. He had his own media. Wait, okay. You know what? Tinubu had his own media. TBC.
That even makes it even more impossible to destroy anything that any idea he wants to come back.
Not today that this woman is the first lady. You cannot destroy her. You can only destroy her when he's out of power. Not today. They will destroy you instead. Even as AIT, what happened to them?
You are wrong. The media destroyed Turai Yaradua. The media destroyed patient
after
Jonathan.
She don't die, Abi. After the man don't die, Abi.
No. Yes, exactly.
What it be no?
When the man was sick,
exactly. It's no longer with us.
That's exactly what we are saying. The same thing. If patient Jonathan, if Oluremi show herself on the front line, you understand? The media are going to bring her down.
Paul, you know what?
The media figure out that Yaradua is no longer with us. They know say the man no go survive.
No,
that's why.
No, even though
not Ovie, you are missing it. Not the man no go survive. Immediately she bring herself to the front line. That's when the media started fighting.
Now.
Which media? Which media won't fight her?
She comes from line because the man
why are you talking all these things?
Wait, Paul, hold on now, Paul.
Is it that you start politics? Do you know how the media was hard on Turai?
You know
how the media was hard on patient Jonathan?
Tell me what. Hold on.
Do you know how the media was hard on Stella Obasanjo?
Because the presidency is weak. Let me tell you, Paul.
No. I just make mention of 3 first ladies.
Let me tell you one thing. They were not hard media in Nigeria today. No media in Nigeria today, we dare say nothing about that woman. Unless they know,
because they get
the fail.
They use
No, they will not say anything about the woman if the woman did not put herself in the front line.
It doesn't matter.
But immediately she bring herself out, the media are going to say something.
Wait, Paul.
I just make reference of 3 first lady now.
No,
3 first lady.
Yaradua was exception. Yaradua was sick. Nobody was actually ready to go.
Ovie, I say I make reference of 3 first lady.
Who again?
Media fight Stella Obasanjo, bring all type of speculations that she was dating Ben Bruce. At the time, he even called Ben Bruce to his job and the DP of NTA.
Media now. All those ones no be.
I don't understand what you are talking about. It was the media.
Wait first, Paul. Which media? Name the media. Which one? Call us.
Not be gossip.
Which one? AIT on a TVC on a Galaxy on a.
When AIT go after Tinubu when Buhari they run, what happened to AIT?
I hope you understand that during Obasanjo time, one of the person who lost a lot when it comes to media in Nigeria after it started for some time is Raymond Dokwesi. Coincidentally, Raymond Dokwesi always become an opposition when he support Buhari lost. When he switched to Atiku, Buhari won. You understand? And every time you take side, you understand, you bring the other side down. That's what the media do.
Paul never
told you the same thing. You understand? AIT was attacking Stella Obasanjo.
No. See, look,
Paul, I don't know.
You know the attacker. He wasn't attacking. You
understand? No media will try out. Unless they don't
major media. For Nigeria, no major media will try.
It is a government to anybody.
No. You don't understand. When you are talking about no major media will try it, the media will not bring the media will not bring speculation that will cause them something.
See,
but the media will bring news. The media will bring news.
What will be the media? The Nigerian media, those that own Nigerian media.
Let me tell you something. When Jonathan traveled to South Korea, you understand? Patient Jonathan came out from the aircraft first. You understand? What happened? They said, oh man, we never knew that Nigeria has joined the League of Female Presidents. You understand? That's a big news.
Who
you understand? You cannot tell me that will affect any media house because it happened.
Who said this now? Who said it?
I don't know.
Are you asking me, did I go to South Korea for me to know this?
No.
What are you talking about?
You say media. Is it media?
Media. Channels report these things.
No,
you dare not try out. You dare not try out.
I don't understand. Like I asked you now, did I go to South Korea to know this?
Paul, hold on.
Paul,
see,
I'm asking you
forget
Paul, nobody, no media dare try out.
See, you see this why you feel they create BON? BON now the institution where they create to mess these people up in case they come off online.
That's it.
So,
no, not Bond.
That's why
not Bond. It's MBC, not Bond.
Is it?
What's the difference?
Not Bond.
No,
but what's the difference?
BON, MBC. What I don't understand. What you think about? You say ICPC and EFCC. What do you difference? BON, MBC, all of it. They create all those things to checkmate these people in case they go out of line. The people you call media, who check them, this one-man business, it's not even group. If it was a group of company or group of whatever, then get the media.
You give these people power that they are not. Let me tell you,
no
President
you
Buhari ruled for 8 years in Nigeria.
How many times?
Hold on.
How many times they don't find Channel TV?
I'm a media person. I read the news very well. President Buhari ruled for 8 years in Nigeria. Punch newspaper never call Buhari president. They call him General Buhari. They never support Buhari.
That's not part of the
Punch newspaper. Yes. Go and find every article about Punch. They call Buhari General Buhari. They never call him one day President Buhari.
Paul, is he a general? Yes or no? Is he a general? Yes or no?
I just tired.
The question that I'm telling you,
is he a general?
Look,
yes or no?
Listen. I can call Ikolala now, right now. If Ikolala is Dr. Ikolala, if I call Ikolala doctor, Ikolala will take exception. This is what they do. When you call people in power without their title, they take an exception. But Punch said they did not recognize Buhari to be a president.
But that's not normal thing now.
and they stand by it.
So what is this about that?
I am telling
a
you,
lot of people.
This is how the media work. The parts that the media can use, they use it. All they will do is that they will careful not to go bring news that they can't defend.
Paul, who be the media? Now the owner, be not the ordinary journalist be media. Who be the
ask
media?
you, Paul, see, the only time media will be free in Nigeria, if a group, now get up like group of people say board of directors, they get up, now go free.
No,
if it's an individual.
No, you get it all wrong. Maybe you didn't listen what doctor told you the other time. When you look at the papers that went down and you look at the paper that stand the test of time, you understand? You see that they never participate. The Hebrew family were not concerned so much with politics.
No,
you understand?
It's just like you go say down, go tell no care about politics.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Exactly.
The Punch, the owner of Punch, even when he late, I think he late when he was 42 or thereabouts. From the children to the children and everything, they never participate in politics.
Paul,
you understand?
You are getting it wrong. It's not about
this guy
from
Vanguard, that was made Vanguard also stand the test of time.
Is owner of Arising a politician? Is he a politician?
Unduka Obiagbana is an active politician.
Unduka
Obiagbana make his money with Jonathan's time.
Unduka Obiagbana is a politician.
He makes his money. Unduka Obiagbana supports Jonathan very well.
Is Dangote a politician?
Yes, he's a politician.
So why are you not going to say? So why will you not say
Dangote is not a politician?
He's a politician.
Hold on.
If
I
not,
I will use the capital market to explain I will use the capital market to explain what Dangote is. Dangote is the movers and shakers of the economy. Every party will recognize Dangote like Dangote will recognize every party. So it's not a partisan person. No, just like you have
partisan.
Sponsor Republicans, sponsor Democrats.
These are the movers. He said the politician. He told the politician.
Hold on.
Paul, he said the politician.
Hold on. Let's now get mileage on this discussion.
Answer me now.
Let's get mileage on this discussion. If we're going to discuss about the Nigerian media, then let's lay it open. So let's not jump everywhere and here and there. And let's now discuss what do we intend to achieve. Are we discussing the Nigerian media generally? Then let's table it and set parameters.
It's not just Nigerian media; it's worldwide. Not the same thing.
If we are discussing the worldwide media, and
media not the same everywhere. Not the same.
So listen. I think Dr. Panelist has covered a lot about the media. If you remember, I've been saying this about the media all long time, even today. He said what the challenges they are facing. So with those challenges, the media cannot be independent all the way as you wish. He has been saying it right from time.
Maybe you didn't.
So I don't know what all of you are dragging there for.
Sometimes Uzo, because some of us don't really understand how I'll use, for example, the print media, which is the biggest among them all, that have stand the test of time in Nigeria. Some of us don't know how to read the print media. So in the print media now, say for example now, Punch will report their news. There is something called news. A reporter will report his own opinion. There is something called opinion. There is something called viewpoint. And there is something called editorial. You understand? So the team of editors, you understand, they will make their own editorial. This is our stand, our opinion from our paper. But when people don't know how to read news, this is not Paul talking. But people will say, I read it in Punch, but I'm only giving my own viewpoint towards the nation.
Present Punch now,
That's not a news.
No, see.
Are you understanding me now?
Hold on. Sorry,
let me land now. So people will say, I read it in Punch newspaper. That's not a news. You understand? A reporter only have his own column in that paper and report his own opinion. Like the 10 of us here might have our 10 different
Paul, you made your point right now. Sorry, Loco, sorry. They asked Dameji, who have been the most important either news or people in the meet along the line. He said that when he was interviewed, I think either head of state or somebody, right? And the person, they were trying to distract him with calls. and the man said, "Leave me, I'm talking to Vanguard or what? Just for the lack of the Guardian. Leave me, I'm talking to Guardian." Rudolf said one thing. He said, "Oh, right." So it's not just him that is standing in front of him doing an interview. You don't even recognize him. So Paul, your column in Guardian, you are not just speaking for yourself. You are speaking for Guardian, right? When you say editorial, go out with what the opinion. You use the word opinion of the owner. There's an agenda. It's a business. It's a business, right? So there's an agenda. So when I say the owner matters a lot, it is very important. It doesn't have to come as I'm PDP or APC or Democrat or Republican. No, right? If you just pay attention the way they render their news, just Arise is a typical example. Arise was an LP.
But I think you guys have digressed. You guys have digressed from what Paul is trying. You guys have digressed from what Paul is trying. The point Paul is trying to make.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
You remember when I was interviewed in my powerful?
Hold on, guys. I was trying to say something and let forefathers take over, but he disappeared on me. But I just want to thank everybody for joining me. Forefathers will take over and show. They will take over and take it to wherever they are tired. But I just want to say thank you, especially for the people that are supporting the channel through Zelle. I posted Oyemi Adekanala and Samson Ngudo. And thank you so much. Let me just the media.
Give us the Zelle address.
Okay. One day we are going to have conversation on the media. I know that we touched a little bit of it, and hopefully that day KJ and NWC and all those people who had experiences will come and share their experiences on the media. Part of my secret goal of doing this is that we will get more people from the media to come here and talk to us, and gradually we learn more how the media works. And there was something that Ovia was talking about now about opinion, and the opinion of the newspaper is different from the opinion of the columnist. So if I'm writing a column for, like now I write a column for People's Gazette, what I write there is my opinion. People's Gazette is not going to tell me what to write, and then I write it. That's where I stand. But the opinion of the newspaper, if you read the Vanguard or Guardian or Punch, they have what they call the editorial. That is the opinion of the newspaper. And I used to be in the editorial board of the Daily Mail, which is where we meet and we write it. It's not one person that writes the editorial of the paper, the opinion of the paper. I was once fired by the Daily Mail. The reason I was fired was that the Daily Mail wrote an editorial, the opinion of the newspaper, saying that this newspaper that was closed in the north, that is wrong for the government to close the newspaper. No, they said it's right for the government to close the newspaper because the newspaper has been antagonizing to Babangida's government. And in my column, I was writing that it's wrong for the government to close the paper in the same newspaper. So the publisher was horrified that somebody was writing in his paper something different from what the opinion of the newspaper is supporting. Now, in the New Wall Street Journal, for instance, the editorial column, the editorial page is different from the news. So the news is plain news, but the editorial page of the Wall Street Journal in America here is conservative. So in the news, you can see them write something favorable about Democrats, but the editorial page of the paper is totally different. So we talk about the technical aspects of newspapers and the media in general. But Olivier is right up. Go ahead.
Finish what you are saying.
I said Olivier is wrong. Is right about ownership and the role they play. You know, it's more complex than people see. Even in America, the publisher of New York Times and Washington Post. Washington Post is now, it's been sold. But the publisher of New York Times is one of the most influential people in America, in so many ways and for generations. And they kept it in the same family, you know, even when they are not making money. So it's not just limited to Nigeria.
My question, Rudolf, you wrote your opinions on the People Gazette, right? Mm-hmm. Can you also express your opinion freely, either on These Days or Vanguard and all that, the way you express yourself on the People's Gazette?
Well, okay. So I've
I
never.
asked this because of their ownership.
Yeah. So for instance, if I'm writing for this day, for instance, you will know the philosophy of the paper, okay? And in some cases, there are certain things you may not be able to write based on the philosophy of the paper. You will know that before you get there. But I won't write for this day or any paper that will censor what I'm writing. I'm not saying that the papers don't do that. They do that. I know some people who write columns that have been kicked out of the papers because they were writing something that the people in the newspaper did not like, or the ownership. So we can get into that, and there are many examples of the dynamics of all this. But yeah, it's more complex than that, and I think understanding that will help us. Go ahead, Ismail.
The strategies, does it look like that the media then decide what news they put out there, just paint an image depending who their master is?
It's part of it. It's part of it, but it's not the overriding factor. This is what is going on. So let's say I'm a defense contractor. Okay, I'm a defense contractor, and I set up a media, and you work for me. I will not tell the reporter this is what I don't want. I will tell the editor, the people that matter in the paper. I say, look, don't touch the military. I don't like, and don't touch the military, whatever they're doing. And then the editor will control it. The editor can decide that any story about the military and people stealing money, because he's a defense contractor, the owner is a defense contractor. You won't know this. You may work in the paper, you won't even notice that this is what's going on. Okay. So let's say you are writing for the Tribune, for instance. You're not going to write something that is bad about the Awolowo family. It's not going to be published in the Tribune. So things like that. So if you're there, you will know. But for most of us, you can decide. Hey, we get fired all the time in different papers.
What's the purpose of the media then, if they are not there to serve the people?
They are still serving the people, but the fact that the media is not going to publish any bad story about the military doesn't mean that it's not serving the people. In other aspects, they are serving the people.
How are they serving the people? They are serving their own pockets.
No, you're thinking about
watching the news.
Yeah,
they are not publishing the truth.
You are getting it wrong. That's
so you're thinking about the ideal.
You want to go bring Democrats down now, for example. You're going to go to Fox News to bring Democrat down. If you want to bring Republican down, you're going to go to CNN. So the both media check and balance themselves. They take sides, but at the same time they do everything.
Yes, I understand that. But I'm talking about.
I think the people need to go start their own media. The people need to go start their own media.
So Paul, I understand you. Like here, the conservatives have their own media here in the UK that they use to attack Labour. But that is political space, which means people don't gain from that.
All right, sorry, I didn't want. I wanted to say that I have to go. I'm really sorry.
Okay, Doctor, before you go, do this, right? I wanted to ask a simple question, right? Yeah, in as much as I know that the editorial, you understand, and the opinion pages in dailies, right?
Yeah.
Is just opinions of some particular individual persons, right? And if they say things, you really cannot hold the print media responsible. You understand? That's a yes. But in the case of just opposing print media with visual media, right? Like media houses, you understand? If they interview somebody and the person is speaking, can you hold that media house responsible? Because interviewee is like editorial, editorial. Sorry, it's like opinions, opinion page. So why would you? I know it's wrong, but probably because they've done this several times in Nigeria.
Yeah, it's only in Nigeria. But what they do, what they say, this is what the argument they are making, that if someone is saying, like we're doing here, if somebody is saying that something that is wrong, that you should push back, you should correct it. Shouldn't allow that to be put on air. That's what the Nigerian agency, the media, what is it called? Help me, KJ. The NBC. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, that's what they are saying.
National Broadcasting Corporation.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying you should push back, and they were blaming channels for not pushing back on certain things that were said. But it's difficult. Just like we're having difficulties here. It's not everything. If I have to push back on everything, I think it's not right that somebody's saying. No conversation. It will just push
just
back.
like forefather. Just like forefather.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Listen, the thing is this.
You are forefather.
Forefather.
My guy.
Forefather. If I may ask you, why did you just disappear? What are you after? Why did you run away?
I know a lot of people have questions.
To drag you back.
No, not necessarily. I wanted you came on, so I wanted you to be there so that I can be on the backstage. So because the stage was full of people that were sitting there, so I didn't want to just drag anybody out. So it's easy going now. So so what were we talking about?
Can you be interviewed like Dr. Damage today? Can you be interviewed?
Yeah. I'm very open to interviews as long as you don't make it personal.
Well, it's gonna get personal.
What 3 questions you ask? Forefather will explain with 20 minutes one question, 30 minutes.
And they tell you
know what?
Then he will go to the military, isn't he?
Exactly. He has to end up there. I tell you, as I was just having a conversation with an African Americans, and they are having similar problems as we are doing. And the problem is global in our communities. And it's because of this thing that we've never fixed. It's not when I say, one day when they interview me and I will bring documentation, bring statistics, show it so that people can see what is happening. Maybe that will help. But regarding the media, what have you found now? What did you guys make of Dr. Damage's performance? Did he perform very, very well? And I have a problem with him saying he's going to go to Switzerland to go and that one I don't understand it.
I'm surprised me too.
What is the payment thing? I'm going to have a word with him about that one.
Forefather, if Nodumwoke, if Nodumwoke bill pass in the House, in the Senate, I think we are going to appoint you to represent us there in the Senate in Nigeria. I think they are willing to go. Yeah, no fear.
Yeah. I don't have any problem. No fear.
And the show going to be a chairman.
If you visit Switzerland, if you are privileged to visit Switzerland, you said you go like to die there. If you visit Switzerland,
Switzerland is a great country.
And fine.
He wants to go there and die. He wants to go there and die, but he doesn't want to do what Switzerland did. Do you know Switzerland have more bunkers than Nigerians have soldiers? Switzerland, he wants to go and die.
Tunanja, this is what he said. He said when he see the play, because of how nice he said, I'm not gonna mind die for you, right?
Wow.
That's assisted dying, is it?
Yes, and I don't subscribe to the idea where he said I am not subscribing to Western values. Where do you see Nigerians that grew up in Nigeria say I want to go and die in Switzerland? Yeah, to an extent he's also susceptible to some of the brainwashing that comes with being in the West. Is what I mean.
So your question, you said how he performed.
That's not a big deal.
I don't fault him for it. But I'm just saying, because I also asked him about the white wig. Okay, go ahead.
Let me answer that question. You said how did he perform, right? I think to me, he answered a question more like a politician than a journalist. It was more a politician.
You sure?
It was very economical.
But he said he wants to go and claim in Switzerland. I don't think that's a politician answer.
Gentility. He uses gentility to carry us along and just leave us somewhere.
He was very economical with his It was very economical with his question, and it was very political too with the choice of words.
Yeah. KJ, you know you are a landlord here. You don't need to raise your hand.
Dr. Demedi has interviewed thousands of people. Do you think that he come here and talk for all of you? Second experience.
It is. Experience with that.
What you saw and Dr. Damage's interview is a seasoned journalist and an apt teacher. You see, there are some places he was acting as a journalist, and the other place was acting as a teacher. So if you didn't understand those, you may probably think he's trying to be political. But
he understands that he has to balance what I mean.
I'm coming, sir. Having interviewed numerous people, sometimes questions that will come, you have, in fact, the answers are already forming in your head, So he was able to sail through them, even the ones that seemingly controversial, he was able to handle them without much ado. For me, yes.
KJ, I'm not saying he's pretending or he doesn't know what he's doing. Of course, he has to be in the middle of everything. It's very his position that he is. I don't envy him because it's very hard for him to either go left or right. So when I say he's being economic and he's political, I'm not saying he doesn't know what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He's a professional.
Okay, can I ask a question? Do you expect the Democrats to come here answer question like this guy that came 3 weeks ago? That answer one question, answer in 20 minutes, and implicate yourself all over the places. Are you expecting somebody to do that?
I don't know. I don't know if you guys understand where my point I'm making. I'm not saying he did bad or what. No, I'm just saying what I noticed. As somebody who is a journalist who's been doing this thing for the past 30 years, somebody who is from the southeast, whether we like it or not, that region has been on the news for obvious reasons. So there's so much going on that the way he actually negotiated through all the question, I admire that. I'm not saying he did bad or he did worse. I'm just saying this is my observation.
What you're saying. I'm trying to support. You see, question that I think would have been controversial for him and for most Igbo journalists in practice right now is: do you believe in Biafra? I've been asked that several times by friends of mine. Are you a member of IPOB? What do you think about IPOB?
No, I think now only amateurs will ask questions direct like that.
And those questions, no matter how you answer them, will rub off on you. Either the right way if the person is a supporter of the movement, or the wrong way the person doesn't seem anything good coming out of that movement. So as an
I asked him that question. I did ask him that question.
Yes, so I'm saying that you are not the first person. I'm saying that once you are a journalist and you come across people, whether in the airport or in the taxi or in the bar or in the church, hey, my friend, come. You see this thing going on in the East. What do you think about it? So they're not asking because they want to hear an honest opinion. They're asking because they want to be able to find out where to place you. Whether you are those sympathizing
KJ, hold on. KJ, you are defending a journalist, right?
Can I just add something?
Hold on. Sorry for father. KJ, you are defending a journalist. Hold on, KJ. You know why I said that? You know why I say you are defending a journalist? We are not attacking journalism here, right? I asked him, do you have faith in Nigeria? That's me asking him, what does he think about Biafra? Right? So whatever answer he give me, right, I know what I'm looking for from him. I watch his body movement. I don't even pay attention to the words that he's coming about. How he's saying that word tells me what I want to know about where he stands. You understand?
I think he's not very comfortable with that question, because when I asked him about the Biafra one too, because he was the one that I was shocked to find that he was the one that interviewed Kanu when Kanu actually threatened the country, and I was like, but you have been hosting this channel for on and on, and you've been hosting this channel every day.
I never use it as a
and people are saying that he never did anything wrong. You could have just said, I interviewed him, he said it, and I can show you the video right now. You see what I mean?
Yeah. He has answered your question clearly now. You don't so you really want him to come and play that video to support your own side of argument? No.
No, I understand. That's why I let it go.
Him not playing it says a lot too.
He said something, and which every journalist holds point. He's not there to project his own idea or thoughts.
Yes.
I can ask you a question. How you answer it, whether I like it or not, it's not for me now to determine. You are putting out an idea, and I called you as a guest. If I wanted my own idea, I would not call you. I can put out my own idea. But the mere fact that you are sitting before me and I'm interviewing you, I will give you all the space that you need, and I will interrogate what I think the audience need to be clear about.
But he does correct people sometimes. When he becomes heated, one would think he will just say, you know what,
KJ,
I know of cases he has threatened Nigeria. Stuff like that.
You see,
so I think that he was negotiating between a journalist, a writer, and a teacher. So
Yeah,
those two
he
things
wasn't
he
here
was
because
trying
he's a
to,
journalist.
and also and as a southeasterner, so he has to also be mindful
Yes.
of the kind of language
I
he
don't think
uses.
he came here because he's a journalist. We are not interviewing because he's a journalist. No, that's not why we are. We know him personally now, you know, in a way. That's why we are. I'm
But
not
you see,
interviewing. I
well,
wasn't asking question because he's a
let's hear from people that don't like to interrupt or interject, like Ismiri. Ismiri, am I pronouncing the name well? Ismiri London Cosmetics. Yeah, am I pronouncing it?
I'm not receiving my cosmetics, so I'm not receiving mine. 4
Am I,
months are done.
You know
I hope,
one thing, people need to educate themselves. When they hear cosmetics in Nigeria, they think it's lipsticks and all that, and then anyone making products are bleaching and all that. Her mentality is baffling
Tell you
sometimes,
that
you
one.
know.
So what do you think
But
about the performance then?
We get that to you. Okay.
he was
Okay.
himself basically. I didn't expect him to be otherwise. He sometimes played the devil's advocate, and sometimes he was a bit guarded, shielded himself. Obviously, when you're in the media, you have to be socially intelligent. You can't just open your gob and speak anyhow. You have to actually digest not just the question, the person's tone of voice and the body language to determine the answer you're going to give, trying to balance the status quo. But for me, overall, he did well, and every opinion matters. Some people may find his interview today a bit, maybe they did not hear what they wanted to. But for me, he couldn't have done any better. I don't think for me, Dr. Damages can do any wrong, really. He's such a gentleman. So I will forgive him even if he tells me that it's not necessary to have an Igbo president. Not just for the rules, but it was a
That's
kind of
interesting.
tricky question, but I already knew the answer, but I wanted to hear his opinion, but he done it wisely. He's an intelligent guy, I would say.
Lexi, I'm surprised though. You look like a Yoruba elder here.
It looked like a
And,
Tinubu today.
yeah,
They've been,
it's really
it's been deceiving us all along. It's been supporting the city boy.
It's
You
the
are really
ballet of
cheated
North
up.
Carolina. The ballet of North Carolina.
That's good. Oh my God. You know what? You got that one right. You got that one right.
I'm jealous, CEO. I'm
That's so
jealous,
now. That's so.
CEO. Baba.
Forefather, I want to ask this question there. Why is it that I just reason this? Why is it that anytime you have somebody from the status on any program anywhere, people always ask, do you believe in Biafra? Do you believe in IPOB? All right? They will have a northerners, any other parts. The don't ask them, do you believe what Fulani, the second modeless terrorist, what is doing? Nobody go to that. Even during the election, they always be, do you believe in IPOB? But Boko Haram have been. Nobody ever asked Papazo or Atiku. Do you believe what Boko Haram or Fulani people are doing are good or not? But whenever any see an Igbo person in any program, after the end of the day, somebody must ask him about Biafra and IPOB. Try to push someone that don't even believe in ideology, try to him to have a stand. I know you cannot any stand he takes, whether yes or no, he affect the person any way around. Why do you guys always do that? Only push or ask somebody from the southeast about IPOB and Biafra. But every other person that comes here, that IPOB or southeast is not the only safest place on entire Nigeria as it is. But we always put that narrative to them. Why do we always do that? Just my question.
I think part of it is because there's not a lot of non-learners here, and the ones that show up now and again, we do ask them about.
No, I don't mean this. I don't mean here. Even during the election, we have northerners that contested everything. Nobody will ever ask them how do you have to start about Boko Haram or Fulani herdsmen, the second nobody will ever ask about that.
I think maybe
they will put to ask people to be about IPOB and Biafra.
But let me say this now. Let me say this. Maybe because a northerner was in office when Shekau lost his life, a northerner was in office when so many northerners have perished due to these problems. So it's assumed that they are fine. It's almost like if a southeasterner was in office when, God forbid, somebody that is leading the movement in the southeast perish and all kinds of stuff happen. You are not going to be asking that person, "Oh, do you believe in Biafra? Do you believe in Biafra anymore?" You see what I mean? Because you know that person is already fighting. They are on opposite sides to an extent. So maybe that's what is happening. I'm not entirely
But
sure.
you are wrong, though. Nothing was on the office when Shaka started. It was about in your time that Shaka started. If I'm wrong, tell me. Jonathan was there when everything happened. All right. Who did the Boko Haram Fulani started? And they're still killing. Nobody ever asked anybody why you to lead the ideology or not. But immediately you say start this person anywhere, somebody must do believe on Biafra. If you say no, Biafra people will say, you're not our brother, you're a seller. If you say yes, this one is not believe one Nigeria. It's confusing. Don't like those languages. I don't think we should be
Personally,
asking.
I don't tend to ask people that. Often, what I tend to experience is that the people start advocating it themselves. I don't tend to, and if you look at it, most of this issue is brought up by most Southeasterners. And as a matter of fact,
Don't say that. Okay, you just make sure the languages advocate for Biafra or IPOB.
When I say most that I see on the
No,
panel,
why must you
look
answer
at
the question? Why must
Lexi
you go on
is
the
right
question?
there. Lexi is right there, and if Mary will bring it up when she has the chance.
No,
And,
that's what I mean. That's not what I mean. The OB agitate for IPOB or Biafra, no.
Of
But
course
they
not.
don't
Of course not.
But don't you think that when you ask this question, the follow-up questions oftentimes always also come back from people from the East? So people
No,
from the
that's
East
not even what I'm talking. No. No. It doesn't answer my. It doesn't answer my. It doesn't answer my argument. The argument is this: why is it that we always ask that question? Always, you ask that question.
But remember they
Instantly.
also ask the Northern and these questions. But when they ask
Like,
the Northern and the questions,
for example, during the election campaign, we are Northerners. Who question they ask?
Maybe we should allow Lexi to
You guys
communicate.
are giving me blood pressure now. Just
Don't
reduce
mind
your voices.
Uzo. This
Men,
Uzo
African,
Carlo,
Nigerian men. Why
he's
do you always like
don't
rowdiness?
mind him.
Calm
He had the
down.
Uzo Carlo
People should not
treatment.
eat pounded yam and tune now.
Close.
Calm down. Let's just relax. Yeah, I don't want blood pressure.
Let's let the elder talk. Let's let the elder say something before he gets on.
You are breaking the rules now, forefather. You are letting Lexi driving now. You want to ask him questions.
Is he driving? He's not driving now. If he's
He has a seatbelt on. This thing has a seatbelt on.
He's parked somewhere. They are casing a joint somewhere. Let's. I think he's just chilling out somewhere.
Good evening to Mama Lexi.
This is the question. So this is the question with Northern. When they ask the Northern and the question, you see
Paul, Lexi is talking, or guy is talking. Let's let him finish.
You are breaking the rules now.
He's with his madam there. We have to make some allowance.
Let's be organized. I have headache now.
Okay,
I have headache now. Come on, guys.
Let's greet Mama Lexi. Go ahead. The Valley of North Carolina. Go ahead.
Okay. I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I'm here with my wife, so I have to be careful what I say. But what I want to let you guys know, I have said it before. I don't hate any Yoruba person. During my wedding, somebody from Ekiti, a good friend of mine, we are still intact as friends. He was my best man. We have come to celebrate one Miss Ilori from Igbara in Ekiti State. That's where I'm here. I'm now waiting for my sister to join us. My wife and I and my sister came here. So in coming to this event, this is appropriate in wishing her well and everything, the one that is celebrating their birthday. The church is right here. We just had a service for that person. So my spirit accepts everyone, especially because of the word of God. I have a Black American friend who says he doesn't hate the white people, but he knows that the white people don't like him. I think many Igbos can say that about Nigeria, that they don't hate Nigerians, but they know by what they experience and by the things happening, whether it is Ojoro, like the one that put Tinubu where he is now, or the going to their marketplace to destroy their shares and so on. I don't have hatred. I admire the culture that we have to contribute to our togetherness as a people. But I have reached a point where I feel that we are endangered species. When I ask you people about, you know how many Achebes have been killed? Or even when I was talking about Rudolf, if Rudolf tells you the immediate cause of him leaving Nigeria, I'll let him be the one to say that. If he were here now, I will ask him to tell the group what was immediate that made him to leave Nigeria and how he left Nigeria. It wasn't just like many of us decided, okay, we are going, and we just left like that. He had to save his own life from the kind of hatred, I would say, for who he is and whatever it is else they want to add to that. So, and I don't feel that what I'm advocating for is out of place. I will continue not to hate. When it is time to show my association with my people, that includes all of you, I will, like I'm doing now. But I will continue to maintain that it's time for us to come apart, let everybody take care of their own thing, and we can come together according to whatever we feel should be. We will do better that way. This thing we are doing is just round and round, going around the circle. Look at Obi. Obi is a typical sample of what it means for someone from the southeast to aspire to be in position to lead Nigeria. Look at how all his humbleness, which many of you have acknowledged, the way he has carried himself, the way he campaigned, the things he has done to show that he can do it. Why this Ojoro that has taken over, and then today it's something to go to court for. So if you guys can understand some of us who are speaking the way we are doing, it will help a lot. You know, I can't hate. Look, there are many beautiful things about all of us from different places. If I if I explain some of my involvement with other parts of Nigerians and how I'm connected, you will expect that I won't be the one saying let us separate. But I'm saying it because there's danger, and we are losing and continue to lose people. And the climax in this age is this election. So if you people are in favor of what I call evil in the nation and lack of justice, then that's not a very good country to be part of, you know?
Mm.
So
We are all for justice in the nation. That's why most of us are here. Even if we have disagreements, we all want things to be better in the country. And like we have different paths to the same solution. You believe that if everybody goes their way, that is going to lead to solution. I believe that when we come together, that's going to lead to us doing better. Everybody will do better from it. And because not only because of Nigeria's sake, but because of the continent's this is sake too. Not to mention the fact that if you decide to want to go your own way, there's going to be a sizable chunk of the country that will be like, nope, no, 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 we are not doing that because it's not going to favor them at all. So all those things means that one has to go for the one that is more likely to succeed. Let me mute your mic. Where is this mic? Wow, he's speaking Yoruba too. You see, it shows you how deep this thing can go. Even people that are associated with Westerners still feel that way. And but is it true that most of the people that by and large the South Easterners feel less connected to the country? They want to break away from the country more than any other part of the country. Is that true? Uzo, Carlo.
You asked me that question?
Yeah. I want you to answer it since you are.
If you look very closely, all right, the way the Southeasterners are moving, all right, they believe in the Nigerian system more than another person, because if not, all right, it won't come. I won't go to Kaduna, I made that place my home. All right. Like as I used to say, if you come to Lagos, they make it their home.
But why is it that most of it? Why is it that you are more likely to see a South Easterner saying something negative about Nigeria in terms of breaking away from the country?
Is it only Southeasterners that say something negative about Nigeria?
No, I mean in terms. That's why I put it in terms of breaking away.
Sometimes you lose this argument of Southeasterners. All right, we are talking about 5%. 5%. But you don't put everybody in the same umbrella to say all Southeasterners. Don't do that. All right. If this you are talking is about 5%.
Of course, it's not all of them. I that's what I'm saying. But you have even among the 5% in all population.
Don't mention Southeasterners. You can say some Southeasterners accepted them. Yes, some Westerners also, some South also the same thing. The same negatives about Nigeria also. So don't put everybody in one umbrella because somebody is somebody by saying this, he put all Igbo there on the same umbrella. Not what I mean. But in terms of, you look the way we do things, all right. As like my people used to say, Ebonian or Kosha, where you are is your home. Every Saturday, if I come to Lagos, all right, I have that place, I will pay my tax, build my house.
Are you saying it's Yoruba people that are more likely to say they want to separate?
No. All the separation of the you are saying now, right? If problem is being addressed in Nigeria, no one wants to separate.
The question I asked was I understand what you're trying to say. The question I asked was a specific question. Is it more likely that is a Southeasterner that you find saying that they don't want to be in the country? It's not a bad thing. It's not a good or bad thing. It's just
please let me come in. Let me come in on this
question. Let me answer you finish, though. Let me answer you finish. Listen, no Southeasterner want to separate. All right.
Sorry, Uzo, is there the noise in the background? What's going on there?
Yeah, somebody in the house. What is going on? No, at the hotel.
You need to keep the area a bit quieter now.
What is going on? Well, there's
a lot of noise coming through. That's why.
I know. I
don't trust you. That's why.
There's noise
coming. They don't come my house now. You know how my chicken they behave now, daddy boy. You saw me and listen to me. So the issue is this. Someone like me, I grew up in Abuja. I moved to Lagos. All right. I've been I've been in so many places. I see no difference between all this you are saying. All right. Someone like me, I was in Awuchi going to OVA place. I was that place with just people. All right. If I see someone like we are my shop in Lagos, we are all mixed. You don't even know difference between Igbo and Bini and all these things. But sometimes we come like this, we start damaging, start to want to go. They want to go because one person said it. Then they say when one hand touches him, he reaches everybody. Yes, now.
A simple question. We are saying all
I'm
this.
not telling you now. That question you asked. That's what I asked now. I will only answer by myself. Myself. I don't know. Listen. You see the question you asked now. I only answer it myself and myself alone. My own opinion, not the opinion of Dr. Damages. Me, I don't believe something I want to go. I'm not going anywhere. That's my own opinion. But I believe for every leave, let me leave. That's what I believe in. That's Igbo ideology. I believe. That's me. I don't know what other person believe though. So that's me. So don't ask me general language concerning the go Southeasterners. I don't tell you my own.
Fine.
Okay, Uzo, let me take it up from there. So now, this question that you asked for further, it is presumed that and a good percentage of people from the Southeast themselves always say it. Understand? To some extent, the numbers of the Southeasterners in Southeast and outside Southeast, there are almost more Southeasterners outside Southeast. You understand? And good percentage of the Southeasterners that live outside Southeast that are doing well, call where they are home. I don't think these people want to go back to Southeast. You understand? I don't think they want to go back to Southeast. Then one problem that we are facing right now is good percentage of the Southeasterners that live in the West are the one clamoring for all these things. You understand? When you go to Nigeria, you see an Igbo man in Lagos who built a four-bedroom flat that is doing well. You tell him Biafra, they don't want to hear that nonsense because they just see that building that I'm going to lose my building.
But the ones that are flogging those children, they were on the ground. They were not in the West.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. But the percentage of Southeast that live outside Southeast. So if we are talking about referendum now, you understand? Remember, all these people who want to go back and equally want to vote. Those Igbo men who are doing well in Lagos, Rivers, Abuja, other places that are doing well, they don't want those things. Are you getting my point? Maybe the Igbo man who is in the US, in the UK, but from far field, they have this freedom of information to say whatever they want to say. They might say all these things because they have another place that they can call home. You understand? But the Igbo
Paul,
man...
are you Igbo? Are you Igbo?
I'm not an Igbo man. I'm from Delta State.
So, why are you speaking for that place?
Okay.
Why would I speak?
You know Igbo problems.
With Igbos, you know everything. More than yourself.
Uzo Carlo, let it be.
That's the truth, man. That's
I
the
have
truth.
them as my father's tenant, everything. So what I'm saying is that the Igbo man who are doing well in Lagos, if you tell them about Biafran thing, they don't. If you tell the one in Abuja, they don't. But maybe if you talk that same person in UK and US, they might feel want to raise the tension so high. They don't. And like they said, there are more Igbos outside in the Southeast. Those people outside in the Southeast, if referendum come, this percentage that are doing very well, I don't think they will support that referendum to say, no, we want to form Biafran.
Thank you.
Me,
If Mary wanted to add something to it.
The one that I don't like.
I think I'm hearing some sound. Where is that noise coming from? Let me check.
On the maps.
Yeah, it's Lexi.
The
Okay.
one that I don't like.
Loco, please. Let's let Ismiri. Ismiri is from the southeast. Let her answer. The question was about.
I understand though.
Because she doesn't interject, so that's the thing. That I'm just see. That's how this triple man yesterday wasn't interjecting too. The question was, is it more likely to find a Southeasterner than any other regional Nigerian wanting to secede from the country? Is it more likely? I would have thought that was like an obvious answer.
Yes. Without bending words. Yes, absolutely. More likely.
Uzo Carlo, are you hearing that?
Please, I said my opinion, myself. I didn't say for me.
But
I said my own opinion.
I didn't ask you your personal opinion. I asked you what you think.
And yeah, it doesn't matter. I can't tell somebody's opinion. I don't tell my own opinion. You can't be asking me about what somebody I don't know is doing, what somebody is doing there. I will say what I'm doing. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay,
so don't ask me general question about
this guy is going to make a good politician. You're going to make a good politician, and you're going to drive journalism.
Go and ask Emmanuel Iwanyanwo. That is president of Igbo Zokada Group. I'm not their president. All right.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. Okay, so we can move on to Look, I wanted to say something before we go to a more like a lighter topic.
What I wanted to say, right? When some people say, like, because Igbo lives in other states in Nigeria, that makes them more Nigerian than other persons. I don't really like such words. Why? Because nobody's doing statistics of other people that are living in other places. You understand? You might say what you are saying is correct, but it's not correct because even Hausa people, they also live in other places where you have Hausa quarters, even in villages, you still have Hausa quarters. But the idea of saying because you are living in other people's states makes you more Nigerian than other people, I would say that is wrong because when you are leaving your place from the southeast, you will not tell yourself that, yeah, because I want to prove to Nigerians that I am more Nigerian than other people. That's why I'm traveling to that place. No, you are going there for greener pastures. You are going there for your own business, for your own hustle, for your own betterment. You understand? That's why you left where you are and go other places. So because by circumstance you find yourself in more of you in other places, does not necessarily, in fact, it's not doesn't mean that you are more Nigerian than any other tribe in this country. Just like what CM was saying yesterday, that I cannot cry more than the bereaved, you understand, which I felt very, very wrong. Because I'm not an Igbo person, doesn't mean if what happened in Employee State, I can't condemn it. You understand? I can even condemn it stronger than any, or let me more stronger than CM himself. You understand? I might even be more pained than what I saw in Employee State than CM himself. You understand? So the idea of like you were trying to be more Nigerian than any other person. See, look, you're just trying to play to the gallery by just be healing yourself to make you feel you are too much than any other tribe or any other person. You understand? Everybody has equal stake in this country, man. You understand? So whatever you think you are doing, there are people who are even more ahead of your steps that you're taking or something like that, you know.
Okay.
I'm making reference to what Uzo was trying to
Let
say.
me make a call my name. Look, call my name. Let me answer him.
I fear you.
He call my name. He call
Let's
Uzo.
move
He
to that
only Uzo
topic. I
here.
thought you said we should finish this topic. We don't want to be talking about
Let me answer local because it's two of you, both local forefathers, the one dragging local and forefather are the one dragging this negative and positive energy. The drag is drag.
It's not a negative, it's just a question.
You wait, hold on. Local forefather asked question. You are answering different entirely because what he asked,
it's your response. No, it's your
no,
response.
I said my response is this. My response is this. Anywhere I call home, anywhere I stay, I build my house, I pay my tax, I call that place my home. That's what I said. Prove me wrong. I never tell you that I left. I'm one Nigeria because I live in Lagos. I become one Nigeria. That comes from your mouth now. That it comes from you now. After you start the one that say it, you are the one that say it right now. All right. I never say that. I say anywhere I live, anywhere I live, I call it my home. That's what I said. They put me right here. All right. I never tell you that because of I live in Kanu, I'm more one Nigeria than Kanu. That it has to go extend that I leave my home for greener pasture. It don't make me more Nigerian than any other person. You go deep to what he was not asked to ask. But when I ask a simple question, I give you my own opinion on a simple question. You say you are going deep. That I live my home, the guy when I relax about me, I be at those road, and then the road.
You're a troublemaker. You're just looking for trouble.
I make trouble. I like being straightforward. I'm being straightforward. I don't make trouble. If you don't want trouble, don't make trouble. You know, if you don't want to talk about don't go there.
Let me let Ovie weigh in. I think Ovie has said something about it already. Ovie, have you said something about this? It's not a very complicated question. Obviously, Uzo has to manage to make it a controversial issue. It was just a simple question I asked. So it was. I just said, is it likely that you are more likely to have a Southeasterner want to separate from Nigeria than any other group in Nigeria? That's if you met a Nigerian today that is complaining about leaving the country, chances are that it is higher possibility that you're going to meet a Southeasterner that will want to do that than any individual other parts of the country.
I think let me say the fact here. If I'm from the southeast, maybe I'll be thinking of the same thing. I want to live right. If Tinubu no win this election, if to say Tinubu no make him president, you think say the Oduduwa noise no go dey louder than the southeast? That's one thing people are not talking about. Why they give Bola Tinubu presidency? Maybe that's a question you need to ask.
But hold on, no. Abiola happened though.
Huh?
No.
Abiola happened. We didn't hear
Abiola happened. They appeased them with who?
No, you can't compare.
But that was after 6 years. We didn't hear Oduduwa during that period.
They were appeased. So I'm just telling you, to say Bola Tinubu become this president, trust me, the Oduduwa nation would have been activated. And guess what? The power that be understand that he has what it takes. He has what it takes. Boom. To start up like this. So what am I saying? It's a battle between the three major parties, right? You know they hear orders because even if we make noise, it's okay. We want Kara give you go out there and campaign away. Can you make it happen? No, right?
Nigerians,
So-
we are troublemakers. So the question wasn't about this. So the question
I'm
was a
telling
very
you why
straight
that.
question.
Yes,
You
no,
see
the
how
question.
Ismiri scattered the answer.
No.
She just answered it straight.
No, because there's a reason why they are asking for what they are asking for. There's no smoke without fire. There's a reason. And
No,
if you look
I
at
understand
it,
the reason. I probably will be thinking
you
the same.
remember during the election, during the campaign, you argued with me one day that they are more passionate about being the president. They are more
Yes, they are more. They have
want it
more enthusiasm on their side. Yeah.
Why? Because they've never had it. Those are your excuses. Those are your convincing words, right? So, so they are doing what they are doing. So compared to other tribe, you can't compare them to my tribe. You can't compare them to any. You can only compare them to Yoruba and Hausa Fulani. So if these two people don't get, I mean, Buhari, when good luck. Why do you think good luck? It was just so he must go. It is because the northern part of the country no fit stand the fact that they had a power for 6 years. So once you want to criticize them from that angle, put that into perspective too, right? Even though one has to be constructive about it, you can disagree with them and you will also be right. But again, within this question you asked, because we have to compare them with these three people. That's the reason
why we do that with three people, but we forget that the north technically is not necessarily the Hausas, it's the Fulanis in the north. So you can argue that Jonathan was from the south, then why are they complaining?
Even the southeast, right? There are other tribes in the southeast. There are other people who don't go into, just like we are saying, don't go into their ideology. In the north, we are speaking for the majority. There are other tribes I know, but they are just like me, they make noise. In my tribe, they make noise. When I go hear me now, but okay, right? Just like even the Kanuri, if they are making noise, yeah, we'll listen to them. But what can that do? The Shoa Arabs, right?
Okay. Okay, let's canvas information from something from this thing, so that I want to move on from this topic, so that it does not look like yesterday we dwelt on the Southeasterners and Pansat is already saying we hate Southeasterners and Ikolala. Yeah, what do you think about the question? I would like to think that you have a short answer.
Papa, this is a question not make sense at all. This is a question
Uzo.
You see, okay, let me answer the question yourself.
Uzo is always it's a simple question. It's not a trick question at all.
What are you people afraid of? What are you afraid of?
It's not to be afraid of.
Just speak straight. Don't go like snake.
The way you put the question, you will say if the Hausa Fulani find themselves in the position of the Igbos, would they make noise than this? If the Yorubas find themselves in their position, how would their noise be?
No, but that was not the question. That was not the question. The question was about are you more likely to find
go straight? Stop looking around the bush.
So what's the point of saying Nigeria they don't have power, right? What's the point? 60 years, they don't see their power.
The reason why I'm asking it bled from that yesterday conversation where the young lady was a Southeasterner that did very well, and yet sometimes you get from Southeasterners that are from, especially the diaspora, they really push for this Biafra thing, and they really pour scorn on the country. Big time, and yet
I'm not one of them.
I'm not generalizing. I need to move on from this topic. I think we don't want to do this.
They push for Biafra.
I think we don't want to do this.
There's something, forefathers, people here, like Ovie now, when he used to hear Igbo speak, he will be pulling this in Dada. He doesn't want Igbos to talk about Biafra. He will say Igbos don't know how to play politics. But I'm even shocked tonight that his position is changing a bit.
You see me not too often I carry Dada for years.
You don't chop bellyful of you. Wait till you talk. Today you talk like this, tomorrow like that. Which one you there? You said Igbos, talk.
Now question would they ask? They ask you a specific question. You want me to say another?
Don't be a politician now. Everything not be on a politics. I understand. He asked you a straightforward, very straight. People are just sitting like this.
Uzo, let us rest now. What is Uzo Carlo? oh. You started this trouble. Oh. This is a simple question. Nobody won't let them talk. And now KJ is raising his hand. He's going to start another trouble again. We need to move on from this topic. We need to move on from this topic. We don't want to discuss Southeast today. Yeah, Ikolala, please answer the question so we move on from the topic.
Okay. The question is if it's not a yes or no answer, because let's be very frank and honest. If anybody saw what happened to a particular region during the Biafran War, in fact, I was 15 when I saw a catalog book of it was a picture history of what happened during the war. I was 15 and I shed tears. So, and if you come to think that, okay, that's history, but right in front of you, the same situation is playing out. I mean, what would you be left with? Some of you sit here today and see what maybe the Israelites do to the Palestinians, and you say, oh, it's heavy-handed. But if you really saw what the Jews went through and say to yourself, never again, never again. It doesn't matter if the person is throwing stones or using a rocket. You will support your Israeli army. So I think when we don't see the perspective of an average, okay, let me put it another way. I was looking at the events of the past few months, and I saw a guy who has a shop in one of those places, wherever it was, and when he got there and saw his shop burnt, he just sat down and started crying. How do you, as a human being, put together what maybe he doesn't even support anybody, he doesn't even have any hands in politics, but one idiot thought the best way he could deal with situations is to go and burn some people's means of living? So when we make these assertions of it's either yes or no question, or give statistical figures which we have no facts with, but the one thing that remains is the emotional tremor is real, and we have to start accepting this. And it doesn't matter. Look, one thing, why you think the people in diaspora feel that there should be secession more than the people in there is because they have information. I mean, I can sit here right now and read about many things that they don't have access to. So when you see this, and then you think, oh, you just say to yourself, okay, that's just history. But history is playing right in front of you. And the worst part of it is when that history is near home. Maybe your grandmother or your father or your mother is telling you exactly what they went through. I still have friends who tell me how their father was beaten just to cross the River Niger to go get food on the other side and come back home by the Nigerian soldiers. Innocent men. So when we say these things, we should be very, very, very careful, because the way some of us put it, oh, they agitate too much, even annoys some other people to think, oh, that my suffering is agitation. That makes no sense. In fact, sometimes I sit here and I wonder, how can some people come here and sit down quietly? I mean, I see people dying in Benue every day, especially in the Middle Belt. And some people say, oh, it's just politics. We are going to talk it through. It's humans dying. It's just that we don't have value for our own We don't have value for our own lives. Somebody was just saying it today, which I just had. Leopard, the king of Belgium, killed 20 million Congolese. But Hitler killed 2 million Jews. But
6
Leopard,
million out there. Hey, let's not start another thing that will got the damage in trouble. We don't need that. It's 6 million Jews.
okay, whatever it is. But my basic point is Hitler has his name as one of the worst men that ever lived. King Leopard doesn't. So until we start attributing things, meaning to our lives, nobody's going to put meaning on it. So as me, if I am from an ethnic group and I see persons suffering, it doesn't have to be close to me. It doesn't have to be a member of my family. It doesn't have to be a member of my clan. But as long as I see that it is a child that has been orphaned for no reason of theirs, it is a man whose wife has been killed for no reason of his, it is a woman whose family has been destroyed for no reason of his, I think it should touch us. So that is
Okay,
just my
thank you.
position.
I appreciate your point. And there's a lot of, I can see that a lot of all the troublemakers are in. See, KJ, you want to start another one again? We wanted to end the
I'm not
topic.
I want to move on because we're not going
He's going to
anywhere.
start something. Oh, okay, let's see. Okay, KJ, go ahead.
I want to bring to our floor the mindless action that happened in Benue, in Okum local government, where two people they had gone for a burial ceremony and they were eventually attacked and massacred. 23 of them were sent to early graves. Now, some of these things in other clients, the nation will come to a halt. But as we speak today, apart from those of us who know people who are there or who are from that region, every other thing is working normal. As if it's just a tea party, And these are people, and like I've always said here, there is no herders farmers in that place. These are people who were engaging were trying to bury their dead and were not even allowed to do that in peace. Instead, they were now sent to escort the dead to wherever the dead had gone. And nobody said anything. Now, before now, the people have been writing, the Nigerian media have been projecting that it is Governor Otom who have been responsible for what was going on in Benue. But now, it's a Reverend Father that is there now as governor. Is it also Otom that is still, organizing the killing of people as far as to Okum local government? Because I know Okum is far away from Makodi. Okay. Is it the same also? Or is there something that we should be able to talk about and bring it to the fore? I think instead of let's move on with this discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, this is kind of stuff. This is why when I say security, I'm fed up of. Personally, I want to see the IDPs shut down so that people can return back to their homes, and so that our economic activity can pick up. So that or people like Uzo Carlo can go home, and we all can go home and have a party in the country instead of stuck in the West. So that's what we need, and it needs to be seriously done. If we don't do that, we're just going to be complaining on and on. So regarding the moving on from this topic, I wanted to tie into what was going on yesterday. Why we tend to send bad signals out there, setting bad example for our younger ones. The idea is that what I find is that when it comes to our country, sometimes we say bad things about our country and paint bad picture for the younger ones. Hence, why that young lady was saying she wants to leave the country. That's one. Today, Dr. Damages said that he's not against our judges wearing foreign there's a colonial headgear, whereby a judge that is putting on a European headgear is judging a black man, something that is a trope of the past, and we didn't even have a need to remove that. And then you move from that, you go to, this is going to get a little bit controversial. You see how the industry encourages our women to wear foreign hair, not like the type Ismail is wearing today, which is technically an African hair, but the type that makes you look like Chinese or look like Indian or Arab. Those types, what I feel it happens with that is that we are imprinting on our children what is desirable. And in this life, there are very, very few things that are important in life other than procreation. And if you concede that to another group, there's a problem. You're creating problems for your children to grow up. I know, because I was one of them. That is one side. In terms of the way we tell our children, like when we come overseas now, we say, leave the country as quickly as you can. Those type of things, I feel like we are sending the wrong message to the young generation. And if we carry on like this, they might even be worse than us. They will literally hand over the country to other people, and we will not have any home anymore. That's one of my issue. And how do we start addressing this so that our young ones will be proud of where they come from, want to stay in their country, and even when they leave the country, they are still thinking about going back to the country to fix things, not to stay overseas. Sorry, not to stay overseas and just send money whenever they have time. You know, when I came to the UK for the first 10 years, I didn't even touch Nigeria at all. I can't see you, Loco. Are you talking to someone else? You're a complicated dude. So the point is that how do we start changing the narrative where we start putting our own country, our own values, our own even when we have problems, we contain it so that we let anybody when we are having that discussion know that okay, we are having problem, but hold on. Can you mute yourself? Let me see if I mute Loco. I think Loco doesn't have mute button. So let me see what this guy said. Father is burning and he is pursuing right. No, it's Loco that was making noise. So how can we contain this conversation so that when we are promoting, criticizing our country, we don't send the wrong message to our young ones that something is wrong with us and that the other people are better, hence why they want to go over there. So how do we start changing that narrative? I hope you understand what I'm trying to say here, because it's not only about how we dress, so also what we accept from foreign. We have not even renamed Nigeria. We can't even figure that one out. We've not taken. The point is that we've not taken ownership of our nation to an extent. Even if we are running the country, we are all still where we were when the Europeans came, technically. But we've not really fully taken ownership. Maybe this is what is affecting the way, the progress that we are making. And it seems, because if the best minds are leaving the country, who is going to build it? Nobody will ever build it. It will never happen. This thing seems simple, but if you look at the people that built this in the US, this in defense that they are standing on today, many of them came from Germany, and they built the country up, the space, this in and all the rest. If those people didn't move from Germany to the US probably wouldn't have reached there so quickly. The same thing with China. The people matter. The people that are living, they matter. We have to try to talk to them in such a way that, or portray to them that when they leave, even when they leave, they are also looking to return. Even if they are not returning, they are also looking to do all they can to help their own people at home, which they do. But you understand what I mean? I'm talking about actually developing the economy, not necessarily just to build houses. We saw all the big houses that are built in our villages. So many houses. We saw Emefiele's house. Emefiele's house was like some kind of Roman this castle, But how is that going to help the nearest Nigerian that needs knowledge about technology to build, so that we can start selling products out to the rest of the world? If not to the rest of the world, to Africans, so that we can start making, we can start getting foreign income. So those are the kind of things I feel like we need to start. We need to take ownership. Let's put it that way. We need to take ownership of our nation. We need to take ownership of our culture. We need to take ownership of our own narrative. There has been a change to an extent because of Afrobeat and Nollywood that I've seen around the world. Many people actually appreciate Nigeria now which is very interesting that because many Nigerians don't appreciate Nigeria. Many people actually appreciate Nigerians. So I will start. I don't want to ramble on about this. I hope I've tried to elucidate the point a little bit more. So let's start from who wants to start. Let me say the sophisticated. He hasn't said anything. Maska hasn't said anything. I'm sure he must have something to say about this. Maska, Ovier, Loco. I guess this Mary can say something. The for me the one I would like is me. I don't know whether she would choose what she wants to address anyway. Because the one I'm also looking at, often I say that, and most women don't like it when I say something about the foreign hair that they wear. I will say, okay, why do you like?
For your girlfriend and your wife now. Wow.
Yeah, no. See, they don't like it when I say that. They say it's a feminine thing, and I want to understand it because I feel like if your children are growing up seeing some other racist hair on your head, then they will want to desire them. Many of our men that travel to the West, they are not only traveling to go to school or get education, they're also traveling to go and marry their women. Where is all this thing coming from? From the media, from the portrayal that their hair is the best one, that their features are the best ones. So, because I think our women, you can't believe how much I defend our women in the other platform, because some people like to insult our women, and I think maybe we too have internalized some of the things they say about us, which is not true. Our women are just as good as any other out there, if not better than any other out there. So I don't see why they have any to apologize for what God has given them. Not at all. I'm telling you, you'll be surprised. All the people that are telling us that, oh, you look like this, you look like it, they're actually jealous. They're actually jealous of us. When you go deep into it, they're actually jealous of us. That's why they made us start cutting our hair when they came here. They told us not to be growing our hair. They made us cut our hair from till today. Our leaders maintain the same tradition. We are literally the only set of people in the world that cut their young people's hair when they go to school, which is a vestige of the past that we refuse to change. We refuse to rename our country. We refuse to put our culture first. We refuse to put our own things first. Let me just put it that way. So let Maska go. I don't want to rant too much about it because I can go on for 1 hour, 2 hours.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. What you are simply saying can be summed up in 2 sentences. See, we're a colonized country. That's one. But the worst part of it is that we're also a colonized people. So the country has been colonized, but we individually and culturally, collectively, has also been colonized. Mentally, psychologically, anything for the white man is better than us. That is the fundamental problem. So I don't blame women. The truth is that you should blame the men, because every woman, when she's dressing for a specific man. If she knows that guy that she's dressing for, he doesn't like it, she's going to pander towards what the man would like. So I think it's not even it's a non-starter. You shouldn't blame the women for how they dress. It's obvious. Every woman is dressing for somebody somewhere, or for some ideal man she thinks this is what he will like. So don't blame the woman. You should turn back the blame on men.
You've got Ismiri going already. See, okay, but how about what if they are mistaken about what the men truly like? Because are you telling me that our men actually originally prefer foreign looks?
Forefather, what I can tell you from my culture as a Hausa man, in the books, when they want to describe a beautiful woman, one of the attributes is they will tell you that her hair is flowing to the back. They will tell you she has a long neck.
Okay, let me ask you that description, does it come from the Islamic side, or is it from just cultural?
Not Islamic. So you see, we mix up so many. It's not Islamic, but
I'm
Arabic.
asking. I don't know.
He's
from
asking,
Arabic.
That's it.
Okay, if it's from Arabic, you
Naturally, it
see.
comes. It's a colonial mentality, you know. So
Okay,
we
let me add
believe,
something to
and
that.
I can tell you that an average African, or let's say an average Hausa man, will tell you his ideal beauty is either an Arab woman or an Indian.
You see what I mean. This I've encountered
So
with East Africans. I've had this issue with East Africans, and that's something we seriously need to avoid. We
no,
cannot.
no. See, forefather, sometimes look, let me tell you. You see, what I like in my life is to start dealing with fundamentals first, because the
Okay.
peripheral is always based on the fundamental. The fundamental is that as a people, we are colonized. Psychologically, we look up to the people outside. We look either to the Arabs, we look to the Europeans. Even on this forum, when people talk, sometimes I boil inside, because people will tell you that in America, in England, you know, everything that is there is better than us. It cuts across our life. Look at your dress, you forefathers, check your dress first.
Don't start with me. Don't
No,
start with me now,
seriously.
Masca. You know, I
Or
take your
look at
point. I take
local
your point.
team. Or is it Uzo that is wearing a t-shirt? So these are fundamental things. It's not verified. It's not about the woman's hair. It's our life. We are already colonized mentally.
But is it not about all of them? The reason why I highlighted that basically preference desirability, because desirability is very fundamental to the purpose of life, not to mention race or whatever. It's very, very fundamental. If you alter desirability in people's minds subliminally, you already started killing them from then on, because now they will desire the other people more than they desire their own, which means their best minds that manage to escape will gravitate towards the other side. In other words,
What I
making your
can
own
say,
emperor.
let me provide solution for further rather than the labor issues. If you look at Afrobeat, for instance, it's a clear example. It should be a prototype of the path of decolonizing ourselves. You look at your music, you like your music. You look at your dancing, you like your dancing. We should like our dressing. I personally, as a Hausa man, I believe that the Hausa dress is the best. I've worked in international organizations, but I try to make case for myself. Wherever I go, I explain to him that, look, this is an official dressing. If I need to write a memo or request for an approval, I write it. And people tend to admire it. I had a couple of my colleagues that have asked me always, when you go back to Nigeria, please bring us some of this, your nice dresses, your nice caps. And I make them understand that is in my culture, if you dress without a cap, you are not complete. So even the white man, I tell them, you are not formally dressed. If you are in my place, you are incompletely dressed. So I'm saying that let's start from things like music, like dancing, like dressing, like our food. Okay, start from the smaller things. Leave the women out. After a while, everything will add up. That's my 2 pence. Thank you.
Okay. So let me just have a quick pushback on one of the points you made. Because clothing is something that happened to every group. I think it happened to the Chinese, it happened to everybody, even the Europeans. This is not their traditional dressing. That happened to them. But their hair didn't change. No other group, their hair changed. So you can see there is a slight difference there. And you look at our judge. Our judges have to wear European hair. There is no need for that. It's not giving us anything. What is the authority is bringing other than making us seem like we are foreign to our own people? The gods we worship are foreign. Both religions, you even acknowledge it just now, they prescribe for us, and we are not looking to. Okay, from your point of view, now let me ask you this: have you done anything now within yourself? I know that you talked about clothing, to tell your people that, you know what, that description that they give is not right. Your mother, your people that look like your mother and your grandmother should come first. Have you ever done anything like that?
No, you have to repeat. I don't understand the question, so you need to
Okay.
contextualize the question.
Okay. You said something about in the north, like they said the standard of beauty is like they talk about flowing hair, long necks. These things came from the Arab world. Have you confronted or addressed this issue amongst your peers and said, okay, maybe you should appreciate your own a bit more than what is passed down to you by foreigners? Have you ever done that?
I've not, because in my opinion, I think it will be fertile. Okay, because this is a long unending argument. What is the idea even of beauty? Who is a beautiful woman? Is it the black colored woman, or is it the light skinned colored woman? This is an unending question. I won't even start that kind of argument. The truth is that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. We acknowledge that, but there's also a standard prototype of beauty. A typical black man would look for a woman with nyash. Okay, it's the truth. He's not gonna go for a white lady that has no. It's not a woman that is not thoroughly endowed. That's the conventional black man. So all these things, I don't think these are issues for this kind of platform, because there are issues that you can never have a common ground.
Let me say this. I disagree with you on that, because it boils
Which is
into
okay,
everything
which is
else.
fine.
Yeah, yes. The reason why that is because I said it earlier on, desirability, you have to understand
You
that
see, Ismiri is smiling all over the place because
of course,
you understand what I'm talking
smiling.
about.
You know, are you sure? Yeah, I want. Let me pin him down. I want to pin him down, because what he's doing, he's dodging now. He's weaving right now. He's weaving.
Even
So, but
Bible
let's be.
talk am
He's
say
going to
the
weave.
beauty of a woman is on his hair. The Bible talk am on his hair.
You see, which
Bringing
Bible? Bible of desert dwellers. Come on,
no,
let's
that's
hold
what I'm
on.
saying.
Forefathers, I have
That
issues.
is not the Bible of an Igbo man. That's the
No,
Bible of
Forefathers,
desert
Bible
dwellers
say
from the
forefathers,
Arab world.
forefathers. If I may
Bible
interject
said it.
briefly, I'm not going to be
The
long here.
Bible is
I have
from
an
the Arab world.
issue.
You don't know that?
Can you hear me, forefathers? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have an issue with a typical these days of African men's kind of definition of beauty
Your audio.
to who they wear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to take it away from Bluetooth. I said I'm a bit confused about the definition of beauty by these days kind of African men. I think that's what I believe. Until I came to Europe, I never knew the value of what culture is. And it is going to be painful for people not to teach their children about their origin and culture because it's sacred. And that is what separates me from my friends, my English friends, because they kind of really want to be like an African. They want to come to Africa. They helped me to actually be so proud of where I come from. Before, because when you're in Nigeria, you haven't come out, you don't know any different. But when you come out, travel around and see people, you will see, regardless how the West behave politically, that's different. But when you meet people one to one, that's why you see some Europeans, they go under the sun, they want to tan because they want to have the skin. When they see some of us, they say, oh, you have such a beautiful skin. But some of our women are trying to bleach away that skin, which I don't support. The beauty is in the eyes of the beholders. Beauty goes beyond superficial. For a man, I call intelligent, a real man, not a man that will look at the size of your bum or that. That is why when you're with a woman, you marry a woman based on just the physical attribute. After all, anyways, the woman should be attractive somehow if you're going to be with a woman. But just basing your beauty on just the nyash the woman is carrying. What if something happens tomorrow, the woman by cancer loses the nyash? Where will your love go? What will sustain the relationship? That's why I'm thinking the men of these days. If I say, unfortunately, I didn't have a child, I would have knocked sense into him. When he sees a big bum and bring a woman home with a big bum, I'll question him twice. Why do you really like this lady? Because of the big bum or what? So it's being intelligent. That's why relationship these days don't last because men of these days are going for just physical.
I'm
Mm.
When they
telling
see
you.
yellow purple or big nyash, what about the intelligence? emotional intelligence, relationship intelligence, being matured and stuff like that goes beyond just what a woman is carrying. After you've had all that, then what?
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of
So,
thinking.
But it's Mary, you are changing the subject.
Masca, your audio just went out a bit. Say something again, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay,
So,
I say
yeah,
Ismail is changing the subject. You
she moved
know,
it a little bit. She moved it not very far from where you were. But I wanted to come back to the fact that you said it yourself, that the standard, you said we're colonized, which is not, you're not saying it in a good way. And you also said that we are using foreign standards to describe beauty. And when I said we should do away with that, he said that's not where we should start from. We should worry about the clothes we're
okay.
wearing.
So let me clarify, forefathers. I see. I will start from where I started. As a country, we were colonized, and a lot of countries were colonized. Take India, for instance. India was colonized, but as a people, they were never colonized. In terms of their culture, in terms of their language, in terms of their dressing, in terms of their religion, they were never colonized as a people. So we in Nigeria and generally in Africa, as a country, we were colonized, and as a people, we were also colonized. We are still colonized till today. Now, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that we should not decolonize ourselves. I'm simply saying that there is a good place to start. Place like music, where you know that you have an upper hand over this other culture. There is nobody in the world that can tell me or convince me that African music is inferior to Western music. African music is superior anytime, any day. African dancing is superior to the white man's dancing anytime, any day. African man's clothing is superior to the white man's clothing anytime, any day. Okay? So I'm saying that let's start from where we have natural advantage. Sincerely speaking, if you ask me, I would.
So, in other
I don't
words, you
know.
are saying that we don't have natural advantage in terms of looks.
I'm saying that it's neither here nor there. It's not obvious.
that forced you to think. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
There is
so
something
that's the
going on in
point
our
I'm
minds.
making. So that's the point I'm making, forefathers, that let's not start from where people will have to think. Let's start from where there's no thinking involved. Like food, for instance, there's no thinking. You, forefather, know that you prefer Nigerian food anytime, any day.
Yes, we eat Nigerian food.
You know that. Every black man knows that.
But
We
the
prefer
areas
our
you're
food.
talking
So let's
about, no, Masca, but the area you're talking about, we are already, Nigerians are very, very, how do I put it? We do hold on to our culture. You saw Lesky just now looking like Yoruba Dobale, as they say.
No, that
So,
what Lesky did is not holding to culture. That is not holding to culture. Wearing your dress every now and then is not culture. You should be consistently like that.
but our
Have
House
you
of
ever
Assembly
seen me?
members,
For instance, I've appeared on this platform several times. Have you ever seen me in a Western garb?
no.
Okay.
But I get what you are saying there for those clothes, but if you look at the National Assembly of Nigeria,
Take
most of them.
language. Take language for instance. Take language for instance. You see, I believe that the Hausa language is superior to the English language. For
Yes,
instance, if
but
you come to my house, my kids, if they speak English, you will think that they live in America. But if you enter my house, nobody speaks English. Everybody speaks Hausa. Because these are the places, if you enter my house, you hear Hausa music, not even English music. So I am saying that these are
but is that
places
not,
where we have
see,
advantage.
Masca, my point is I'm not disagreeing with you on this point you are making, but I feel like we've covered most of this ground already. Like in the House of Assembly in Nigeria, Nigeria is one of the only House of Assemblies in the world that I've seen the members wearing traditional clothes. You don't see that in any African country. Nigeria is one of the few countries. Nigeria is one of the few countries you see a lot of people still wearing traditional. Every weekend they go, and when they go to their wakekeeping and all, they wear traditional clothes more than many African countries. African people tell us that. They actually say that about Nigerians. that's why I feel like those areas we've covered most of those areas. The areas we've not covered are some of the areas I'm pointing out. Otherwise, I would have pointed those areas out this in myself. If I'm in Nigeria, I'll be very, very happy to wear Nigerian this in gabs and all the rest of it. You know, it gives me fresh air and everything. So let me just allow Body to come in and so that he can circle faster. Please, let's try to keep it straight so that I know Ovie has a very strong opinion on things like this. I know he has a strong opinion. So, Body, please go ahead.
Hey, hello, Fafana.
What's the question?
Greetings to the panelists. Yeah, so Fafana, the much of the question is more of academic exercise. So I will start from the first one that you first asked. I think you've deviated from that, which is about how do we return back, how do we mobilize back home, which is very critical. So
how do we mobilize? The idea was that we should
we should
start
develop
inward looking, more inward looking than outward looking.
Yeah. So you said you can at this point in time you can talk about that because you've been able to like solve a personal problem.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of people are not at that level yet. People live in Nigeria, people live in Africa, migrating to the Western world, to Europe and the likes. What they're trying to solve is a personal problem. So, until that personal problem, the issue of like, what do we eat? Where do we live? Our environment, money, finances, something like that, education. Until those stuff are solved, we can't be talking about, mobilizing back home. So maybe the initiative is going to come from the government, which I think they're not thinking about right now. Maybe it's going to come from ourselves, whereby we're going to have a kind of a diaspora bonding, whereby people abroad will be able to mobilize resources amidst themselves, either invest in research, technology, education. That's what China is doing. That's what Philippines is doing. They have a state policy along that. India is doing the same thing as well. Maybe we have to like look towards that because African Nigeria is more of a broad of a thing. We want to like explore, we want to launch out. So since we have that innate character, maybe government has to look into it. That's why I didn't support the idea of like stop government banning everybody. Allow people to go. It's got a point in time, you know what they call law of diminishing return. We are going to reach a tipping point whereby everybody will realize that, we have to look back.
You sure?
Yeah, we are getting there.
See, the only reason why the other countries looked back was because the foundation was laid for the country, like in the case of China and India. Nigerians, we sold a lot of people into slavery. They never came back. Things are not good. There's no chance that there's no guarantee that they are going to come back.
Because they were sold into slavery. If you see a slave and a free man, there's a difference. You see the way they will think. If you have a dog in a cage and a dog that is free, they will act differently. So we have that freedom to think. That's why we are thinking the way we are thinking. If you see the generation of people that were brought down here out of their own volition, you see the way they think is different.
But if Africa was good, they would have been returning. That's the point I'm making. Because
where would they return to? Because
they would return to West Africa. They're already returning. Many of them have got Nigerian, Ghana.
And because we now find out that we have an advantage. I find myself in a place whereby, you won't appreciate being a black. Because even if you can't speak like them, just have that white color. Even if you can't speak at all. Even when you're being speaking, they don't even recognize it. By the time we get to that point, because we want to push everything, by the time we push to that limit, and then we see that, our home is our home, we'll be thinking of that. Like you've been talking about, people might disagree with you. You've gotten there. You understand? So people like that have been able to reach that point. They will start coming together. They will start converging, aligning, thinking of how do we invest back home? What can we do? Those stuff that we see as a problem that we're running away from, they're actually opportunities. It's because those problems were solved there. That's why we moved there. So we could see that, because at the point in time, I could tell you, people, the way you see the way people are buying land in Maiduguri right now, you won't think that that's a war zone. If you see the way people are buying land in Yobe, you won't think it's a war zone. Some people see opportunity. So, like some people in diaspora as well, they begin to see opportunity that like, this is a problem in Nigeria can be solved personally, collectively, rather than being individually solved. What we are doing right now is that, like,
let me add one more thing before this in. So, don't you think that?
Can you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, I will ask the question. So, don't you think that there's a window of opportunity to do these things? Like we were doing very well in the early, 60s, 70s, to 80s. Then the window closed and things got bad again. So I feel like the window is opening again now.
Yes.
And if we don't take advantage of it, don't you think when we lose it, we may not? It's not every time you get chances again.
That point is understood. You know, the point where we lose it is because of the military interregnum, because we have that kind of gap in between. You know, immediately the military came over, they didn't understand the governance. They disrupted the whole process. They took us back. So I didn't mean that we been wobbling in that democracy. We won't have been where we are today. You know, we are back now. We might be crawling, we might be staggering, but sometimes we get there, we get it right. So now we now have confidence to come around and have that conversation. Unlike before, we can't have this conversation. You don't even have that right at all. You'll be arrested. But now we are coming around. We are looking at the economic climate in Nigeria. We are seeing some semblance of stability, unlike before. Because you can't put your money where there is insecurity, where there is economic stability. So all we have right now, there are opportunity. You put your money in stock market when stock market is down. If you look at the way the stock market is rallying in the past 2-3 weeks in Nigeria right now, you won't believe it. You won't be questioning the fundamentals. What's responsible for all this? So those are the things that we'll be looking at.
Okay.
You know, if you look at America,
don't worry, we'll get back to you. We have time, man. So let me rephrase the question.
Before we go, we have to be very careful on the aspect of talking about women. You know, this platform is hosted in America. Before you guys be accused of sexism, so we have to be very careful.
We are not discriminating against women. We are just talking about how the men too are spoken. Men have their own issues now.
It's very sensitive, yeah.
We are not discriminating against women. I think I actually came off a discussion.
Matter. That's why I didn't like.
I came up in a discussion in America where these guys were just blaming American women for everything, when I was basically arguing the opposites. So let me rephrase the question. What I was talking about, Ovie, was regarding what happened yesterday, where the student was talking about going overseas, and on the panel you had a lot of Nigerians talking and saying bad things about the country. We know how Nnamdi Kanu refers to Nigeria as a zoo, and a lot of people refer to Nigeria as a zoo. And then you look at the way we carry ourselves, the beauty standards, we bleach ourselves, we wear foreign hair. Everything we do seems to be inspired by foreigners. We want to go and serve them. We want to look like them. We want to worship like them. We want to. Everything is about them. So the idea was, the question was about, how do we start turning this round so that it's more this in Nigeria centric, Afrocentric, and so that we can actually reclaim our own self-image and esteem as a race. So that is the question in the context of Nigeria.
So how do we turn things around, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think the first thing first, we ought to recognize what we need to turn around. What are we turning around, right? And to explain how we are behaving the way you describe our women trying to look the other way, men behaving this kind of way and all that. I think I have to use the Nnamdi Kanu analogy, right? Nnamdi Kanu analogy, which is zoo. So if you take animals from the wild and put them in a zoo, like literally zoo, what happens as time goes on? Right? Because you are directly turning them from who they were to something you want them to, right? To be very humble, to behave the way you. That's why if you go to zoo, you see the zookeepers, they have their language where they talk to the monkeys, animals, because they feed them. Over time, they forget who they are. That's exactly what happened to us. When somebody say we are conquered people, first of all, we have to recognize that first. We are conquered people. How did they do that, right? That explains a lot about why we are speaking English, why we are choosing the kind of religion you choose to, why we choose the system of governance that we choose, everything around us, why we do so. it was deliberate and was a long-term project. Unlike our cousins, that they took out, they were physically beaten. They beat, like Nigeria would say, they beat Chris come over your head. They beat who they were out of them, right? They crossbreed them. If you actually go into deep how these people, in fact, somebody was talking about when he was 15 years old, he saw Biafra, a book, a photo. Look, that's why when we want to talk about these people, I say, come, there's more to it. It's until you actually step in and you deliberately pay attention, can't go deep down. See, you go, I don't know, you would expect them. I swear to God, you will say, come, these people, how did they survive? And they were able to build a culture that is most celebrated in human history. Why our own they disappear? That's a different story entirely. So we then leave, they no beat us. They work in our side, right? They gradually give us education the way they want it, right? That's why if you carry person come from Nigeria, every person no go school in Nigeria, just carry person come over from America before you know because he or she has an idea, because people live around now, how they speak, how they know. So it is that deep and a generation thing, right? So that's what we all aspire to be like that. So it's not something they just that just happened to us. They're with us for 100 years before they decide to leave, right? They don't want to study. They understand everybody. So they decide to say, okay, let's go with them this way. So if we all understand that, right? Say, okay, yeah, this is exactly what happened to us. Then we'll begin to say, okay, that question will now come to play. Okay, how do we reverse it? Right? But that's why if I would always recommend that we have to deliberately say, okay, this is our education system. It's not the way. And we have to gather Nigerians, we will sit down, design a curriculum to be implemented by 2025. Let's say we won't start now. By 2025 from primary and secondary schools. In other words, generation where we will start school then, they will begin to learn differently than we learn, because we are all miseducated. You understand? But so that's just a solution if we want to. But and it's okay, how do we do this? Since now the system of government we choose, which they say democracy, I would say it's plutocracy.
Is it Ovida is rich? Okay.
Could we start from easier things like remove the white headgear the judges are wearing, and rename the country? Those ones, it shouldn't be that difficult. It's our control. We can just rename the country, remove this thing.
Oh, Father, I don't stay fundamental to development.
You understand?
No, see, it doesn't seem that way, does it? But it signals ownership.
I understand what you are saying, right? But it
signals
goes
ownership.
That's why it goes with the system where we choose. It all fit in now in our festival, democracy in our festival. It has to be glamorous so that people will be interested. That's the only way you can get legitimacy, right? That's why that's why you see, and why it goes if you now say, okay, why it's supposed to be fun. No, fun hardly get people committed. Fear bring people together and get them committed. That's why I see that they behave the way that they behave, right? It's democracy. So we need to start asking ourselves, in order for us to get to where we should be, what system are we going to follow? This plutocracy, because this is government of the wealthy. Go study American president back in the days. They are all millionaires, even in today's currency. Now, very one or two people, the ordinary person. All of them are wealthy people. So it's for the wealthy. That's why when I describe myself as the elite, the run things, people say, "Oh, you didn't know," because that's the reality. If you don't get money, you know, to become president. I don't care who you are. Either you have access to the money or you have it. That's how it works.
Yeah,
so we have to not define that system, because again, that goes back to before this system of democracy. People who they are alive then, they were practicing. People will get us independence, right? They practice what they practice in London, the parliamentary system. So the question I've not get answered to anybody at the always is, who are those people that decide to say, let's go this way, American way? Who are those people? They have a reason. There's a reason why they decide to make that switch. So if we decide, say, okay, this is our problem that we are conquering, so we have to say, okay, what system are we going to use? Because as I say, if we want to go by an American, we did zoo, so we are all programmed. So how do we free ourselves? Which way are we going to go now? If we now bring it to today, are we going to go the Biafra, the Ududua way, right? So that maybe we'll come to our senses, maybe not by words, as we always said, something has to happen to us. I believe in a way, I know say until we fight our way one way, we no go get sense. But even if we fight our way today, if we continue this system, now see the same thing, because now see bag will run out. So for me, the fundamental change here is for us to say, okay, this system that we are practicing, we don't understand. Even Americans, they don't understand them. That's why they end up in Supreme Court every day. Because the Constitution can only be interpreted by the Supreme Court. So your Constitution
what are
is
you
as
saying we should
effective
do
as your
then?
Supreme Court.
What are you saying we should do? Should we look to change the system?
You need to start getting people that think alike, that find a way to win power and start implementing what you want. Because you have to get power first. That's a sick thing. Even if Nigeria, everybody first comes together now, it's still going to be through the power structure. Now we could bring any change. So that's where we have to form a cabal. That's the easiest, the name we all of us they used to, cabal. People that actually think alike, right? And start plotting. In the next 30 years, we want to be in power. Trust me, that's not the reality with that.
I agree with you on that.
Yes, if you want a fundamental change, now long-term planning, because you need to carry pretty much a lot of people are in because there's a game of number, and it's also a game of money. So it's a long time. That's what I say. By the year 2030, which is the next election, to me, there's little we can even do now. That's another thing. There's a little we can even do against 2030. The way would they behave, because everybody is everywhere. Why the elite are, they don't come together in one way already, right? How do we come confusion within those elite now so that they fit by one or two things what they said? That should be our plan. But that's again, it's important to organizing. People organizing means people think alike. They not necessarily agree. You understand? Because that's your point. That's what coming together so that we put all our ideas together. I'm having a solution. Body has a solution. Local have a solution. Isimiri has your solution. Put them on the table. We'll find a way out of it.
Let's give this person, what's his name? Sorry. Ismiri, I don't think you have said anything regarding this topic. I think it's only fair that the only lady here contributes to such a important topic, actually. I mean, I do say controversial things. I don't tend to shy away from stuff, not because I want to cause trouble, because I truly want to understand. And personally, I believe I'm one of those people that, when I was debating with East Africans and some of all these people that they like to talk down to us. They like to tell us, oh, you people eat this type of meat. You people do this. You people do that. It turns out that they don't have anything. They are desert dwellers. And when I discovered that, I turned it on them. I said, how can you be telling us, look at people, your population is dying every day, every year you're on TV, you're begging food, and you're telling us what to eat, whether we should eat or we should be eating sheep like you. They tell us what to love.
Be a good example for fathers.
Hold on now, because they tell us what to love. You know what they were calling us? They were saying we are cannibals, we eat dogs, we eat all this type of stuff. That's what they call us. They tell us what to eat. They tell us how to look, and we accept it. And what we don't know is that they envy us. How can somebody that is a desert dweller tell you what to do and you buy it when God has given you far more? And you tell our women that one of the things they say our women look masculine. I say, screw you. Your women, look at your men. You look like Bangala or whatever. So by the time the debate was done, they always regret it when they start that nonsense.
I believe you are doing this, man.
No, you need to. No, it has to be said, because you need to see some of the venom they come with, and I think this is where this propaganda comes from, where they tell us that our women are not good looking, our people are this, our people are that, and we start internalizing it. And that's why I always advise when I see some of our women wearing, like, they start looking like Arab people. Like, why? You don't have anything to apologize for. You are beautiful as you are. If anything, when you are unique, it's very, very important. That is that's what gives you higher value. Because think about it, as a person, if you are spending time buying something that other people don't have to buy, you are spending time putting it on that other people don't have to do, you're already losing 30 minutes every week to them.
Tunanja, can I disagree with you? I know I've not spoken on that.
Oh,
I
no.
disagree with you.
Okay, don't worry. We'll come back to you. I think I'm just prepping. I'm just starting prepping Ismiri so she knows where I'm coming from.
We are asking for too much and we are providing little as men. We are asking for too much. We are providing little.
I know. I've said it now. We are the biggest failures. But I'm just trying to highlight where I'm coming from, because you look like I'm judging our women. But they have to understand that I spend most of the time actually winning arguments against the other people on behalf of this. Not that they appointed me for it, but I felt like this is bullying. It's a kind of bullying. They are telling our women how to look. This is if you are on this channel.
Who are those people?
Like Somalis, Ethiopians, these North Africans.
Tanzania,
What are your men? What are your men? What are your men telling their
like
women
to say,
what to do? What are they telling them?
Even some Nigerian men go online and start badmouthing our women, buying into all this narrative.
So
no, it is true. I've seen it before.
We are not defending our women enough against that. So
and I disagree with it strongly, because it's not even true. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's not true. All these things that they like to say is false narrative, and if you don't combat it, your own children will grow up thinking that you are not worthy. I think we really need to change that narrative, because we are. There's a reason why on this continent we are the dominant group on the continent.
See, again, there's where when I say we fair, you at times now women they talk, they are visual people. Show it, don't just say it. See, I'm talking from a place of failure. I don't marry before I fuck up, and I'm telling you, say, "Come, we are not doing enough." I'm telling you, I'm not gonna lie.
No,
right?
see, I will own up to it. I will own up to it myself.
Anywhere in the world, there's one thing that I understand here. There's one thing I understand. Woman anywhere in the world not the same. You understand? None of them won't suffer. Including your mother, including your sister, including your girlfriend, including your enemy. Woman, no one suffer. And they have the right to say we no one suffer, right? So it now depends on you. So that's why if you show it, if you show say come, they will follow. That's what I understand about women.
I think I agree with you to an extent on
they
that.
gorgeous, rich, how tough, how whatever. If you show us, say come, this is this, you are the deal. She will. She will. That's how they are built.
Until I see an Arab woman wearing an Afro hair, I'm not going to subscribe. I'm not going to advise our women to wear their own hair.
See, other people are not just influencing them by just talking. They also show them too, right? They display what any human will ask for: money, wealth, and all that. Anybody can pretend, but old or young. You understand? Yeah. Everybody want that, especially in today's world that everything is right in front of us, even though if it's fake, right? Just show. You understand? Show, say yes. Nobody say make you get down. Show. If you show that, you don't go halfway with that. That's woman.
I disagree.
So that's we are not doing enough.
I'm just trying to contextualize so you don't see it like, because some women think that I'm just coming to pick on them while you doing bleaching.
You guys,
okay, please let me let you go. Let me let you address the point. Thank you.
For the women, every woman is different and unique depending on their backgrounds. You can see two different. You can see twins born by the same parents, but they grew up in two different environments. They are not going to behave the same. So all women are not the same.
Sorry, sorry. Can I ask you a question? Just short question, right?
Yeah.
Your brand is Miri. If I understand, a luxury brand. Now, women brand. I mean, for women.
No, it's for both men and women.
Both men and women, but not luxury brand.
That's what I would like my target audience to see it as.
Exactly. There's a reason why it's luxury brand. Right? Exactly. So why you don't just make
what do you want it to be? Chavi brand.
Wait,
so exactly. So
I have friends. 1 minute. I have friends who are selling for mass. When I mean mass, they sell at a price that they want to be global. Say now they want to sell in volumes. For you can sell maybe 100 products for £10. And there's nothing wrong for someone else to decide, okay, I want to sell one product or two products for 10. It depends on one's motives, what they want to achieve, how far they want to go, how fast. Because if you're going on mass, it's faster. The journey is faster compared to luxury. You have to prove for luxury. So there is no one size fits all. It depends on the individual and what they want. Especially why I choose luxury is because I believe natural and organic is the best. I always have a constructive arguments with the synthetic brands when I go on some trade shows that natural and organic it is. So they have the right to tell me what they want to say. I cannot demonize them, but I have to respect their space because without them, the world won't be complete. So there is space for everyone. Just like as women, there is always space for every woman. Your woman you see today, say this one is mad woman. Another a man might see that mad woman and say, yeah,
No,
this
no,
is
be that.
well.
Now, I say all I say that women, every woman like good thing in life, the finest thing
No,
in life.
no, you can't put it that way because
I've
for
never seen one.
no,
I've never
wait,
met one
okay,
anyway. I'm sorry.
okay. Women are different. Remember, there are women that grew up in the village without electricity. I am one of them.
Even there, self,
Wait,
some women,
wait,
there's luxury
okay.
standard in the village.
Wait, I want to
There's
educate
standard in the
you. I'm
village
a
too.
woman. I want to educate you. I don't know the kind of women you'll be meeting, but I am a woman and I'm telling you that when you go to the village, it doesn't mean that they are saints. That is what they know. That is
There's
the environment
hierarchy
they
in the
know. 1
village. There's
minute, I'm
standard in
coming.
the
1 minute.
village.
Let me finish now. Are you a woman?
I'm living in America. You never
Are
can
you a
tell.
woman over here? Yes or no? You're
Hey,
not a woman. So
hey,
let me
hey!
speak.
I
Let me
can I
speak.
can. Today I'm
Let
a
me
woman.
speak. You don't want
Yeah,
to
today
get
I'm a
excited.
woman.
Ovie, please let her hear. I'm sure
No, I know,
some
I know,
viewers want to. Okay.
I know, no,
Yeah,
I know. How's that shit?
right. It depends on an individual. Yeah. Take for example some women that grew up in the village. I'm not saying they don't want good things in life, but if you have grown up and you're acclimatized with your environment, that you can be happy without electricity. You can be happy without cars. You ride bicycle. That's the life you know. And then when you're exposed to township with cars and all that, you might not want. Not that you won't want cars. You might not want the most expensive one. If someone gives it to you, if you like it, like me, now if someone gives me those Ferrari, I won't like it because it's too flat. So every woman is different, and what they want in life is different. Money is not everything, but it's important so that you can achieve things in life. But to say to quantify a woman in that scope and scale because of materialism. I think it's a shallow kind of way of thinking. You need to think deep that a woman is just more than material things.
So, what do you think
Collect that
about
Ferrari. Collect that
in terms
Ferrari. Give
of
me. I need that my bag. Collect the Ferrari. Give me a bag. Anybody offer you?
Ovie? Let me just add this now. What do you think in terms of our women imprinting on their children that they should be desiring fellow Nigerians and a kind of, because generally a kind of stereotype though, but women generally hang around women children longer. So how do we shield our children from being brainwashed to desire foreign things, foreign women, foreign men, than we desire our own people? Because I've seen Nigerians bad mouthing our Nigerian women, calling them ugly, calling them all kinds of things. And why this is happening is because of the conditioning.
I've
And
not seen such men. The
oh,
kind
you've
of
not,
men,
but I've
the
seen
kind
them.
of people, it depends on individuals. That's why I'm saying I'm speaking for the people that I know that are Nigerians and they're absolutely good people with good hearts. So that's why uh, eh, I say background is very important, especially when you have young men that maybe there is divorce for some reason, there is a marital problem, the family, there is kind of this sort of family that is having background issues, which as well rub off on the children, especially the boys, depending on how their father were treating their mother as a woman. So upbringing is very important. Background is very important that forms and shape the way a man thinks, regardless who he meets in the future as peer groups, say peer pressure to influence them. When young people, especially guys, when they are growing, normally their fathers could be their role model. So how did their fathers treat women in his own time? But doesn't mean that when he grows, he wouldn't, if the father was bad, always bashing on the wife, just like the way uh, African women, especially Nigerians, Nigerian women are being treated like those being. I will blame our men, apart from their upbringing. Most men forget they're going to have children as girls, so you should have a good kind of plans. Check your attitude, which can rub off on wherever you go. You don't know who is watching you. It's not just your child that is learning from you. When you go out there, you be a role model for the kind of life or you want to see. You want your daughter to be treated like a princess in the future. So show it, not just by talking, walk it. So but when you go on the social media and bad mouthing, I believe those people, their backgrounds are questionable. I'm not saying they're bad people, but how can you go? It's like the country you come from, your women are your queens, and then you go on a social media and mouth them. I've not seen such men. The kind of men I see, they appreciate Nigerian women, and my friends are multicultural and stuff like that. So I don't mingle with people that talk bad on Nigerians like that. I cut
Let
them
me
off.
show you some of the evidence of what I'm talking about. And I'm not going to play the videos because of the potential issues, but you can see the titles of what is going on. Look at this Nigerian man doing that, and he's saying African American women are the most decent, but Nigerian men, women look like men. That's a Nigerian man doing that. Look at that, banish unfriendly black women. So there's a lot of negativity from our people.
Not all of
Betray
them.
black women.
Not all of them. Not all of
Of
them.
course, not all of them, but look at the hair, and look at that. And my issue is that if we don't see other races wearing afro on a regular basis, and this lady here was the one that said she used to work in the Nigerian fashion industry. That's a kind of modeling and stuff like that. She said they made them wear foreign hair. They don't let them use their natural hair. As you can see, she's carrying her natural hair there, but they made them wear foreign hair. They wouldn't let them use their natural hair to do their job, except it's on a special day where they are doing ethnic stuff. Then they allow them use their natural hair. That is her own testimony to what is going on in our societies. So we don't see this in other societies where they do this about portray this type of behavior. That's what I'm saying. That how do we change this narrative where we start being more inward looking and say, you know what, we are good enough. We're just as good as anyone else, if not even better. That
Things
is
are
all I'm
changing now,
trying to.
fathers. Things are changing now on the social media. I see young people, especially Nigerians, being proud of who they are. Like I am a very proud Nigerian. My friends won't even try. Like I have a Zimbabwean friend. We went to college together. She told me one time, "Oh, Nigerians are normally loud. How come you're not loud?" I said, "I'm loud. It depends, but it doesn't mean that having a loud voice is bad. Everyone is different." He said, "Yes, I really do like you. You don't behave like a Nigerian." I said, "What do you mean?" I'm a typical Nigerian. If you take if you show if you behave if I show you my Nigerian side, means that I'm gonna really have to deal with you. Depends. But I love who I am as a Nigerian, and that is what my brand is representing, to fly the flag, to say, yes, I'm a proud Nigerian and African. And I don't like it how women in Africa, I speak for the whole of Africa now. I just want all the women in Africa to come together as one. You don't need to fight one another. You don't need to say this part of Africa is ugly, that one. How can you, how dare you call someone ugly? You don't have the right. Who defines ugly? Who defines ugly? We are all wonderfully made people. The person who is categorizing Nigerians as man looking, it's a minority. I don't think the majority of Nigerian men say that. The kind of his level of thinking, I would say. So we should maintain peace. I see Kenyan girls as my sister, Tanzanian. I love Tanzanians. All around the world, we should stand together. Why do we have to have this? I really hate it when I see Africans fighting about jollof rice. Ghana this, or Ghana is saying the Afrobeat belongs to them. Why do we keep on continue to divide one ourselves, we Africans, while the West, they are wondering. Sometimes the Western people will make a few comments, or my friends will say, well, what's wrong with some Africans? I have a Ghanaian friend, my English friend was telling me that the girl is wishing to be a white person. And I said, was she born here in the UK? And she said, yes. I said, maybe that's why. An African born in Africa would never wish to be a white person. I'm a very proud Nigerian person. Say, yes, that's why I want to come to Nigeria. I teach her our traditional dance. I have conga here. We beat drums and dance to Nigerian music. Even this Oja, she dances to it. So it depends on individuality. Everyone is unique and different. Don't mean we behave.
I think the southeasterners and the north, and maybe even the southwesterners, they don't tend to they tend to Nigerians are one of the proudest Africans. I think even Africans testify to this.
Chinanja, you ask
But
a
it still
question.
tells you that, yeah.
You say, how do we stop that? The discrimination
Yes.
against the office and all that. You approach the National
Mm.
Assembly. That this is happening in so place with your evidence. Trust me, they will go to action. Now, this country, they won't like this sham because it's going to be easy for them. Everybody will
Sure?
jump on it, right? Yes.
Okay.
But again, people that will fight back might be the same civil society of Nigeria. They go say, oh, you are discriminating against some women, that every woman have the right to look the way she wants to look, right? They want wear, we made them wear. So there's a thin line between this.
No,
You have to understand.
yeah, I'm not sure we should ban it. We should
No,
just
not
discourage
banning,
it.
but not banning the idea that you cannot look natural in your workplace, right? There's a
Yes,
thin line there
exactly.
too.
Are you talking about wigs? Even where, like me now, I used to wear a lot of human hair that cost a fortune. But
I think that's a bit
told me one
different.
minute. No one told me one day to throw those shit away. I'm like, I don't need it. They are not apart from that, they are very expensive. For me, that's me. Maybe one day I might go back to it. That's why they say human behavior. You cannot actually say how you behave in the next 5 years. We're always evolving and stuff like that. But for now, I'm feeling African. And if I see a woman on wig, I'm not going to say she's less of an African. It depends on individual. You can wear your wig if that's what rocks your boat. Why not?
Yeah. You see, so that is what we are addressing here. Thank you for your this opinion. I really appreciate your ability to balance some of all these points. Loco hasn't said anything. Yeah, Loco, welcome. I don't know whether you are following everything.
Welcome for me. You boom Mrs. Na bad moderator. You bad moderator. I swear.
You won't start on me again today. You finished with the Southeastern Access today. Please, what is your opinion on what we are talking about today?
I don't know, my opinion about what Nigeria. The thing is, see, I think it was once written, or they said it was written in a book. Say, train up a child the way he or she will grow when they're old, right? Then I think Mussolini of Italy that time designed a formula. When you tell a particular lie over and over again, because then Hitler in his prison cell adopted that formula and used it, and that was how he became who he was, or rather, So it's been a chess game that these Western people have been using against Africans, trying to make us poor, and we the only thing we know how to do is to struggle and look for food to eat because we are poor. While they are rich, they are busy manufacturing things, discovering things. You understand? So it's like they are always like 10 steps ahead of us. But we are trying to discover, they are trying to make us look poor and look for food. You understand? Scramble for each other, bring ourselves down so we can survive while they are busy, discovering things, manufacturing things. Then China got that sense, India got that sense, and like, no, we won't fall for these gimmicks. Let's start producing what we consume. They were doing it, but Africa, who said they no one wake up, they decided not to do the same thing. So it's been a long game plan that they've been doing, to make us become who we are. So it's still going to take maybe not long plan to get out from this situation that we find ourselves. To like, look, we just have to, snap our finger like Thanos, in Avengers. Just snap our finger
Thanos.
and side to just stop and just let's face this side. You understand? It will not take a long time to say, okay, let's do it in a gradual process. You already have the idea, you know it. It's only when you are learning about it that it takes time. But since you already know it, you can you have the will to put a full stop to it and just start doing the right thing. You understand? So for we Nigerians to say we are like this, we're like that. Sometimes I get angry when I see some people come online. They'll tell you abroad, no following, no, don't make friends with Nigerians. So if you get close to them, they'll bring you down. They don't help each other, this and that. Nigerians are not good abroad. I hate to hear that word because I would like to ask those people. I like to ask them that question. That means are you good? You. That means if I see you in abroad, I should avoid you too because you are not good. If you are advising me to see Nigerians abroad and run from them, that means I should see you also and run from me. That means you are a bad person. You are not good. You know, so I think those are those kind of people that we should call out. And Nigerians are doing this thing all the time. When they see people doing something that is not good, they just ignore them and keep quiet. They don't call them out because maybe they are trying to not to make enemies or they are trying to find favor and they keep quiet and allow things like that slide. You know, somebody like me, if you do something that's out of line, I call you out immediately. Because if I don't call you out, you keep on doing it again and you start recruiting more people and it becomes a virus that we can't contain. You understand? So these words of people saying Nigerians are bad abroad, they are not this abroad, it started somewhere, nobody cautioned them, and now you can barely hear that word. Sorry, you can almost hear that word everywhere. Wherever you find Nigerians,
I think now it's beginning to be half and half. Where you hear a bad thing about Nigerians, you also hear good things. I think there's a change that is going on as we speak.
It's coming from professions like professionals, like maybe if it's music, if it's fashion, if it's food, if it's music, if it's movies. That's where you get the good things from. But I'm talking about behavior, attitude, where we are gathered, where we find ourselves, our action, our attitude is still bad there. Though the good ones are not maybe really coming out, or maybe the good ones are not really celebrated. We only decide to celebrate the bad ones. You understand? Where we see bad things, we talk it out more. But where we see ourselves doing good, like calling each other out, correcting somebody, we don't tend to celebrate those kind of people. Maybe that is why we are where we are. You understand? But I think the best thing for us to do is to start calling out any bad attitude. You understand? Whether it's in a minor or in a macro space, you understand? Just what you are doing is bad, case closed. So that this attitude of this habit of Nigerians abroad are not good. We are like this, we are like that, we this and that. We should change it. At least if it comes to a stop, I think that's the beginning of where we will start changing things apart. It will not take a long time for us to change at all.
Okay, Buddy, you wanted to add something earlier on. I don't know whether I can move on.
Yeah, before you move on, so you as just a clash of cultural clash and identity struggle. So, and it's really a very strong effect of globalization. So, and globalization, if you don't really have that economic power, like I said earlier, you are nowhere. Your culture, your belief will be subsumed by the stronger economy, like the local was saying. So until we solve that fundamentals, the economy issue, even the religion, you can't go to church today and you go to church in Barbariga. Most Pentecostals, they will want you to appear in a suit, in a corporate kind of dress. If you go to Northern Nigeria.
But let me ask this question though. What if to solve that economic issue, you needed to deal with the other ones first? Because like if you want to sign a trade deal now, you have let me give you an example. If you want to sign a trade deal now with with your potential trade deal partners, you need to have a high level of self-esteem, inward looking confidence. Right. You see, so you can it's a tricky one to say, okay, let's solve that one. But in reality, maybe the internal issues is already compromising you from being able to arrive at what you are asking for in terms of economic power.
Because what constitutes the economy, there are a lot, the social, the culture, they come along together. Because once we have, I can remember, I think around 2016 or thereabouts, we have to sign a gas deal with Saudi Arabia. Our finance minister, she was forced to cover her head because we are not equal partner. You see that kind of game. Because we are not equal partner, she was forced to cover her head. And this Kemi Adeosun, she's a Christian. It's just back in Nigeria, she doesn't usually cover her head. But when they went to Saudi Arabia, she has to cover her head because we are not a strong partner in that kind of a deal. If you have that economic power, you can negotiate. That's the era of globalization. That's why most time I keep advocating for what they call universalization. Universalization means whatever you have, you bring it to the table. Or the smaller culture, the smaller economy, everybody have a space to play. It's allow plurality and even allow equal partners, unlike globalization. The globalization is being dictated by the West, the Asians, the China, the Japans, those that are strong in the economy. They dictate to us, they suggest to us, this is what you wear, this is how you dress, this is what you eat. If you go back there in Nigeria, where most of our forests are going, you keep complaining every day that we don't have enough reserve. We don't have much in our foreign reserve. Why? Because we consume what we don't produce. The textile, the clothes that we wear.
Let's keep it so that others can add to it because you've already said something. See, buddy, I'll come back to you. Ike, Ikolala hasn't said anything, so let's let him add to this.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, forefathers. I'm just going to add to what Buddy said, but I think we're missing one thing, one major thing, which is just fundamental. People copy success. Even if your neighbor is doing very well and one of his children's name is Charles, you want to name your child Charles in the belief that he will succeed. So what you are seeing is a result of, because if you start saying, oh, you want to propagate laws to stop people from looking like this, or they're just scratching at the surface. Creativity, technology is the fundamentals. It is only when you succeed, then you can look at your culture and be proud of it. You see, in Athens, they wore white in their Senate because the Egyptians were wearing white in their palaces. So it grew from there. I mean, you see, okay, if they are succeeding there must be something they're doing right. Maybe we should wear white. And the Romans copied the same thing. The only thing they added was a red thing at the helm. So it is only when you succeed then you dictate. Who wore you see the Chinese thing that they wear now. Who wore it 15 years ago? Who cared? There were nobody. But they've grown in technology, they've shown their prowess, they've shown that they are smart people, so they want to look like the Chinese. So it's only when, this is why some of us are very angry when we see our leaders who should do things normally. Just it's depressing, and it makes you really sad. Because why do you want to copy them? Why do you want to look? Why do I want to wear something that looks like Buhari? Why do I want to wear something that looks like one man that is sitting there right now? Why do I want to look like him? What image am I portraying? So all those that people are wearing things, and if you look at it, no of those ones we are copying, they've never stood the same. Most of the English words you use today are not primarily, if you hear the Scottish speak, you can't understand what they say. But that was their roots. But they've grown to adapt, to adopt things. So nothing stays the same. So the fundamentals is our ability to look at ourselves and genuinely say, we need to start loving each other. And the love of each other is what brings creativity, is what brings holds the economy, is what creates progress. Because I still tell people till tomorrow. You see the benefit system most people come to Europe and enjoy. And they did, nobody really went on the streets and protested for it. Their leaders looked inwards and said, look, we cannot allow our own to scavenge from the beans. But our own leaders see our own scavenge from the beans, ride 100 and whatever cars, and they feel happy about it. So the mentality of those who govern us must first change. Then an ordinary boy would want to look like them. And when you want to look like them, your females would also want to look like them. Because you could say, oh, who are you looking like today? Oh, I'm looking like one of my leaders that is in the Senate. This is how he looks. Or have you heard him speak? You know, so it boils down to technology, it boils down to creativity, but all that is based on the love of self. It's only when you start loving yourself, it's only when you start seeing your, but it doesn't matter. The culture is nothing, because culture will change, culture will evolve. You start speaking a different language. I mean, most of us would not be speaking what we're speaking today in the next, maybe, well, we won't be here, maybe in the next 100 years. If someone speaks English in the next 100 years, you won't understand what they're talking about because it would have evolved. But one thing lasts, the love of self. Because it is only when you love the other person, you won't ensure that they are not scavenging, that they are living well. And it is only when they live well that they can think and say, okay, I'm going to create this today that will help this other person. And when they create that, okay, then you will also have generations.
But you see that let me add something. I think from what you are saying, the love of self is the reason why I didn't interrupt you earlier on is because that was at the core of most of these issues that I was raising. Because if you did that, if you loved yourself, you would want to put yourself first. Your first instinct is not to want to put some other person's hair on your head or want to wear another. Your judge should not be dressing like foreigners. You said something about the Greeks. The Greeks don't dress like the Egyptians. They have their own unique this in dressing.
Father, sorry, we have a new person in our midst here today. I don't know if Mr. Tone is new. Just to
Oh
spread
no, Mr. Tone is a troublemaker. We know him. I know him. You know, he's a troublemaker. I know him. He's
okay,
not you.
here now. This is a
Yes.
woman, more of a woman stopping.
Don't worry. When is his time to talk, you find out that he's a troublemaker. So,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
of self. The love of self does not necessarily mean loving your own self. The love of self is the understanding that I am because the other person is. So if you're thinking that is selfishness, what you're trying to translate as love of self is selfishness. But when you understand that I am because the other person is, that is the true love. And when you understand that, you would never want to see the other person go to bed hungry. You will never want to see him. And it is only when you create that environment that humans can flourish and then create.
I'm not sure I was describing selfish this, and I'm talking about in terms of self-love cannot be described as selfishness because it's not in negation of others. It's just maintaining that okay, I'm worthy of being equal to anyone else. Because if you are saying supremacist, if you have a supremacist mentality that I'm better than other people, that's different. You see what I mean? That's the one you think selfishness. That's the one I would call selfishness. But when you say you are worthy, you are worth something. It's not necessarily being supremacist. You're not saying that other people are worth less than you. You see what I mean? But what you are talking about is more of a communal way of looking at self-love, whereby I am because others are, something like that.
It's communal. There's no other way. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no other way. It's either communal or everybody perishes.
I agree with that. I've been, crying about that for a bit. I agree with you. Let me allow someone else to come in then, so that we can get it around.
Yeah.
I see that Ike was already wants to jump the queue. Um, Ike, welcome. I see you there. So let's let Ify talk. Ify, we had a bit of a tiff. We've been having up and down. We disagree on quite a few things, but we are very civil with each other. And she helped me last week, and today this week she doesn't want to participate anymore. If you welcome, what do you think about the conversation so far?
To be honest with you, I don't even know what you guys are talking about. The only thing I know is that you guys has been talking about our culture, and everybody's talking about their different opinion, but I don't know what the real topic is. So if you can tell me.
Okay, let me brief you. You see, it spilled on from yesterday. When the student that had the highest score in JAM said she wanted to go overseas, and during that conversation, I heard a lot of people say a lot of negative things about Nigeria, and then today Dr. Damages talks about how he didn't have any issue with our judges wearing a kind of colonial headgear, and so many things that I felt like it's almost as if we are and we also know that some of our women prefer, we had the bleaching epidemic, we had the wig one that is still going on till now. Our men tend to want to prefer to go overseas, and I like to submit that many of them don't go overseas only for the money. They also go overseas to marry foreigners because they've been conditioned to believe in all these things. So there are so many areas. Even a northerner came here and told us that their beauty standard was basically prescribed to them from the Arabs. So I feel like there's something that it's almost as if we don't value our own, and that what do we need to do to start becoming Afrocentric, Nigeria-centric, being more confident about what we are, and having, so that we can now imprint that on our children, so that when they grow up they feel like they are equal to other people. Because if they grow up thinking that other people are better than them in one way or the other, we are disadvantaging them. You see what I mean? So that is what we are trying to address. How do we start changing the narrative from that direction? Because I feel like sometimes we are being bullied by the world. The world tells us that we need to be lighter skin, we need to be like this, we need to carry our hair long. No, we need to be us. There is a reason why on the continent we are the dominant group on the continent. We have been here longest. There's a reason why other people came after we've been here for over 100,000 years. So we shouldn't have to apologize for whom we are. And somewhere along the line, we've lost our way. And how do we start retracing that back? So that, according to Oko Lala, that how do we build our own self-love, value ourselves just as much as anyone else, if not better? Thank you.
Wow. That's a very whew. I think, in my own opinion, if there is any country in this world that is so proud of themselves or their country, it should be Nigerians. I'm telling you. It's anywhere you see a Nigerian, you will know. And they are so proud, no matter what, in as much as all these politics we are playing in Nigeria. But once you step out, like, go to work and somebody open their mouth to you, say you're from Nigeria, what part? It's most cases you click with the person. The only thing I have a problem with our culture is that we are not instilling it in our kids, in our children. I give it to the Yorubas. A typical Yoruba person I know most of them will not speak English to their kids. They will speak their language to them. Most of my friends that are Yorubas, I mean, when some of their kids, they've never been to Nigeria, but if they can't speak, they will understand very well what their parents are saying to them. Let me deviate. But my Igbo person, I've had a woman who came here to this country, and somebody was speaking Igbo to her children, and she said, "Oh, they don't understand the Igbo. They grew up in Abuja." And I'm like, "Sure." And the people born here in America, They want to learn the language and they want to speak it. So that is the part I have a problem, with our culture. Not trying to teach our kids that this is who we are, this is where we come from, this is where we belong. But that I heard you guys talking about wig and afro and other stuff. Hey, that's too late. You can't tell a typical black woman not to put on a wig. It's just very rare. At least 80 or 90% of a black woman on earth put something on her hair, including me. So that one I don't even want to go there. In
Sorry,
terms
even
of bleaching,
Oyibos wear wig, Ify.
huh?
Oyibos, the whites, they
They
wear
do.
wig.
They wear
Even weave
wigs.
on, they wear weave on.
What is it called? Pin? Yeah, they do wear
I
wigs. But
think the reason why let me just add this. The reason why I brought that issue up is because when they wear it, they wear their own, the one that makes them look like themselves.
it's not
When
true.
why don't we wear the one that makes us look like ourselves, not look
No,
like them?
forefathers. I think the reason because in our hair, this is their hair that they have on, so you don't see that fake part of it. I don't know if you understand what
No,
I'm saying.
I understand what you are saying, but if you understand what I'm saying, they are wearing a kind of Caucasian hair. They don't go and put afro on. If they put afro on, like if you put afro on now as we, I think that is the same thing as saying you are wearing your hair because you are just replacing your hair in a convenient way.
Maybe
As
you haven't seen
uh,
Igbo people that have this hairstyles. You'd be like, eh? Maybe you haven't seen them. There are
they
some
are rare, they
that
are
are
rare,
not
but our
common.
own is everywhere. That's the difference.
I didn't honestly. I don't see that as anything. Honestly, in terms of hairstyle, the only
Mm,
thing I have problem with us is the bleaching part of the skin. That I have a
mm,
problem. However, I'm not gonna tell you what to do with your body or what you do with your skin.
mm.
We have this impression or this, that the lighter you are, the more beautiful you are. So that push a lot of people into bleaching their skin. But like I said, I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. In terms of our culture, I heard when you people are talking about food, a typical Niger person will always eat their food at least, at least once a day. A typical Niger person that lives abroad will always like to, eat their food. Somebody like me, I rarely eat American food. Rarely. I will always eat that our Niger food because I'll be like, is it to eat chicken or this or that? I mean, there is nothing out there. But when you bring that typical Niger food, you will know that, oh, this is home. It matters to me a lot. And I'm sure to you guys, that likes to eat fufu, that's a typical Niger man that will always like to eat fufu every day. In terms of dressing, that has changed. That has diversified now. You can't even tell by dressing. Most people, even you see white people now wants to wear our native wear. You will see a Yoruba wants to wear an Igbo. You see an Igbo wants to. So I mean, I think when it comes to our culture, especially in Nigeria, we have diversified a lot. So I don't see anything again with that. You're talking about, I think you people talk about the dressing again in the Western world. Excuse me, if you live in a country where during the winter is cold, are you not going to dress up like them? Of course, you're gonna dress up like them. You're not gonna wear your abada or wear your eagle and all that stuff to go to work. You have to dress for the weather. You have to dress for the occasion. Okay, you have to dress like whatever country you are in. Sometimes you want to fit in the society by dressing like them. So I mean, there are some ifs and buts here, but honestly speaking, it's not something I really have a problem.
The reason why that is because when a child is growing up and they are being imprinted that this is the ideal look that you want to have, and I know that some of our men go and say, why would they want to go for the fake one instead of going for the real one? And I think and I've had conversation with East Africans, that I said it earlier on, where I felt like they were talking down to us, telling us that the way we look, we have to look like them to be considered beautiful.
Listen, you have to understand. Let me say this. You people put me wrong. We Nigerians, a lot of these Africans are being intimidated when they see a typical Nigerian woman. Just believe you me, they feel intimidated. Or Kenyans, this. Once you say you're from Nigeria, I mean, there is some of them will kind of back out a little bit. Like, I've witnessed that. I've seen that a lot. So, I mean, I can't even argue with somebody from Ethiopia. I cannot. Because I always feel that, excuse me, again, and my standard here, that is in my head. It might not be necessarily true, but that's how I feel when I see some certain people from Africa. I don't know whether it's that dominant Nigerian traits in us, that makes me feel like that when I see people from other culture. But again, I might be wrong, but that's how I see that. So when I see somebody from Ethiopia or anywhere trying to argue with me, I just look at you, I say, I better go fix yourself. We're not even going there. And I go because I feel that I have a standard where I come from, called Nigeria. This country called Nigeria, no matter we come here and bash it and, we disagree with our leaders, but there is this part of Niger in you that you will always be proud of. And I'm so proud of, to be a Nigerian. I still carry my Nigerian passport very, very well. I mean, so proud of it, unless I'm going to another country then. But as long as I'm, wherever I'm going that allows me to present Nigeria, I present it with all happiness and so proud of it. So, I mean, that's my own part of, contribution.
Wow. You know what? You surprised me today. And if this is what it takes you to start talking positive, I think I should be doing it a little bit more.
No. Fathers, hold on. Let me clarify you. The truth of the matter is this: we all know. Nobody here will say. Nobody said that they don't like Nigeria. I never said that I don't love Nigeria. The only argument we keep arguing is about our leaders and what they have made our country to be. That is the only argument. I can never sit down here and tell you that I'm not proud of my country. I am proud of it. But the problem is the people leading us in Nigeria. They are the ones that put us to be in the situation where we are today. So I don't think that's the problem of anybody. I will never bash Nigeria, but I will bash it because of the leaders that are, leading us in Nigeria. That's my argument.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that was a strong one, even if I have a bit of an issue with some of them, but it's all good. We all have shared different textures of these things. I think it's tone.
Sorry, just to add one little thing, forefathers. I also think you have a problem with the weak women wear. Yeah. You've been emphasizing on that.
Oh no, I've been saying. You see, the idea is to encourage a culture where we embrace our own. If they want to wear wig, wear black. That's your own. The wig that makes you look African. Because if you are wearing something that makes you look Chinese or Arabic, and you do all those things, you are telling your children that is the kind of look you want to prefer. And those people, I've spoken to them, and I see the way they talk down to our women. They say that women look masculine, they do this, they do that. I'm like, you don't tell us what we like, and what our women are beautiful as they are, and your own women, you can't tell us that we should like all these women that look like they are about to break or whatever. So I defend our own women because I feel like what they are telling us to do is that one thing I told them was, I said, one thing you can never argue is that our women are not capable. And they shut up your mouth. And there are so many things that they say, you realize that sometimes out of envy, that they say these things about us. And we somehow, because of the colonial era, we've actually accepted that maybe there's some truth to it. In reality, it's not true. We should be cherishing our own. I don't have any issue against wig fundamentally. It's just that we want to wear the one that is our hair. There's no harm in it, is it? Why not look like what you truly are? What your forefathers look like?
Don't forget that some women may wear wig because of medical conditions, such as maybe that hair.
I don't mind that. Wear it so that it's an African hair. So if you wear a wig that is African, there's nothing wrong with it. Like Oyibo people, when they wear it, they wear wig that is European. They don't wear wig that is African.
Not all of them. I've seen an Oyibo that turned her skin to black.
That is very rare now. Those ones are the outliers, isn't it? Like Dolozad that claim that she's black when she's actually white. We get
really,
them now and again.
Went through transformation. The skin became black, but she was really strange looking stuff.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. Tone, please, let's not start drama today. Somebody tells me, because the last time he came, I thought this guy was a gentleman and everything. But let's see how it ends today, Tone. So what do you think? What do you think about the conversation so far?
Well, from the last time, it was kind of militant, and I just told you being an ex-military person, I just told you what my stand were, and it will never change. I still stand in it. Anyways, going forward with culture, I think it's a personal thing, though. It's just a personal thing. Okay, the gentleman that was speaking earlier, his definition of a beautiful woman was a woman that is well endowed, has got a big bad side, and yeah, that maybe that's what he sees. But I would say culture is a compendium of various things: your belief, your environment, your food. That's what consists of culture. Your belief system, your whether you're a traditionalist or whether you're Christian or um, a Muslim person. That's what defines you as a person, and whatever that defines you as a person, it's is cultural to me. Now, going back to what you said, forefathers, about you rather prefer a black woman to wear, if she has to wear a wig, that is, she should wear something that reflects her her as a black person. To some extent, I agree with you, and to some extent, I disagree. Personally, this part sounds strange to some women when I tell them. I find a woman that's got a low cut, that's cut her hair very very special. There's some kind of sexiness to it, if I may use that word. A woman that's cut her hair, it's got a
Tone has
good.
come again now. You see
No,
why I say
no,
this guy is
no,
a
this is
troublemaker.
me.
He has come
No,
again now. He's not making prescriptions now. Okay, let's go.
no,
Let's
no.
go. He
This is
started now.
me. A lot of people may not agree, but this is just me. I just find a woman that's cut her hair and keeps
I'm
her hair
with you
very
on that,
well.
man. I'm with you.
You see, it's she's just it gives them some kind of, it takes a lot of confidence and all that, to cut your hair, and your hair is short and sharp, and you dress very smart. It gives off, it actually brings out the beauty and the of your face. That's for me. But some men, they'll rather have a woman with a very long hair, and that's why a lot of our ladies go for, they will spend a lot of money for their fake hair. Their, what do they call it? So is it something bone they call it these days? There's a slang for it that they
One
call it.
straight
So
hair.
right hair, yeah, that's it. So yeah, I remember one girl I dated some time ago, and she said, well, one of the things, if I want to make her very happy, that there's this hair that she wants to buy. I said, how much? She said 500K. I said, really?
Wow.
And then that was, to cut the whole story short, that was the beginning of the end of that relationship,
So
because I
you're as
just,
broke as me too.
not that I was broke. I could afford it 10 times over, but I just found it's just so vain for me. I like my woman being looking after herself, looking good, but come on, 500K. There were other things I think.
And okay, let me
It's
add
even
this.
cheap,
As
Tony.
if we are not.
Tony, it's even
Forefather,
cheap. You get up to 1 point something million here.
yeah, of
It's
course.
even
I
cheap.
just discovered, and that has just blown me away. But forefathers, what I want to say to you, forefathers, what I want to say to you, during my mother's generation, they wore wigs, and those were the afro. I remember clearly, but it wasn't as common as it is, and all that. During my mom's generation, they wore wig. I remember clearly, and it was those afro, reminiscence of
Yeah.
late 50s and 60s and all that.
Yeah.
So it's all preference. It's I don't the most important, the most beautiful thing, even though I prefer a woman with a short hair and all that, the most beautiful culture is her heart. Has she got a good heart? Has she got good values? That's what does it for me, and then every other thing, you can't have somebody having the whole package. For me, what's the essence of a fine face, fine body, and bad character? It's a tragedy.
So, but you said your parents and that your mom was wearing
Yeah,
Afro this
yeah,
thing weaves,
yeah.
but if imagine if she was wearing like Chinese hair and stuff like that, and when you grow up, that's a very young age. We're talking about one or so. You're already imprinted based on that kind of hair, so you are now thinking that that is how women are supposed to look technically. When you grow up you might go on to desire such distinct women. That is okay. Look at let's from what you said something about money too. 500,000 naira for this. When you think about it, for a people that are where we are right now, we are spending more in terms of physical cash on maintaining our hair than in terms of the women maintaining their hair. Then we also spend more time doing those things. When is that not even making us fall further behind? Because this world is a competition, and when you are losing time and money to something that others are not doing, is that not a evolutionary disadvantage for us
I agree.
over
I agree
time?
with you. I agree with you 100% for fathers. I think a lot of because I think it's a pressure on the woman because a lot of women do not even really understand what the man wants. That's the thing. A lot of women do not really understand what a man wants. They think, yeah,
Do you
it's
understand what
when
the women want? I ask you.
excuse me?
Or is it just about the man?
No, it runs both ways, vice versa. But what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that a woman does a lot of things that they think that will get the attention of the man, which for a man is just nothing. Yeah, they was, oh yeah, it's nice and all that, but there are some other salient things that will catch a man's attention, that will remain imprinted in him, that will attract you to a woman, and you're ready to, I mean, for forefathers, I know that she wants to see. I'm sure he forefathers want to see his woman to look more African, to dress more African. Fine, but I personally, as long as you dress sensibly, you're not a trashy dresser. You dress sensibly, even if you have to wear a short dress, but you don't wear a short dress strutting on the street. If you wear a short dress and you're in a car with me and we're going somewhere and all that and it fits you, fine, I've got no problem.
It's not personal with me. I'm just asking these questions because it's not only about hair, it's about so many other things. Like our judge is wearing colonial headgear to judge
That
black
I
people.
don't that
And
that one too. I don't understand it. Yeah.
we've still to rename Nigeria. How hard can it? We name our children every day. We can't rename a country. That one too is a problem. So there are so many things that we have not taken care of to take ownership. Because today, many people you've had the argument sometimes. People say, "Oh, people gave us this country. They named it. They did it." But if we named it ourselves, that argument goes away for one, and it signals that we are now taking ownership of our own destiny in terms of the nation. It doesn't mean that things are going to work out overnight, but it's one of the signals that we are sending to ourselves that because these things are symbolic and symbolism matters when we do some of all these things. So that's why I'm just bringing this topic up because we saw a young lady. I really felt bad to hear a very brilliant young lady that the interview was just excellent. I've never seen an interview like that. That just went from she was prescribing solutions for the country at 16, and her mindset was all designed now to crave to leave the country. And she's not craving to leave the country for a short period of time. She wants to stay there for a very long time.
You know why?
And yeah.
Because she has seen that the system in Nigeria will not match her aspiration. It's just as simple as that. I won't blame her. I won't knock her for that.
I'm
Okay.
not blaming her. That's why I'm coming up with this topic. I'm not blaming her because we created it.
Okay.
Just
If he
we are
says
part
some,
of it.
if he
Forefathers,
says
that
some,
was
if he says something, earlier, and I can't agree more. And she said for the first time we started questioning about going our separate ways. We have never come to this sort of agitation just because. Why this has happened is because our rulers have all failed us. I for one, I'm for one Nigeria. I personally am for one Nigeria. If you ask me personally, that is my. But given what we are seeing right now, I mean, we different we see different agitation and all that. The Igbos want to go their way because they feel marginalized and all that. The Yoruba people are craving for Yoruba nation and all that for one reason or the other. So I believe that Nigeria is a great country. Nigeria is a great country. We're good. We're a very good mix. We've got great food. We've got great weather and all that. But unfortunately, when it comes to um, the people that run the affairs of the nation, this is where they failed us. And I wish we can get it right. And I think it's a system of government that we're running. The system,
If I don't talk to you,
the system of government that we're running right now is not right. We need to sit down and and talk about it.
Okay, thank you, Tone. I now know that you do like the hair short. At least the women, all those people that are interested, they know now. Ike, thank you for your patience. So I'm sure you already have something to say before now. So what do you think about the discussion so far?
Hey, thank you, and thank you for everybody being in the panel. For me, I will touch back on the last person that spoke. One of the fundamental thing is that we all in abroad, and some of these leaders that are leading us now, 80% of them went to school in abroad. They went to school in abroad, and they are running Nigeria the way they are running Nigeria. Because someone like Apathy, the guy on Rise TV, talking about some of these guys that they have been in school with. They went to school in England, and some of these leaders went to school in Europe, in America, and all that. And they come back, and they didn't change. They didn't bring what they have learned in Western world into Nigeria to make Nigeria grow. In Western world, if you're running for if you're a politician, you have a goal. The goal is to make the place that you're running for to be better than where it was. It wasn't to make money, because I use America where I live as an example. Politicians, a lot of people make more money than politicians, but they're doing it for the betterment of their people. But fundamentally, when we come back to Nigeria, the things we have seen is that once you arrive in Ikeja airport, things change. It looks like a switch was turned on. When we are in Western world, we stand online to go through the process. But once we arrive in Ikeja airport, all of a sudden the line thing doesn't work anymore. Everybody is trying to bribe their way out. Everybody is trying to do things. It looks like there's a light switched on our head. So, unfortunately, I don't know the remedy for Nigerian problem, because if we have these people that have studied in the Western world and doing what they're doing now, unfortunately, I don't know if we have a remedy. Then when we talk about the ladies, I think somebody alluded on that most of the time, even another person alluded that the person says, men really don't know women don't know what a man wants or what a man is looking at. Fundamentally, I have never seen a guy that said, damn, that weave, that hair is beautiful. I love that girl because of that hair. I have never seen a guy that says that.
But they say that the men though do go for women that wear those things. So is it not a little bit contradictory?
No, because I think I have never seen, honestly, I have never seen a guy that says, oh, that woman's weave is awesome. No. But how that woman, how that woman present or carry themselves matters to a guy. Because how you carry yourself, how you portray your image matters to a guy.
I
So
disagree.
yes, you
Some men
might
don't
decide.
even know what they want, to be honest.
Well, yeah,
That's why when
okay.
you see some men that look so posh and catwalking, they are so rich, and you would see the women beside them. That's why they say beauty is in the eyes of the beholders. Even the prostitutes self, some of them marry men. You know, it's someone that
Even
married them. So it's difficult to they say beauty is in the eyes of the beholders. Even some men self will even go and buy you that wig and say wear it. I like
it's
it.
not
So it depends
even
on individual.
well, you're talking about weave. It's not even only weave now. Women go and get fat on the other parts of their skin and put it in their bum bum. I mean, I don't know why you want to do that, but that is what is trending in the society, both in Nigeria and Western world.
Sorry, I keep
So,
interjecting. Is it not the men that are paying for it?
see, I
That's why I
think
say
for
this is
me,
this is
for
a
me,
very
the bomb
difficult
bomb one, as
topic.
you put it, the
I
bomb bomb
agree with
one,
you.
eh,
I
eh,
told
You will see a
Proper that the
man,
problem is with the men,
wait,
not with the
oh,
women.
forefathers. You will see a man with a so-called homely lady, that look like Maria Maka, no earrings, possibly her short hair or afro hair, like an ideal African woman that is an African man's dream. And then you will see that when the man is with that sort of a woman outside, the man still will be looking. When he sees that those women with long hair and wig, they will be staring and forget that they have the
well,
so-called ones they want beside them. So does it mean that men don't know what they want, or is it
well,
for
once again,
confusion?
I think, like you said, it's in the eyes of the holder. I give you an example. When I met my wife, the way she carried herself was what attracted me to her. Before I started knowing what is in her head or how her behavior is, but how she carried herself is number one thing that attracted me to her. Not her weave on, not her beauty, not how the way she handled her surroundings.
then why are the women thinking that the men prefer it? Then how do explain it now?
Men will still have a lay. What are you talking about? That they call their prostitutes. What are you talking about? Why do men go to prostitutes even though they have the Mary Amaka at home? Men
No,
don't know
that
what they
is.
want.
Yeah, I think fundamentally that is a different story. That is a
So,
that part is a different story. There is
so who
other
watches a man?
factors that.
How do they think?
Mm.
Don't do me like this. So
Like no, the reason why I get his point where he said men don't exactly say this woman has spectacular weave, at least in my head anyway. I've never thought about that before, but at the same
Exactly.
time I've had many women testify to the fact that men prefer that. So there must be men that are preferring those things that is making them think that way. Am I wrong? Am I making it up?
I don't think so. As an Igbo man, I don't find myself pay for a 500 or 1 point something million naira weave because that is one plot of
Get
land
it.
that person is
Ike,
carrying
come
in the
on
head.
now. Ike, chill.
That's one plot of
Stop.
land.
Ike, don't worry.
But
Don't even go there. Don't go there.
but at the same time, for me as an individual, in my next life I will be a Nigerian. In my next life I will be an Igbo man. In my next life I will be from Anambra State. Believe me, there's no doubt about it. That is who I am. My children were born in America, but they're proud of their heritage. When my daughter went to prom, she took Odu to go to prom. She took that thing and said, I'm going to represent who. When I came to US, Nigeria and America wasn't trending. It wasn't trending. But now, Nigeria and America have proved themselves. They have put themselves in that global stage as far as America is concerned. So it's now cool to be a Nigerian American. I don't know if somebody saw when people were going to Twitter and eating a goosey soup. My brother, if you go to a place to buy a goosey soup, you can't find a goosey soup.
I'm telling you, they are queuing now. They are queuing. You know, a lot of Nigerians have made it to the UK recently. Now the queue for Nigerian restaurants are like to buy food is long. So that's what we are seeing now. So I think I agree with you on that.
So I think women in general need to decide what they want. I don't believe, to me, I don't believe that a woman should bleach their skin for any reason. I don't believe that a woman should suck fat in every part of their body to put in their bumper. I don't believe that.
Question.
That is just.
Here's your question. Forget it.
Uh-huh.
Let's say that you are still single. Forget the fact that you are married and all that stuff.
Sure.
And you see a woman well endowed. You know what I mean? Well endowed. And the person walk past you. Wouldn't you look twice?
No, that's not my style. I like fights. I like fights.
Don't start that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I don't.
Don't do that.
No. That is not my type. That I'm telling you, that is not my type.
Not your type because you are married now. It's not gonna be
No.
your type. Trust me.
But
You see a woman well endowed in front of
He will still look. He will still look. It's a lie. He will still look.
If he's trying to get you into trouble, though, his wife could be behind him there. You're asking all this
my
question.
wife is here. Don't worry about that. My wife is here. Let me tell you though.
No wonder.
Remember, man is created differently. We look by visual, right?
Okay.
We look by visual. That is our nature. You can't change that. Even a woman can say, "Oh, that guy is fine," but that's it. She doesn't have anything else to say about that. She will not act on it. But men, the way we were created is different. That part is a different story. But when we talk about natural, being natural, that is the reason why I left America to go and marry a woman in my state and bring her here. That is the reason why I was a young man here. I enjoyed being a young man here, but I still believe that an Igbo woman from my culture brings something else on the table. Even though sometimes there's a twist to that because something that's supposed to be a blessing is beginning to be a curse because of some of the things that are happening in this society, in this environment where we are. Yes, because there's a whole lot of things that is happening, and it makes you question. If somebody come to me and say, "Raf, I want to go to Nigeria and marry," I will say no. I will tell the person no. Do you know why? Why? Because what is happening now is no longer that what we thought about. Because if you come to Houston, Texas, and see what is happening over there, you can't even believe your eyes. You have to ask yourself, is this an Igbo woman? An Igbo woman that we take pride on, that this Igbo woman is a vessel that we have to respect and we have to treat like a vessel. Things have changed.
Don't make it tribal.
Well, I'm using Igbo as because of that is what I know. But as a Nigerian woman, they are not what. Sometimes I question if they are cultural, if they have culture. Because I was talking to somebody, I said, "Do you understand how our women are raised? Sometimes our women are raised to, oh, you're gonna learn how to cook. You're gonna learn how to do this. You're gonna learn how to do this because the heart of a man is his belly." I think that's a wrong narrative. That is 100% wrong narrative because the heart of a man is not his belly. To be honest with you, there's other things that are the heart of a man. But the belly is not the heart of it. Because the belly, you feed him, all of a sudden he have stomach infrastructure. The belly is all bring out, but the heart of
if your wife cannot cook, I'm sure you not marry her.
That is not true. That is not true. My grandmother taught me very well how to cook. My brother, I cook very well. I cook past my wife.
Hey God. Okay. I hope she's not standing next to you now.
No, she is. If you want her to come and say hello to you, she will come. But I'm not a typical. But at the same time, I'm not a typical Igbo man that when you come home. Some men, when they come home, the wife must give them that fufu. If he doesn't give them fufu, problem there. Now, when I come home, if there is no soup, I go and make one for myself. Even when I finish, I serve her. That is the reason why it works. Because when you go to Western world, you need to evolve with the Western world. You cannot just go home. You treat your wife the way we treat them in Nigeria.
Yeah.
I'm actually shocked. An Igbo man to cook for their wife.
I've seen it. I've seen it here.
If I finish cooking for you, you go lick your hand. Forget that.
Where are you from? How do you mean that?
It's not like that any longer. Men are cooking when I'm in cooking.
Men cook, but they still maintain that kind of argument.
No.
The kitchen is a woman's office.
No, that's a
maybe instead of cooking, they should be going to do all the things that's going to make Nigeria better. Maybe that's what they should be preoccupying themselves for, instead of dragging pot and pan with women in the kitchen.
When the man comes back from work, the eyes he will give.
No, but I'm not talking to you, Ike. You're in the West. That's a different thing. So who is next? I think it's Masca and Ovie. The Blackstone. Are you? Yes. Okay. Masca was here earlier on. He kept getting cut out. But
he has stuck now. He has stuck before he left out. Before he left.
Oh, you saw him?
Of course.
Okay, Blackstone, go ahead. Welcome, Blackstone. Thank you for your patience. And what do you think about all the opinions so far?
Thank you very much. Anyway, I know there are others. If I think there's about 4 different topics we have been discussing since, right? First of all, we come about women wearing their wig, bleach and everything.
The Blackstone is mostly one topic. Those are just examples under the topic. Right. So it doesn't look like we are just talking about women's hair and stuff like that.
So talking about women wearing wig and things like that. I think one of the biggest problems that women have about this is the men. Men actually the problem. The cause of women changing their color, bleaching, or wearing wigs and everything. Men is one of the major reasons for all these things. Because they are the ones that try to tell the girls that show to the girls, this is what we want. That's why they go for it. Right? Normally, I do tell women, I said, it is good to be natural. Just be yourself, be natural. It is good to be natural, right? If you think that, okay, let me bring it even the issue how the bleaching become a thing for every guy who has money to do it in Nigeria. This started from the Nollywood industry. There was a time that Nollywood industry were not taking girls, actors who were dark in color. They said because they are dark, it's not good for camera. So, and once they feature them in movies, they are dark, it's not bright, and so on and so forth. That led to most women going for bleaching, right? And also the event of spa coming in as a common thing in Nigeria, because most of them get bleached when they go for spa, because most of the chemicals they use, bleaches, they mix them with bleaching substances and they use to bleach. So, and most men go for fair ladies more than the black ladies. That is established because they said that the fair ladies are more attractive than the dark ladies. But actually, as we say, black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. Blacks are the most beautiful class of people. Go to Sudan. I had an interview with one of the Sudanese model. She's very dark in color.
Are you talking about the Nilots of South Sudan?
No. This is a guy. She's in the US, and she was giving a story of her that when she was going for audition and so on and so forth.
If you say she's black, very very black, and she's very very tall, and from Sudan, Just
There are many Sudanese.
Nylon.
There are many Sudanese who are mothers who doesn't know. Very many. There are some that made their names.
No, when I say Nylon, it's not her name. Is okay. Move on. It's just like an ethnic group or something.
Yeah,
but
they
it's
know.
their race. It's a race of
Right.
people.
So I don't know if that's where she come from, but you know, so the taxi driver was asking her, why are you so dark? Why are you dark in color? Why don't you just do some clean and fair and get a little bit fairer and so on and so? She said, no, I like my color and everything. You know, she went for the audition, she got the job and so on and so forth. What I'm trying to say is that it is good to be yourself than trying to pick up something that is very expensive. If you bleach yourself, it's very expensive to maintain, actually, and it's men that maintain it for them. You know, I have a friend, the boyfriend is in the UK. The girl was black, and the boyfriend said, go and fair, go and make yourself a bit fairer and so on and so forth. She's losing that money, you know, buy crates, do everything, and she come down. If you see her, you know she was black before. It was a black girl, she was dark in color, you know. So some of these things are main issue. You understand me? So there are many stories I can tell about this issue, and also women going for plastic surgery, increasing their parts as well and so forth. Some of them are caused by men. Actually, let's not put the blame only on women. Men is a part of this problem, right? So that aside, you know, talking about cultural aspect of these things. Culture is very important to every nation. Once a nation loses its culture, it's bound to fail. Any country that loses its culture, you know, that lets its culture slide away, pick up a different culture, is bound to fail. I remember one thing when America was fighting with China about human rights. The Chinese government told them that human rights is based on culture. You cannot give us your human right and let us forget our own human right. We have our movement that are based on our culture, you know. And what Nigeria has done that we have relegated our culture and pick up Western culture on top of our own culture. Now the Western culture is not dominating everything. Everybody goes to social media, go and learn one thing or the other. Like we say, we just copy, but we pay strongly. You understand me? That is what is killing Nigeria today. What is destroying Nigeria today? We have to have a change, like what Bob Marley sang, right? You have to emancipate from our metal slavery. We are still mentally in slavery to this Western world because we pick everything that we see, but we don't understand it, right? And this is already affecting our culture. I think about 20 years ago, there was a well-renowned economist that at that time MTV was the trendy music station all over cable TV. Last time he said MTV is destroying the world economy because of what they are showing to the youths. Because if you destroy the youth, you destroy your economy, right? So that's also what's happening in Nigeria. The youth are just picking everything up they see on social media, using it, copying it, living in it, and also destroying the economy, destroying the culture, and then also destroy our identity. I used to argue with people. I said, why don't you just speak pidgin English where everybody understand? Let's understand ourselves in a better way than just speaking words from the American English, you know, try to fine-tune it, use it for ourselves, you know. So at the end of the day, we have lost everything that actually was something that we cherish when our mother cherish, our grandmother, our forefathers cherish, you know. We have lost all these things because we are being westernized by what we hear. I tell people, I tell some of my friends who are mostly watching this so-called there's one popular Indian soap opera they are showing on TV in Nigeria, one of these TV stations, you know. Every day they sit and I say, what do you gain? This is Indian culture. Indians are telling you how they are living their life, how they are doing their relationship and everything. You are watching this, you are copying it, but you don't even learn how your own is done. They don't watch Nigerian movies, they don't watch anything, you know. So at the end of the day, what do you expect? Because it's what you see, it's what you I will say West matters a lot. The West, you continue, you hear every day continuously, we affect you. We need to done in you. We need to change.
So the media, in other words, we are the ones doing it, isn't it? That's what I'm saying, that we need to
Yes,
change.
we are the ones.
Because
Yes, of course,
we are
we
the
are the
ones
ones. So,
conditioning
okay, for
our
example,
people to be like that.
Father, let me ask you a question. Have you heard the word expatriate in the UK?
I've heard the word.
No, if they are employing people, did they say expatriate? We are employing
No.
expatriate. But in
No, they
Nigeria,
don't.
what did they say? We are employing
Expatriate,
expatriates. So what made the expatriates?
from overseas, isn't it?
From overseas. So why are they expatriate? Are there not people from India who are coming to UK? Do they call them expatriate? You are employed under the same rules and regulations. Under the same British laws, employment laws, and so on and so forth, right? So, but in Nigeria, they call them expatriate. They disregard Nigerians and give all these people the upper hands, say they're expatriate. At the end of the day, they start abusing Nigerians. Why? Because this is what we have set for ourselves. You don't even know those people most of them doesn't even have degrees. They are just people just like do the normal training and everything. They come back and call themselves expatriate in Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say,
are you okay with the like judges headgears?
No, of course, totally I'm against it. Let them wear our traditional agbada, go and sit down there.
It's quite interesting though that most people that I've spoken to so far are against it, but somehow our top Nigerians tend to be for it. Like,
they don't
care.
Do you remember one time when the bank workers went on strike against the dressing code in Nigeria? They said they are no more willing to wear this their Western way of dressing, so on and so forth, because let them be free to wear what is good for them.
Their own African attire.
Yes, all the time they fought against it, this Western way of dressing, understanding. So the judge, I don't find any reason why you have to put on this headgear, so on and so forth, because we are a judge. Many countries, like for example, in Germany, you don't even know the judge between the lawyer just wear other shirt and go to the court. The judge just wear one black robe and sit down there.
Yeah.
So that's also let's make it simple. That's what,
because the impression it gives is that when you look at it from afar, it looks like a white man is judging black people every day, and they don't see that. And it's a hand down from something that you want to do away with. You just move. It's not because you hate foreigners. You're just saying now it's our own. We make it our own, not using this out. That's what I subscribe to anyway. And you clearly share a similar opinion regarding this. And let me just share some basic facts. You see, the Nilots of South Sudan, they are some of my favorite people in the world, actually. Their patrilineal line is about the oldest DNA on earth. They were some of the, when you are talking about human Adams, they are the closest as they come to the human Adams, the Nilotic distant men. So that's why I literally consider them some of my favorite people on earth. They tend to generate some of the tallest people and darkest people, stuff like that. So let me allow Masca to contribute, because he's been Ovie. Can we, you and Masca, Masca has been waiting for a long time.
Bye, Masca. Yeah, name Masca.
Masca, see, that's good.
You are muted.
You are muted, Masca.
I said, look.
Your audio is gone anyway. Yeah, I've been waiting, and I think his device tend to be temperamental, so I'm sensitive to, because he's calling from Nigeria. You see, we should be giving him preference, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we really should.
Speak of Masca.
It's not paid for data in Nigeria. He has a free data services.
Is the interference, their connection? Yeah, we can hear you now.
We can hear you now.
I said, let Ovie go. After all, he supports Conquest, so let him go.
Good. Kwankwasias.
That's a good one.
Let me be like my Igbo brothers. Let everybody go back to primordial sentiments.
Okay.
I think Tunaja, what I wanted to say is about the girl that your concern is that she want to as brilliant as she is, it's sad that she's thinking of leaving the country. Abi? And your
Yes.
concern is why? And it all boiled down to what I've been saying, right? What is she going to study, if I'm not mistaken? If you have a year?
Chemical engineering.
Good, chemical engineering. As somebody with that kind of brain, right? She wants to study chemical engineering. I don't care who you are. Two things will come to your mind, right? Either to go abroad and get access to the up to date what it takes to be a chemical engineer, the finance of it, that you go abroad to go study for it, or after you graduate, you want to go back to the source, the whole idea of engineering, where you go fit in. So you understand? That's why I say we are bred. They breed us to fit into their economy, to fit into their system. We are not programmed to actually. I mean, unless you want to be, you don't want to appreciate what she can afford or what she can become, that you want to actually let her to be in Nigeria to school. That even at 4 years guaranteed, 4 years of school is not even guaranteed that she's going to graduate in 4 years.
But let me ask you though, what if you are a very, very the most brilliant engineer in the world, and you are from Nigeria, and then you either decide that you use that brilliance in your country, even if you achieve less, or you use that brilliance to go and enable your rivals to do even magnificently more. Which one is more ideal to do?
If the
Because sometimes
environment,
it's not about
no,
achieving
see,
the pinnacle. It's not
wait
about getting to the
now,
pinnacle of your
to Nigeria,
profession.
Nigeria, that's good. We Nigeria are proud people, right? Just go back to what Ife was trying to say. We are proud people. We like to show off naturally, right? If the
We are loud.
infrastructure is
That's the word. We are just loud.
Yeah, if the infrastructure is good in Nigeria, right? We all want to go back. We all want, even we don't know, we want to invest. We want to show, say, okay, yeah, there's something going on. We want to go and contribute. If the schools are good, trust me, we will be having the discussion in every campuses, right? There's so many things we in Nigeria, let's go back to what can we do, right? But the environment has to be conducive. And I don't expect the players right now, the guys who are in charge of the things, to make the environment conducive for us to come and compete. You look at the human side of things first, right? So your idea, you have to now start rallying around. That's where I believe in diaspora should have a common goal. What do we want? It's step by step, right? Let's have a senator representing us. Let's have somebody. It's a good thing. Someone they say, "Oh, go use the result now." Yes, because now people there. You are literally fighting against your brothers and sisters who are there. Because now competition. You understand? So the environment is not conducive for us to say we won't go back. But in order for us to achieve that, we have to fight. We don't go run away. We have to systematically, and our politics with the player, but that's the only way we can actually go in with all these things. But the truth is that girl, you will not blame her, even if you be her father. You are not going to say, oh, she should go back, she should go to Unilag. When Stanford is calling, when MIT is calling, when you understand.
But OBA, forefathers, what that girl said that she said she's doing a BSc in Nigeria, University of Lagos. After a BSc, she go and do a master's and PhD in foreign country, in a foreign country.
It's not because she want to go. If the schools is there for her to further, she will continue in Nigeria. But the thing is that the facility is not there.
She qualified the statement when she talked about Lagos going to Unilag by saying she's also looking exploring options. So she didn't make it open. So the reason why I said that if they invite her now, she's going to abandon Lagos and go overseas.
If to say she studied chemical engineering
in Nigeria, not other
and I'm not blaming her. Don't make the mistake. I'm saying that we have created an environment where anybody that has got a brain, the best brains, leave the country to go and serve, and we are not looking to even tap into it for them to come back or contribute to the country.
Forefather, if she was educated in Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, any of these native language. She's not going anywhere. Right? So, but we also have to help her out, get the best of first degree. Oh, she's going to go for a master's. Let's make sure there's an institution for her to do her
You know,
master's.
you are making a good
No,
point there. You are making a good point, but
Papa,
they still teach them foreign language when you go overseas.
Papa,
They teach them foreign language.
let's sit like this. No, Paul, please hold on first. Let's sit like this. One thing I see that most Nigerians that did their first degree in Nigeria are more they do better when they go to abroad for their masters, because the Nigerian environment have trained them to be hard, to study hard. You understand me? And once they travel out, they perform better than those who already did their bachelor degree in foreign countries. You understand me? They compete better with their peers. You understand me? In those other universities, because in Nigeria environment, Nigerian university system made them to be hard, to know how to study. You understand me? In abroad, they just give you your subject, just go and study and everything. You're not,
and there's a lot of distractions
another thing
too.
Again, apart from
there's
that,
a lot of distraction in the West.
Apart from it's also, you can also relate it to sport, right? Why they will carry person when they struggle for Nigeria, then all of a sudden it come abroad, boom, is ruling the world. Because they are little things like, oh, no go worry how you go to sleep when lights go day. There are so many things that you worry about that once you just leave that environment, automatically it's been taken care of. It's just good, just like in school, right? For Nigeria, you don't know how many hours lights go day. Or if you are chop now, so many things you worry about as a student that if you just leave that environment, call American school, all those things are automatically just gone. You don't worry about light again. In fact, for the first couple of weeks or months, you go to panic, say make an eye on our head so that they don't go take light. But not knowing that the lights will never go off, right? There's so many things that is also your focus is narrow. That's where that discipline comes in. Things that we struggle here to stay focused, automatically it just come to you before you start getting choked up with the system. Our system will be, before then you could just fly. So the Nigerian system is so rigid. I wish we can also build the master's program to be as rigid, as good as that. Then the PhD program. That is the only way we can retain the best of us. Most of us are living not because they won't live, but we have to weigh your chances of even surviving first. This chemical engineering one I want to study. So, what are my chances of even graduating? Even if I get the money, I get the brain. But what are my chances that government?
How do we make it better though? Because in the you did say that we need to do some education, but in terms of the brains that are there, how do we start tapping into them to come back?
That's why people who are saying, "Oh, if we become things will change," in a way, I know they disagree with them like that, right? Because maybe it's coming with a different gang entirely that we don't know about, and we don't know what is in their mind, right? That's how you do it. You have to find a group of gang that will come and take over government and begin to do things. And then again, that is why some people they support Tinubu go say, okay, Tinubu get mine. Maybe he go against the power that be and say make I change things, right? So it's all at the end it takes start. That's why when people they say you have to start from the top, I kind of agree with that, but the top has to be an agenda that come. That's why people they fear Trump. They believe if he come, he's going to fight the swamp, even though now just campaign slogan, right? But it's all about gang. If me and you now able to form group big enough, form a party, take over power, the way we go run things is different. So all these ideas, that now one. Two, now to they get small, they go lobby for this legislator because then go pass law. So if you cannot take over power, got enough money, enough interest, and lobby to have all these things in place.
Change rules.
Okay. Let me tell you why
the Blackstone. Let's let Masca speak. He's in Nigeria. Your data is not.
Let me short it to something. Why does it destroy in Nigeria? Because one, all the doctors in Nigeria who are in the public hospitals, they have their private clinics. So they are no more interested in giving full time or their effort treating people in the public hospitals. The universities, most of them belong to politicians. So that is why the public education is being destroyed. Because this is our personal interest. You understand? So any country whereby the politicians, the people who are civil servants, are supposed to build up the public utilities, public institutions and having their own personal ones, just forget it. They will kill it.
Yeah. So where you want me that girl work now? If she go Unilag now, get first class graduate. Where you want me she go work? Innocent Motors.
See, it's not about my wish. My wish is more like we need to figure, because after all, the Indians don't import foreign cars.
Indian, they retain their own people with industries and innocent motor. After innocent motor, what next? That's our only option.
Many Indians end up in Silicon Valley.
Chemical engineering, you can work in so many places. You can work in the food and beverages. You can work in the oil and gas. You can work in so many places. Or another thing is that let's put it this way.
Paul, what did you say?
Huh? Hey God, see, hold on, please. Let's Masker speak. He's in Nigeria.
Engineering.
Where will they find the job? Who will hire them?
No. Are you people not hearing me? Let Masker speak. He's in Nigeria now. He needs to. Masker is not sleeping. Masker is not sleeping. Masker is not sleeping now. He's in Nigeria. We need to, give him a little bit of because we are supposed to give a bit of difference to people in Nigeria.
Don't worry about me. I really
normally it's not only about you. Normally we are supposed to give a bit of difference to people that are based on the ground because of data and all that stuff. So that's why I'm just saying.
Fair enough. Well, I think for me, my contribution will be directly to you. What I will tell you is that I don't think you should worry too much. The way I see it is there are two prisms through which I see this. First, the reality is that there is a lot of people that, like that girl, there will be 1,000 of her that will still go through Nigerian system. People that are even more intelligent than her. Probably they didn't get the opportunity, they didn't get the grooming, they didn't make the marks, but they are clearly intelligent. I know a lot of people like that who didn't even get to go to school, but if you sit with them one-on-one, you know that this person is super intelligent. So don't worry about that. There are a lot of people that will go through Nigerian schools. The second reason is that it's good that Nigeria today is educating a lot of people even outside. The reality is that the day the conditions in Nigeria becomes good, what you will see is that we will not be lacking in terms of human resource or capacity. People will just come back and overnight this country will change. Simply because we have had a lot of good people. We did not, how do I put it now? The way the country is structured, the spirit of the country is so strong that the reality of the country is not breaking our good people. If you are intelligent enough, you are determined enough, you still find your way outside the country and make it in life. I will show you a good example. People like Okonkwo, people like this guy that is in the Africa Development Bank. Okay. Yesterday, I mentioned somebody like Sarki Abba. By the way, forefather, you asked me that question, trying to make intelligence a tribal thing. Sarki Abba, who is from Kano, still has the record.
I wasn't doing that. Sorry, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. That is not what I was trying to do at all. I was joking. I was saying whether you were marginalized. Okay, good. I don't want to come across as I'm trying to pick on any group. Go ahead. Okay. No, I'm not. It's not finished though.
Okay, so the point I'm making is that a lot of these good people, they go out, and you find out that the
internet has gone. Masker, audio don't go. The audio is gone.
Shemi, we'll be back anyway. We'll be free to contribute, interject and all. So, and talking about the women haven't said anything for a while, so let's try to, okay, Paul. Paul, you've been around for a long time, so you've not said one thing. So I don't know. You want me to? You want me to refresh you? You want me to refresh you, or you already have everything we are talking about?
I will be saying everything. We are talking about the young girl right now. I just want to contribute that part. I really like that part. when it
It's
comes
not
to
only
education.
how. It's not only about how.
No. That's
Okay.
what you guys are talking right
Okay.
now. So I just want to
Okay.
contribute. I like that topic.
Okay.
So talking about the young girl, first of all, the school that the girl went as a high school, it has become went now as a high school. That girl, the school fees can pay 4 times the amount of school fees in Unilag. But when it comes to this abroad thing, sometimes people dream, their aspiration their expectation may be too high, so they might not see themselves. That's why the girl aim for the high, Unilag. But now that Unilag has become something that is coming for her easily and every other thing, probably family and friends, like let me put it this way, me now living in the state of Arizona, if I know the family now, I want to convince her that, oh, come to Arizona, I will take care of you. I will even help the parents. I strongly believe all Nigerians will do these things in our different states. You understand? So the girl have so much opportunity. She's going to come to school in the West. It's going to even be cheaper for her to come to school in the West because she's going to get all those type of juicy scholarship and the likes. So thinking about Unilag
She's
now,
got to pay back now. It's not free. There is a scholarship. She's got to pay back now.
You don't pay scholarship back, do you?
How do you pay scholarship back? I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
don't pay-
How
I
do you
don't know
pay
Blackstone that
scholarship back?
have you given scholarship that they have to pay back?
Sorry, I mean student loan. I was trying to refer to
Student loan. That girl is not a candidate of student loan. She's smart. So she's not a candidate of student loan. You understand? Then the little money that will cost her here and there for the type of high school that girl is going, they pay almost 400,000 for the high school that girl is going. So something will tell you that basic amenities that parents can send to their child schooling in abroad, the parents can do that for the girl. If you even take them to court, maybe our other siblings, to go low a little bit, let them give her that facelift till she'll get her feet together. So I don't really see that girl school in Nigeria, even though it might be a wish. But as I'm telling you now, she has make headline. Family and friends will do everything possible to convince her to go school in the West. That
Arise
will
and make her
definitely
popular.
happen.
Arise and make her stand.
That will definitely happen. So there's no two ways about it. And
Going
schooling
to
in
the
the
West,
West,
is it not? It's not only about going to the West. Because I feel like sometimes when our people go to the West, we send them like go, never to be returned again.
it is easy. It's like you talking
Paul,
or you are talking. You've been in the
in the
West for
first
some
place,
time.
you know that there are many people
You've
in Nigeria very
acquired
intelligent.
skills in the West, but you've not gone back so yet.
Yeah,
So
Paul,
soon.
Paul,
You understand?
you know
So
that
the
there are
same
many,
thing still apply to every one of us. What I tell people, like me now, my daughter, she was 10 years old. I'm going to 10. You understand? She flown to Nigeria herself. She flown to Nigeria herself when she was 12. You understand? This December again, she's telling me that she's going to Nigeria again. You understand? 10, almost 10. She fly herself to Nigeria and come back herself to the US. You understand? My daughter, she has very strong bond. So the mistake is that sometimes some of us parents, you understand, did not make our kids go back, or maybe some of us we touch base in Nigeria. It make us still want to do business with Nigeria. In as much as we will castigate them, we will condemn them, but we still believe in something. You understand? We still do. So I don't think it's everybody. It's not everybody that think in that direction. So some people do touch base. So when you start letting your kids go home, some probably let their kids go home. Maybe they stop in Port Harcourt City, Lagos City, Abuja, because of this winch thing and whatever story that they sell on us. But another thing again, for further, when you talk about going home or not going home, you live in the West. When you go to graduation and every other thing, you see police in a county, you understand, scouting for the best students to employ in police. That is a local government. We don't get this thing. How will somebody be priding themselves that I've been here for 31 years? Now they bring somebody who have worked in the ministry for 22 years to be a PAMSEC and everything. But in the West, it doesn't work like that. You might be there for 20 years. If they are looking for somebody that can mount this office, they can go out there, go look for somebody else outside. It's not about you being there for 20 years. That's what they do in the West. You understand? So it's time for us to start doing that. And that's what makes, even though the young bank, the 91 bank, grow. They went all out to go bring Nigerians from abroad. They went all out to give people good incentive from First Bank, Union Bank, UBA. You understand? This is what
91, you said, eh?
Yeah, the 91 bank. That's the Zenith Bank, the Standard Trust
That's
Bank.
very interesting because I did notice it in Nigeria.
You
There was a
understand?
change in banking.
So we have to change that mentality of people will be telling you that I've been here for 20 years. Tribal. No, let's stop that. Like where I'm working right now, my lead position, they want to make me that position. I said, no, I don't have the strength to do that extra work. You know why? Because I know that my boss work more than me. So even though when they want to give me the position, I said, no, I don't want to take it. Because I'm already exhausted with the one that I'm doing. You see how truth could be? But in Nigeria, you take what you can't even do. Then start to find a way to cut corners to make people take your responsibility back. And it will affect the organization and the business. You understand?
I see.
So it's time for us to start thinking that in that aspect.
So regarding the weak one for judges, do you think they should carry on with that, and or you think it's something we can do away with?
For Father, it's I like what you are doing when I see all these artifacts that you put all around you. It's a good thing and every other thing. But guess what? You must learn how to balance it and also respect people's view. So if I want to castigate you now in terms of saying we are using it as a form of debate, for Father, you are putting on eyeglasses in your eye. Go look for one leaf, put in your eye and wash your eye. You don't need to wear glasses. How about that? How about that?
But it's not the same thing
you see
now.
how you walk? Because in our villages,
this one is a tool. This is a tool. That headgear it serves no purpose.
You see how you walk? Guess what? This one that you are using, it work for you. The other people, it may be an age-long culture that even makes somebody see themselves to say, I want to be a lawyer simply because of just that wig.
Are there no other things that you are wearing a foreigner's head and that is judging your forefather? See, hold on. No, it's not foreigner. It's not foreigner. This is based on
in our villages.
No. It's a totally different thing. Someone that is saying close. When you say exactly, this is a symbolic thing. They has no real function. It's a symbolic thing. It's like saying don't drive any car that is owned by a foreigner or don't wear any shoe that is a foreigner.
People, my mother of blessed memory always dreamed for any of his kids to wear uniform. You understand? My mother prayer, which of my kids will be a doctor? Which one will be an army? Which one will even be a prison service warder? Because her younger brother used to be a warder. Just wear uniform. She loved uniform.
But uniform is not Western.
No, I'm just telling you. That is how some people dream to be a lawyer just because of that wig. That wig.
But it may be because of the wig, but they can also aspire to be a lawyer without the wig. That is the point.
People aspire to be a lawyer because of the wig. What about
so
that?
You are arguing for the wig now? In other words, that okay. You know what? You are a minority, to be fair.
Okay.
And
without the wig, no, Paul. Without the wig, they also have their own gun that tells you are a lawyer. You understand me? The wig,
I don't know. The wig is a vestige of colonization, and you are saying that you want it to be kept.
I agree. But what I can contribute to that aspect is that they can make the wig, if you want to fight the fight, let the fight be good. They can make the wig optional. So which means if I go to the court to represent a client, if I don't wear the wig, the lords don't need to call me out. The court registrar don't need to call me out.
How about this? If they are so keen on wearing wigs, let them make it a black wig for black people's hair.
Make it optional. Then just say throw the child and the bat.
No, okay, wait. No, what is the important? Even the gun they wear, what is the important? You know, there was a video that we had trained that guy that said that that dressed as a native doctor, that lawyer that was fighting against the dressing code, that just as a lawyer, as a native doctor going to the court,
I think the importance is the same. See the Blackstone. The importance. Can I make the point? Can I make the point I'm making? The Blackstone. There is something they call subliminal messaging. It's extremely powerful. Somebody can use subliminal messaging and ask you to pick numbers, and they will be able to guess the number you will say. That is how predictable it is. So if you are in a this thing, you have white Jesus, white blonde hair, blue eyed Jesus. You are worshiping that, and you think you are going to go into a boardroom and compete with a white man. You're not going to be able to do that because subliminally you're already compromised. So this is what we are talking about. If you imprint on your young people, professionals, that the right way to be is for the judge, not even the lawyer alone. The judges wear this in the white hair and everything. This is something that came down from Europeans, and when you see it in the picture, it says the law, the person that has the power of the law is judging black people. That's how it still looks, and it doesn't indicate that we have taken ownership of our own this in governance. So that is, we have not even renamed our country. We have not even done that. We rename our children every day. We've not figured out how to rename our country yet. So these are the kind of things. That's why I feel like it's not about hating foreigners. It's about saying, you know what, this is our own. Let's give it our own name, so that our children tomorrow will say, they will grow up and say the name of the way our people are dressing is handed down to us by another race. The way the name of our country is handed to us by another race.
But can I
want
ask
that
a
to be the
question,
case.
forefathers?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, I think the argument can be made, but the question, therefore, that people will ask that is it not also a European law that these people are practicing?
They can do away with as much as the European law. You see, the part that is a tool is a
No,
tool.
no. The question I'm asking, is it not European law that these same people we are talking about are practicing? Is it or is it not?
To an extent, it is. You can say that. You can argue that.
It is, right? So
let me add something to that.
That is okay.
Can I add something to that?
Go ahead.
Because I think there are some aspects of society that is not even purely European. It's just that it emerged there first. They too were subject to changes of industrialization of this modern era. So they had to change their own way of life to adapt to it too. So let's say they had to change. They are wearing suits now. The suit is not their traditional dressing. They had to do away with that to start wearing suits. It's not their tradition. It's just how many years ago it came online. It started becoming a thing. So that's what we have to recognize. We have to differentiate between those, and even then, even those two, if it was handed down to us and it's quite symbolic of power, especially when it's symbolic of power, we need to start moving it out. Laws are not necessarily tied to them. You are not swearing allegiance to the queen. You are swearing allegiance to Nigeria. It's like saying we should not speak any language because they were the ones to write that poem or write a Bible or something. I don't understand whether you get what I mean. We have to still follow laws. Laws are a construct. They are like saying these are the rules we live by, and sometimes they also copied ours. If you look at the Egyptians and the Ten Commandments, there's the connection between them. So they copied from us. The Greeks copied from us. We are all copying each other. If this was a WAEC exam, it's like Expo everywhere. Everybody's copying from each other. So to an extent, you can say there are certain things you will keep. There are other things you take away. Personally, the ones that are symbolic of power, and you're imprinting on your younger ones that this system is the way to go, I think we should do away with it. Even the laws, as you said, maybe we should. Maybe some of these laws, we should move them away because it's not suiting us. Like this LGBT one that they were coming up with now, saying that we should embrace this LGBT. You saw how the Ghanaians reacted. You saw how the Ugandans reacted. And I believe Nigerians too may react the same way because it doesn't suit us. We are not where they are. 120 years ago, in the UK here, they were selling their wives. They used to sell wives here in the UK. The last one was sold 120 years ago. So it tells you things change, but we are not where they are. If they tell us to embrace LGBT right now, How can we copy them? We are not where they are. We just disadvantage. So I agree with you to an extent that maybe we should even remove some of the laws that we are copying them too much. Maybe we should change that to suit us even more.
Short, forefathers, I have to say good night to everyone. Hey, good night, everyone, and we'll speak next week.
Ikolala, thank you for coming in. Thank you. And, if you wanted to add something before you leave, that too is fine because you've not said a lot. You just spoke once.
No, I'm fine. Fine. It's been a wonderful time, listening to everyone. And thank you all of them.
It's good to see you looking all trim and shaped up. You've gotten out lately. You decided to get out there. Me too. I went out. I went to see my mama and all of them. Since the last time we met, I went to see my mama too. So we are all trying to do better. Thank you for coming in.
Are you suggesting that I should go and see my Baba forefathers?
No, believe me, the last time I saw my mama is a long time ago too. No, the last time Okonala was around, both of us, I don't think we've seen the Baba for a year or so, and we were laughing at each other because of it. So, and mine has been a while till now. So you are all good. You are all good. So who is next? I think Ismiri hasn't said anything, and if he is not around, Ismiri, are you still there? Yeah, we can see you. So, everything you've heard so far, do you have anything to add to it?
Not really, but I'm thinking if you're saying the people in the court or whatever wearing the wig they are wearing, then we should not wear the white man's clothing. We should go back to our leaves, make the rules that suit us. We should never have, copied their laws. We should have made, elaborated or upgraded our laws from our forefathers, and go back to the drawing board. So it's not just the wig, it's the law written in English as well, their languages and stuff like that. So if you actually want to get it right, it's not just the wig.
I agree with you. Maybe I think Masca, it kind of hinted the same thing that maybe we need to go further. I guess maybe I'm a little bit, gradual. You at least you remove for me the symbolism, the ones that seem to be very symbolic, and generally people wear this type of clothes that we are wearing. And I always like to say that it doesn't even belong to the white man because the white man didn't involve wearing this. This stuff happened to them too. Modernization happened to them. And we tend to miss that fact that it's not just their own invention. They had to change to adapt to the changes that are happening around them. So we can decide to wear it or we can choose not to wear it. As a matter of fact, most Nigerians don't wear these things. Look, Masca is not wearing it. Our lawmakers don't wear Western clothes. They don't. Most of our people, when we are going to parties, we don't wear Western clothes. So we, by and large, by global standards, we tend to stick to our own clothes.
What do you mean by that?
I think we tend to wear our own clothes more.
What's our original way of dressing?
Babariga and Agbada and
you need to go back.
And that rapper that the tie and all of them.
No.
Which one now?
How did we used to dress? Our forefathers, how did they used to dress?
I think it's that white wrapper thing. That white wrapper thing that they used to tie. The Benin one, I remember.
Wrapper from where?
Okay, which one are we wearing? I don't know. How far are you trying? What are you trying to say?
He's talking about the early man.
Are you talking about you want us to go back to the cave?
He's talking about his
we wear leather or we wear leaf now. Is that where we want to go to?
We can modernize it, isn't it?
That word is going to be hardcore now. You can't survive in this modern world now.
The point I'm trying to bring out there is that it's good to borrow from other cultures as long as you can make it your own, modify it to suit your own environment, your way of life, and your belief system. I don't also agree that they should be wearing that white wig. To me, it doesn't even match. Maybe even go for a black wig that match their kind of hair or something like that. Why does it? I don't understand it as well. So that's me.
People are now saying that I need new glasses. You don't understand. It's all right. All these chat people, they are
No,
funny. Go ahead.
Oh, it's broken.
Your audio is gone again. Your audio is gone. I'm sorry, Mascot. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you familiar with a system called Ogboni confraternity? Have you researched?
I've heard of it. I've heard of it. It's often in a negative light, though.
No, that because of the religion of the thing. That's the Yoruba judicial system pre-colonial. So the way the judges are dressing today, that's the way they dress. They usually have the wool on their head, covered.
So, you mean our judges dress like Ogboni?
The way they are dressing today. Yeah, go and check. But
you mean Oyibo dress like Ogboni?
That wig that you seen on their head, that wool that you are seeing covered.
Hold on.
Anyway, I can share the picture with you.
And besides, we shouldn't be dressing like Yoruba people. This is Nigeria. Secondly, are you telling me Oyibo people were dressing like Ogboni too?
It's a
they are still dressing like that in the UK here. It's not because they copied from Ogboni.
If I can share the picture with you, I don't know.
Okay, let me find Ogboni hair here. Let me search.
Yes.
Ogboni.
It's just similar. It's not exactly.
Yeah, this guy is just making it up.
They dress the same way,
No, it's not the same way. Body is not the same way. It just seems they've got a headgear, but it's not. No.
Let me land. You don't know what I'm talking about. It's not speak for me, please. Let me speak for myself. When forefather was talking, you are talking about symbolism. That's the point. That why we don't get rid of it? Does it symbolize power?
But when did the headgear start?
And I quickly look into the pre-colonial. What's going on? What does our judicial system look like? You have to research that before you can conclude.
But is it pre-colonial?
That's pre-colonial.
Are you sure it's pre-colonial?
Go and check. That's pre-colonial.
That seems like a modified form of your clothes, really. I don't know.
Research papers on the role of Ogboni confraternity in Nigerian society.
That's another subject you want.
But you know that what the judges are wearing has nothing to. Hold on, you know what the judges are wearing has nothing to do with the Ogboni. So why are you connecting both of them?
The reason why the connection is this. That's Yoruba judicial system pre-colonial.
But it has nothing to do with Ogboni.
Excuse me.
Don't mix this. It's colonial, not Ogboni, not Ogboni clothes.
Yoruba pre-colonial judicial what? There's Ogboni.
It's Ogboni. Go and check.
No, man.
Go and check. Go and research.
No. I know this. I'm not going to engage into any.
Tone, can you bet it? Can you bet it?
I'm not a betting man.
Is it human hair that they are wearing?
That's what I'm sorry about.
They are wearing some stuff on their head.
Something, me, I'm a researcher. I've shown you. Go and get a research paper on it. Like I even share the link with you. Go and read it.
I don't think that is correct. The traditional
that's not correct.
That's not correct. The traditional rulers.
Let me clearly ask you. In the old empire, what's the role of Ogboni?
Ogboni was
in the whole of your empire. What's the role of Ogboni in the society?
Ogboni
was supposed to be a secret society.
That's nothing to do with it.
You are wrong, sir. You are totally wrong, sir. I'm telling you.
Okay, let me search what Ogboni means then. Since you are now disputing the meaning of Ogboni, let's see what they say about it by themselves. Ogboni. So it says, Ogboni, also known as Osogbo Isubo in Ijebu, is a fraternal institution indigenous to the Yoruba-speaking polities of Nigeria, Republic of Benin, and Togo, as well as among Edo people. The society performs a range of political and religious functions, including exercising profound influence in monarch and serving as high court of jurisprudence in capital offenses. Its members are generally considered to be constitute the nobility of the various Yoruba kingdoms of West Africa. So we are talking about Yoruba stuff. This has nothing to do with this is the what the colonial brought over.
I'm just telling you that, like, you know, you are talking about the symbolism. You are talking about the power. What does what does this symbolize? You know, the topic that you are discussing about is not narrow, it's broad. So,
but it's not. This is quite narrow. I don't think why you are mixing two things. What the judges are wearing has nothing to do with Ogboni.
No, you know, you are talking about the mode of dressing. I'm not saying judges are Ogboni. Get it right, sir. You said they put the wig on their head. I said, oh, and I quickly look into our whole judicial system. Yeah, it's as if these people in the whole judicial system usually put something on their head too. You get it?
Yes.
And I look at
but what you don't know is how far back. They didn't tell you how far back it went.
You know, what I see there is that, like, the pre-colonial. I can even share the research paper I'm reading with you.
See, if you look at what the Igbo people wear now, the hat that they wear,
Old Oyo Empire predates colonization.
It predates colonization, but an example of what I'm talking about is if you look at the hat that the Igbo people wear recently, you will find that hat looks like something that came with Europeans. The one that has that bonbon at the top, it looks like something that the Scottish wear, and so it doesn't tell you how far back it goes. There's a traditional version that goes far back, that goes far back, but it's different now. So what you are describing right now, maybe the one you are seeing right now is a different form of the original one. So that's why sometimes it's good to understand the nature of these things, because it's very. For it to look like the way it is right now. Well, I get your point, though. I think you're making a point that it doesn't necessarily matter what type of head that anybody can wear headgear.
The role of Ogboni in the society is not judicial. That's very wrong. You have to get your facts right. That's what I'm pushing at as well.
No, that one. I think we've established it now from evidence that they wrote themselves. It's only fair, and which is fine. But the headgear is associated with colonial input. And this is about the entire Nigerian state.
Yeah, that cannot establish. You know, that cannot establish when they start wearing that and why they start wearing it. Unless we have members of them that can give us.
You mean within the English society?
No, within the Ogboni fraternity. Like, you know, maybe they can
give
us
the Ogboni. Okay.
Can I just? If you're a member of the bar of a bench,
can I say something? I have a family, a very close family member that is a member of the Ogboni. I don't believe in them. I believe it's not my belief system, but trying to draw a parallel between their lifestyle and how judges wear their what symbolizes why judges wear their wig. I think it's totally. You can't draw that parallel. I agree. I respectfully disagree. Totally. The Ogboni people they cover their hair for some spiritual reasons or the other, which I don't care to. I don't care to get into. I don't think that's a fair parallel to judge.
Yeah, the reason why I established that is that the role they perform in the society. The Ogboni that you are talking about today is not the Ogboni I'm talking about. Ogboni you are talking about is a cult group, is refined Ogboni fraternity that you're talking about today.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the reform though.
Came later.
I'm talking about the real Ogboni. I know about the reform. I'm talking about
also a cult. Was also a cult actually.
It was a cult, of course.
Yes. So the reformed Ogboni was the way. Excuse me. The reformed Ogboni came about because of the negative impression.
Yeah.
That's when they come up with the reformed Ogboni fraternity, which is like
they rebranded themselves.
Yeah, it's like a breakout from the original one.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the one I'm actually talking about is the one that was part of the Oyo Empire. That was part of that's the judicial. The one you have today has no judicial power over anybody.
Yeah. But they operate now almost as purely a secret
one we
society.
have then in the Oyo Empire is like a Supreme Court. They are the only one that can sentence the king. They are the only one that can sentence the king. Nobody.
Yeah.
So that's the one I'm talking about, not the one that every Dick and Harry is joining today. I'm not talking about that one.
It's almost like a ruling council, a kind of council, really. Not ruling, but a kind of
it's part of the whole Empire.
council.
That's why they say the whole Empire is democratic. They have a parliament there. So,
well, what I can say to you is that Wearing the Week is a British institution. It started from it's an institution that started from here in the UK, and it's about 150 years old. Okay, and they usually have two colors, white and gray, and each color symbolizes your class. So that's it. And since we borrowed
150 years. Okay.
150 years the week.
Okay.
And so since we borrowed we sort of their legal system, and they colonized us, so it was natural for us to just borrow that culture. But I agree with forefathers that we should adopt our own thing that is more that mirrors our own culture.
Okay.
You know, that's what I think it's a bit strange. You know, you see even sometimes it's hilarious when you see some of them wigs, man. It's
Let me play for something. Before we move away. You said they started wearing it 150 years ago.
Yes.
The old Oyo Empire is 1300 years.
I'm not arguing with you, buddy. Buddy, I'm not arguing with you. I know about
1300 years. The North culture goes way back. I think that is not the point. The point is that even 1300 years ago, the crown probably that thing that they were wearing evolved. The materials are not the same as it is now.
Yes,
so
definitely.
What you have to see, because what we see, like now, look at what it looks like.
Because this is
one of the head.
This is more. This is more. It's more or less.
Look at the
it's more or less an head.
Look at the second.
Okay, it's more or less an headgear than a wig.
I know. I understand. Yeah.
I
understand. Yeah. So because I'm just going parallel because of the role they play in the society too.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very interesting. There's a level of similarity, but it's not the same at all. The Europeans came with it's basically their hair, and we are wearing it and maintaining it. And the truth is, many African countries have done away with it because they know what it means. And the question is, why are we so reluctant to do away with it? I don't get that. It's not a big deal. We should just do away with it and move on. Rename the country. Those are low-hanging fruits of things you can take care of. There's a lot of house cleaning that we need to do. Then we can start dealing with the bigger issues that we face in the country. Because, look at Adeleke when he got into office. He renamed the state immediately. It's like it didn't take him a day. He renamed the state. He corrected the name of his state. I don't see any reason why we couldn't have done this thing. And it's taken us how many decades. We've not renamed the country. Even Ghana renamed their country. That used to be Gold Coast. They turned it to Ghana. Burkina Faso did the same thing. Not all the renaming it doesn't guarantee you success, but it's a start in the right direction.
It was a kind of creating identity for ourselves.
The issue is that as long as there's no unity among the three major groups and other ethnic groups are standing, that's why things are very difficult in Nigeria. Every ethnic groups are protecting their own identity or their own language. You understand me? So if you have to rename the country now, how are they going to come together? Somebody proposed Wazobia. Nobody ever talk about it. You understand me?
Wazobia is not going to fly. A lot of
no. I'm just saying. I just got an example. Nobody ever discuss it beyond that stage. You understand me? So if we are going to make any significant change in Nigeria, all the ethnic groups have to agree that there's an issue from this and this. Let's not try to find a way to change it. Let's take a new route, a new route, a new dimension.
Let me see if I can find the name. Nigeria was trying to rename itself. Nigeria rename. They were trying to rename Nigeria a few years ago.
What we should do, as long as these three major ethnic groups cannot agree on anything in Nigeria,
the name was the United African Republic. What do you think?
What African Republic?
Is
why the name Africa? No, why the name Africa? Like some people call it.
Yeah, the Africa in it is not very liked because they say Africa is not this
like
is Africa anyway. So
like a show where that's name is political party Africa something. What are you going to do with Africa? You're not even able to solve your own internal
what's wrong with you? What have you got a problem with Africa? Are you not a Pan-African? What's the problem?
No,
Pan-African person now, so
no, Pan-Africa is quite different. You understand me? Even on other Pan-Africa, even Africa, everybody say have their own country. So your country is first before your look at Europe. You say EU, but they still keep their own country to have their own right and regulations. You understand me? So
I think we need to find something in common that we all have in common to rename the country, or just forge one of these like United African, or find something that makes it.
Even the low angry food that is state should be able to latch on. The Nigeria is a federation, and then we have state as a federating unit. Each state should have its anthem. They should have their flag.
Each state. Do they have that in America?
None of the states. Almost, I can count probably 3 or 4 states embrace that energy. I think Lagos, I think Bayelsa, I think Osun and Oyo. I think
they have their own anthem.
They should.
Every state should have their own flag.
Okay, hold on. Does the US? Sorry, does the US states have their own anthem? United States, the states in the United States, do they have their own anthems?
Oh, they might. I don't know, but those are.
Then why would you want Nigerian states to have their own anthems?
Those are the stores that identify you as a federating unit. Nigerian constitution allows that.
Each state should have their own flag. First of all, their own flag, their own coat of arms, that actually identify them as a state.
So
that's interesting.
The issue of changing the state, it's just like because the former governor named it as a state of Osun, and they came around and they reversed it. That's just a matter of semantics. So
yeah, still it didn't take him a day though.
Because
he just came and swapped it quickly.
Because the court has already ruled on it that is not the way it's been pronounced is not recognized.
Yes.
So
was it okay? Did the change of name go through the House of Assembly? Was it approved by the House?
Yeah, it was approved by the House. I think I court in the state ruled at a point in time that that's not the way it's written in the Constitution. Even in the Constitution, it wasn't written as state. It's only written on social. The state.
So somebody was able to rename it the other direction, and he was able to reverse it again. So it's the same problem. They can easily do it. That's the point I'm trying to make. Either direction they can go. Regarding the Nigerian state, we need to figure out something that we have in common, or something. Because River Niger, they didn't even deliver.
They have to do it the way of Abuja. The way they did Abuja was that they easily picked the alphabet, the initial letter of the name of those area. They took the that constitutes Abuja. So that's why they arrive at the word Abuja. Maybe they can do the same.
If we try 36, that's going to be one long country name.
Let them let it after me.
Yeah, the Blackstone. You know what? That could work.
So maybe they can come together.
You know what? That's a bit genius there. He just said the balance, so that could work because it's just black. Nobody can fall that one. We have to find the Black River. The River Niger is what brings Nigeria together. I don't know. Maybe we need to rename the River Niger. If you rename the River Niger, whatever we rename it is what we can call this in Nigeria, because River Niger is very emblematic of what Nigeria represents.
Are you saying that the River Niger did not have a name for itself before?
It had a name for itself before. If you ask
everybody have different name. If a man call it different name, how do you want to agree which one is which one? That's the problem. Start arguing again.
You have to give it a common meaning. Whatever it means to them, bring it together. What does it mean to you? What does it mean to me?
We have to find a name, call it, and say this is it for us. But the problem with all these rivers is that it cuts through Nigeria to other countries. I think it's through ECOWAS. It's through ECOWAS we could rename it, because we control ECOWAS and we cut through Nigeria. So if they rename it through ECOWAS I think many ECOWAS countries will agree to it.
Forefathers, those are not what is some Nigerian problem. What is some Nigerian problem is the people.
No. I know. But it's not as complicated as we think. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, for example, forefather, I was like, if you were saying that somebody was saying that all the people in government supposed to be studying abroad and came back to Nigeria. You know, I remember one of the biggest problems we have in governing Nigeria is also the people. The people. Let me give you an example. I have an in-law. I think it was one time. I think the head of one of the ministry of the oil ministry or something. You know, that guy did not employ anybody from his family or the state. You understand me? You know, do you know that it became a problem? All his people, everybody became an enemy to him. And once his term was over, everybody abandoned him. Simply because it did not give that priority to his family and to his people to give them employment in that ministry. You understand me? This is one of the biggest problems of governance ruling in Nigeria. You understand me? So if you are not